Lewis Rees has been withdrawn from the ongoing fixture due to experience symptoms of delayed concussion. In line with ECD concussion replacement protocols, he will be replaced for the remainder of the game with Mitch Wagstaff. Bowman and Max Holden.
Morning.
Morning.
I can't hear myself. Why can't
I can hear you.
Can you?
Yeah, morning everyone. Can you hear him?
No, because they've moved a bit. Sorry, my fault. Here's the first ball of the day. I'll explain who we are in a moment. It's Zach Chappell in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Mark Stoneman. And Middlesex up and running on day 2 of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Middlesex 126 for 1 now, trailing by just 47 runs after bowling Derbyshire out for 173 yesterday. The news from here is interesting. We have a concussion replacement. Lewis Rees has been removed from the game due to concussion protocols after he suffered delayed concussion. More on that in a moment as Zach Chappell is in and bowls to Holden now, who defends this one straight into the ground. Delayed concussion after a minor accident at the weekend. As I understand, it's Sunday, I think it was, I was told. He's been replaced by Mitch Wagstaff, who won't be permitted to bowl due to the fact that he is a leg spinner, not a medium-pace bowler, as well as being an opening bat. But he clearly won't be able to bowl because this pitch is turning square, and I think Middlesex would quite correctly object to that, as Chappell is in again and bowls. That one is pushed into the offside by Holden and fielded by Harry Kane. So Mitch Wagstaff will be wearing 22 for those taking notes out there. He's currently fielding at point. Tall, young cricketer who did take 2 wickets on his championship debut with his leg spin in his first over up at Scarborough, final game of last season. So it's understandable that he's not being allowed to bowl in this one, but he has replaced Lewis Rees for this game. So you're sort of up to date, really. Here's Zach Chappell in again, arm bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside by Holden. There's no run. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. Alongside me is Kevin Hand from BBC London.
Oh, I'm glad you introduced us. I was wondering. Who am I?
Yes, I thought we ought to introduce ourselves. We were having such great conversations in the written media box that we completely forgot there was a game of cricket about to break out.
Could we tell them things we were talking about?
No, I don't think we can. No, almost certainly not.
Not even?
No, not even that. Especially not that. Here's Chappell in and bowls. Wide of the off stump, Holden leaves alone, goes through to the keeper. Yes, my only observation was that given where Derbyshire are in the county championship, it must be more than coincidence that it's a car crash that's put Lewis Rees out of this game. We'll leave it there. You can get in touch with us, of course, fletchcricket@gmail.com, @FletchSport on Twitter. Cloudy today as Chappell comes in and bowls around the wicket to hold. It goes through to the keeper and there's no run. It's the end of the first over of the day. Just the 95 to go. And Middlesex have moved on to 126 for one, trailing by 47 runs. There's a whole gaggle. What's a gaggle of Middlesex players called? I can see Toby Rowland-Jones. I recognise him anyway, but who's with him?
Toby Rowland-Jones in the middle, far right, best bowling figures at Derbyshire.
Well, he's now got a 5 for...
No, far right has got the best bowling figures at Derbyshire.
Oh, that's Johnson, is it?
Yeah.
Toby Rowland-Jones has now got a 5 for David Griffin informed us last night at Derby, at Lords, and at Chesterfield against Derbyshire now, so he's got the full set. So he needs to play at Merchant Taylors next year against Derbyshire.
Oh, we'd definitely get it there. It's a bowler's paradise, seamer's paradise.
Is it?
Ian Salisbury completing the gaggle.
Okay.
Not completing, continuing the gaggle. Ethan Bamber and Nathan Fernandez. Young opening bat, left spin as well.
We've seen him. Derbyshire definitely played against him. I've seen him.
Yeah, Lords, yeah, you played him. Here's Thompson from the City end. Slip and a short leg, deep backward square leg, deep point, everybody else on the single. Thompson's around the wicket to Stoneman, who's now on 80. In he comes, bowls, and Stoneman rocks back. Eases this into the offside. Really fine innings from Stoneman, this 80 to his name. Digging in hard. What was a tough day yesterday. Thompson moves in again, bowls, goes past the edge. Bowls a beauty. Goes past the edge of Stoneman's bat, comes down and prods away at a certain length, and that's why he's on. As you said, it's turning, isn't it? There's a bit out there.
That's why Wagstaff's not allowed to bowl.
Aye. Where is he? Is he slip, short leg? Here's Thompson again, bowls, and that's a little shorter. It's not that wide though. And Stoneman looks to cut at it. It's through to the gloves of Guest.
Cover boundary.
Ooh. Deep cover. Oh, someone's got their washing out in the flat. So in fact, they've all got the washing out this morning. Look at that.
Good day for washing, isn't it?
We saw it was sunny yesterday. Thought better do the washing tonight. A lot of flight on this from Thompson is pushed back by Stoneman, and there's no run. It's cloudy today now, and it's cold.
Cold?
It's just a bit cold.
I'll have a word with yourself, will you?
How many layers have you got? 2.
All right, I'll take them off. All of them. I'm ready.
Not all of them.
It's not cold.
Do we know if comms cam's working yet? Here's Thompson bowls and forward goes. Stoneman pushing back into the onside, and there's no run. It looks as though it's a little skew-iff, doesn't it? It's off to one side.
Yes. I might have knocked it earlier. I don't know.
Is that in case
I might not.
they might have used it? Quick knock it.
Yeah. Don't knock it till you've tried it, though.
Thompson's in. Bowled outside the old stump and through to the gloves of the keeper it goes. 126 for 1. Holden has 44 and he'll have the strike. Stoneman has 80 and Fletcher has a hole to get out of.
Yeah, sorry about that. Terrible.
You were talking about the biscuits out back, or the lunch, the sweet potato.
Well, everybody knows my view on sweet potato. Never been a food. But we do get it an awful lot. Everywhere. I mean, it's everywhere, isn't it? It's the 4th time that Derbyshire have used a concussion replacement. I'll tell you what I'll do. See if anybody can get the previous 3. I'll give you 20 minutes or so. Here's Zach Chappell. 126 for 1, Middlesex, bowling to Holden down the leg side. Nicely taken, moving to his right by Brooke Guest. 2 slips and a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a long leg.
A Sussex all out yet?
It seems unlikely, doesn't it? Sadly. I don't think they're going to blow it. They're currently leading by 43 down at Bristol. They're 4 down. Glamorgan in the early stages of their reply to Yorkshire's 61.
Glamorgan are 4 down?
No.
Oh.
No. This next delivery from Chappell is driven nicely by Holden to the right of Jack Morley, who I'm sure we'll see fairly shortly. He does the fielding. And there's no run.
Has Sam Northey's got his triple century yet?
Not unless you can get it when you've scored 16 runs as a team. That Lancashire game, I did hear a little report on 5 Live last night from Kevin Hells.
Oh, yeah?
Which my ears perked up.
Go on.
Picked up. That Chapel Bowl's a shortish delivery that doesn't get up. And Stoneman ducked underneath it and it just about crept over his back.
Well, that's the effect Kevin Howes has on all of us every time we hear him. We all prick up, don't we?
We do. I was just delighted that they'd actually mentioned county cricket, although he didn't mention the second division, but he did mention the first division, and he said on an Old Trafford pitch which had an awful lot of grass left on it, 21 wickets fell at Old Trafford yesterday. They've yet to lose a wicket today in Lancashire. Here is Chappell in and bowls. That one is edged along the ground. Wayne Madsen stops it at second slip, but it was all the way along the ground.
So if Middlesex get 450,
Yes.
it's still not going to happen, is it?
I think it is, but go on.
No, even if Middlesex get 450, it's still not
going to happen. I think it is almost certainly not going to happen, but Middlesex will. That's what they'll be aiming for, won't they?
Glamorgan are one down.
Are they?
Try. North East LBW code for 16. 15 balls.
They got up nearly all of the runs. Here's Chappell in and bowls to Stoneman, who's beaten. Good delivery. Just turns around and stares at him. This is the point at which I will repeat what I said yesterday during the commentary and on Sports Scene at 6. Derbyshire were 130 for 2 before subsiding to 173 all out.
He did get all the runs, 16 for 1.
Yeah.
16 of them.
Incredible. Incredible.
So over to Gloucestershire. Sussex are 157 for 4, leading by 48.
Now I've got a phone call. I've got no chance of answering that. In comes Chappell, who turns this one into the leg side. No. It's not one that's in my... if they want to leave me a message, I'm sure they will. Oh, I think I've answered it.
Oh, brilliant.
127 for 1. People who don't know what my job is, clear. Well, I'm not suggesting that people should know what my job is, but...
Don't you know who I am?
Yes, exactly. That was the last ball of the over. 127 for 1. What's all this coal business, says Anthony from Hena, from your co-commentator. We haven't even considered breaking out the long sleeve T-shirts yet. Hoping to get down to the match this afternoon, possibly in long trousers. No, shorts this afternoon, Anthony, please.
Thompson in bowls, and forward goes Holden, pushing back in the zone. Well, I was done by the weather report today. They said it was going to be balmy. Well, it's not balmy, is it?
It will be balmy later.
Well, that'll be nice. Although it was cold yesterday morning up here and then roasting yesterday afternoon.
By the middle of the afternoon, you will be moaning, as will I, about the sun.
Forward goes Holden, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Actually, that's what we need. Clear blue skies right now, and then cloudy this afternoon to stop the sun blinding us. So we're going to get it the other way around.
The other way around is probably better for Derbyshire, I would have thought.
All Lancashire 21 for 2.
So
Lead by 15. Lots of flight on this from Thompson. A good leave by Holden. Only 2 types of leave. A very lucky one and a bad one. That was a very lucky one. That was well judged.
Whoever phoned me didn't leave a message, sadly. Well, they couldn't because I answered the phone. Yeah, no, that's true.
Lots of flight on this. And forward goes Holden, pushing away into the offside. Fielded at cover. Yeah, it's not even a slither of blue in the sky. A bit like there wasn't a slither of chocolate left in the biscuit tin this morning. They went quickly this morning, the biscuit ones. The chocolate ones.
They always do.
And look, here comes Thompson. Bowls. Oh, turn and bounce. Every year it's the same thing. Just buy chocolate biscuits. That's all you got to do, isn't it? But then we'd eat them too quickly, wouldn't we? We'd just eat the chocolate ones quickly, and then the rest of them are dragged out through the day.
2 biscuits this morning, I'm not.
And were they both chocolate?
I want to be hungry enough to eat the sweet potato.
Lots of flight, and that pops a little on Holden, who plays off the splice into the offside. A silly point would have taken a dolly, but there wasn't one there. So cover gathers. It's 127 for 1. Holden 45 and Stoneman 80. And 38 overs bowled in this innings. So Middlesex trail by 46. That's this match situation, but they've got to be thinking about bonus points, and they need another 323 in 82 overs.
What was that?
323 in 82 overs.
I think that's perfectly possible, isn't it?
Well, they've got off to a flyer, haven't they, in terms of... They slowed down considerably against the spin last night, though. Thompson, 10 overs, none for 14.
Zach Chappell bowling to Mark Stoneman, who plays and misses at that one. There is a bit out there still. There was yesterday, once Middlesex, as Kevin pointed out, bowled it in the right place, and Derbyshire simply didn't. After getting a wicket with the second ball of the innings to dismiss Sam Robson, Alex Thompson with a catch, and they didn't really bowl particularly well until the spinners came on and they started really turning the ball, and we will see Jack Morley in the fullness of time, I'm sure, as Chappell is in again and bowls. That was turned nicely into the leg side by Stoneman. Runs the first one quickly, fielded down there in the deep by Moore, and they go through for a single. Stoneman moves to 81, 128 for 1. We will not see the leg spin now of Mitch Wagstaff. He's on the field as a concussion substitute for Lewis Rees, but he is not allowed to bowl because that wouldn't be like for like. And of course we wish Lewis Rees a speedy recovery. It sort of puts into question whether he can play at Grace Road next week with that delayed concussion symptoms. Here's Chappell in and bowls. It's a short delivery. It's on leg stump though, and Holden just helps it around the corner for 4 runs down to fine leg. It's not the place to bowl it on this pitch. 132 for 1. Holden moves to 49.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, wasn't it?
Nice shot, but not the place to bowl it on this pitch, really.
No, indeed. No, but, I mean, you bang on short every now and again. Yeah. And to be fair, on this pitch, where the bounce has been indifferent, Holden, I just think it was a nice put away, but
misdirected too as well, and that's the other issue.
Yeah, you wouldn't want him putting any more of those in. That was again one of Middlesex's mistakes yesterday morning.
That'll do. Chappell, this one's pitched further up and hurries Holden, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he plays it into the leg side. Did a pretty good job of doing exactly that.
I was just having a little look at next week's fixtures. Somerset versus Hampshire at Taunton. So they're the two that are still trying to stop Surrey, aren't they? And they play each other next week at Taunton. It'll be a good finale down there.
Can Hampshire still win it?
If Surrey were to lose this round, yes.
Okay.
Surrey 198, Hampshire in third, 171. So it does need a Durham victory this week and a Hampshire win.
Durham are more than capable.
Fired up.
Chappell bowls, are they? The ball is defended by Holden, straight back to him.
So it's sorted at the bottom. Lancashire are going down, unless they can upset Somerset.
Well,
who do they play next week? Lancashire versus...
Oh, make it Notts. Make it
good, wouldn't it? Nottinghamshire at home to Warwickshire, and Lancashire away at Worcestershire. So Lancs are down. Mid-table Worcestershire.
Yeah, been a really good side this season, haven't they? Here is Chappell again, in and bowls. This is left alone by Holden to go through to the keeper, end of the over. We've now had 5 this morning, and Middlesex have moved on from their overnight 125 for 1 to 132 for 1.
Who's getting the wooden spoon this year? Is that Derbyshire versus who?
Well, no, it's not Derbyshire versus anybody. Have a look.
Glamorgan?
No, have a look.
Yeah?
Derbyshire are getting the wooden spoon.
So everything's done and dusted?
I think so. First time since 2016, which was my first season. Commemorating my 9th season by...
Something Middlesex still cling to, the only county never to get the wooden spoon.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Few counties haven't won the county championship, of course. Somerset, Northamptonshire, Gloucestershire, of course, famously. Whereas Derbyshire, of course, have. And it was a while ago, but...
Maybe Gloucestershire haven't.
Well, with the players they had back in the day, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Here's Thompson beginning the over to Stoneman, who's forward defending, no run.
I don't know if you've walked around the county ground in Bristol, but apparently W.G. Grace played there once. He's everywhere. And he's also everywhere at Lord's.
Well, he is, yeah.
Famously played for London County and famously didn't get a century against Derbyshire in any of the games he played against them.
Thompson, Stoneman, a forward defence, and there's no run. The person I'm most worried about at the moment is Kevin House. What's he going to do next week? If Surrey win this game, and Somerset and Hampshire Well, Somerset make a mess of it against Lancashire. Mind you, if Somerset make a mess of it against Lancashire, that means it's Lancashire versus Notts for relegation next week,
Yeah,
isn't
he'll
it?
go to the relegation match, won't he?
Lots of flight on this, and that's left alone outside the off stump.
He'd
There's
be
no-
more than welcome to come to Grace Road and help us out there.
Well, if Yorkshire and Sussex win,
Yeah.
then really, you're asking for something quite special from Northamptonshire at Headingley next week.
Perhaps he'll go there because it's close to home, isn't it? That's where I'd go.
Thompson bowls, Stoneman defends, no run.
They've got a silly mid off now. Too late, but they've got one.
It could be Sussex sealing Division 2 at Hove. Oh, where's he going to go?
Yeah,
It's up in the
it's
air.
not-
Sussex have lost a fifth wicket, 161 for 5.
It's not a proper trophy, though, is it?
Thompson bowls, and this ball's driven away into the offside. Did that take a little bobble off the silly point? Just the angle it went at and the speed with which it went as well. Maybe it was just that he drove it with an open face and it spun away into the offside.
If
Something of a whip.
you win the second division title, you're basically finishing 11th in the county championship.
Yeah. 3 down around the bats, including the keeper as Holden awaits, and Thompson is around the wicket, the left-handers forward defending. So Sussex are 162 for 5, leading by 53. That means John Simpson's heading out to the middle years. He joins Harry Crocombe. Coles was bowled Zafar Gohar for 46. Come on, the Gloucestershire. Make it interesting.
They won't, though, will they?
No. Glamorgan 28 for 1. Tribe and Ingram together. Come on, Ingram, make it interesting. Ingram, Carlson, Kellaway, Cook, Van der Houten, Crane. Harris at 9. Harris is a pretty decent number 9. Harris's finest hour incoming.
Nicely done with the Van der Houten.
Van der Houten.
Yeah,
Only Nick Webber can say it properly.
I always feel inadequate. Always feel inadequate when I commentate on Glamorgan matches.
Yeah. Especially when he says Labuschagne properly.
He's stopped doing that now. Chappell bowls to Stoneman, who clips this one into the leg side out towards Pat Brown, who appears to be fielding at mid-wicket now. They go through for a single. Stoneman moves to 83, 134.
There you go. That's
That's
how cold it is. A car's just driven in. 2 cars have just driven in with their lights on.
That's not an indication of cold. That's an indication of light. I'm sorry to point this out. Dear, oh dear. That's how cold it is. There are people reading by torchlight. Here's Chappell on his way in. He's bowling from the racecourse end, bowling to Holden, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. And it goes through to Brooke Guest once again. That's the one, get the atomic clock. One thing on my beautiful new Chromebook, there isn't an accurate clock.
Oh.
Well, the problem, dear, oh dear, that's far too accurate. That's going to confuse the what's-its out of me. I'm
The
afraid.
atomic clock. It sounds like something out of Dr. Strangelove.
Well, I use it largely at football matches. In comes Chappell again. That's wide and over-pitched and driven beautifully by Holden for 4 runs, and it brings up his half-century of 131 deliveries. Been a very patient innings. 131 deliveries. That was his 6th 4. For those keeping count. And this partnership will be exactly the same as the what's it? The actual score. That's the word I was looking for. There we go, that's better. Put that there now. In comes Chappell again and bowls. Ooh, and beats Holden. Good delivery. There have been some good deliveries this morning already that haven't taken the edge. And that is the issue.
Is that bit of chocolate cake from yesterday
It
again?
might be. I didn't have a large, but I didn't have any breakfast. The woman, when I arrived at the hotel last night,
Oh, Fletch. You didn't have any breakfast?
I generally don't, except if I'm away from home.
Body's a temple.
First thing she said to me was, "Oh yeah, the booking's just come through. We don't serve food. Here comes Chappell and bowls, and that one is outside the off stump and left alone by Holden to go through to the wicketkeeper. She was brilliant now. She told me where all the... She obviously knew me. I didn't know her, but she told me where all the takeaways were. Down the road. Out of here, turn left, all the takeaways. And followed it up by saying, and just on your left are Weatherspoons. She said, well, do I look? Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. I have to run around in the shower to get wet. It's one of those, you know.
Oh dear.
I washed the bits that got damp anyway, so you'd be pleased to know.
What would you expect me to do?
Nothing. 138 for one. Final ball of Chappell's 10th over. He bowls it, and it's pushed into the offside by Holden, fielded by Kame. And there's no run. 138 for one. Middlesex trailing by just 35 runs now.
Holden reached his 50 from 131 balls, which contained 6 fours.
Six fours?
That was his 6th four.
Jane said to me on the way out last night, will I do another cake tomorrow? And I said, no, Fletcher won't want one because he'll be having a big breakfast at the hotel tomorrow.
Jane only does cakes on day one. And they are delicious. I had a couple of bits of yesterday's. Unfortunately, I breathed in the second one rather than eating it. So I had a bit of apple sponge cake down my windpipe. He hasn't taken his cap / floppy sun hat from the umpire, Zach Chappell, so perhaps he's going to have another one. He's bowled 4 overs this morning.
Thompson bowls. It's left alone by Stoneman. 83. Steady start from Stoneman today. It looks like he's setting himself up, doesn't he?
What did he start on?
79, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
So 4 runs in 25 minutes. This is Thompson bowls. A bit of flight, and goodness me, thought I had a nick, but it must have just been the ball slapping into the gloves of the keeper. Slapped back out again, fell down onto the stumps.
That's only the 21st ball he's faced, mind, today. Just turn that aircon off in a minute.
Here's Thompson bowls and a bit of bounce. Stoneman defends into the offside and there's no run. And yeah, so he's setting himself up here because it's not as though you're taking overs out of the ball at the moment, are you? Because it's the spinners on. I suppose the older ball's softer for the spinner as well. They prefer a harder ball as well, don't they? What is it? Into its...
40-second over a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Middle-aged.
Here goes
Looks
Thompson
like
bowls.
like
This is-
yourself, Kev.
Well, we were having this debate the other day as that one goes through to the gloves of the keeper. What is middle-aged nowadays? What's middle-aged regard as nowadays?
Early 40s.
Oh,
You're not going to live much beyond your mid-80s, are you?
yeah.
Despite the advances in medicine.
Lots of flight again. That's dug out by Stoneman into the onside. On 38 for one.
Got to the point now where there's a lot of people who, when you hear so-and-so has died, you think, well, he's not that much older than me.
Yes.
So it's been lovely knowing you all.
Thompson to Stoneman. Forward he goes, defending, thick inside part of the bat, rolls along the floor to short leg. 138 for one it is. Stoneman 83, Holden 53. 42 bowls. As Fletch told us. Middle-aged ball. Will it reach 80? I think it's probably got a chance. In this one, Middlesex have their eyes on something big today. They've got to do everything they can, and everything they can means a lot of batting points, which absolute minimum I'd suggest from here is 4 at 138 for one.
Apologies to Mark Beck for missing this this message yesterday on X. No, it was we were talking yesterday about who was the England player before Dominic Cork, and he's suggesting Chris Adams. Which is a good shout.
Not bad, not bad.
Really good shout. Watch the game between, parts of the game certainly, between Sussex and Derbyshire down at Hove. Here's Zach Chappell from the racecourse, then bowling to Max Holden, who just guides that to backward point where it's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff, who was on the field as a concussion substitute.
What did he have, though? 5 or 6 tests, Adams?
That's a good shout.
Have I done him there?
Done me. You doing it? Yeah.
think I might have... 5, there we go,
Yeah,
not bad.
there we go. Well done.
First class average of 38.
That's a fine player. Chapel bowls. Holden turns that one bouncing a little bit into the leg side. And there is no run.
It was unearthing a talent, wasn't it? We were saying of young Mr. Moore yesterday.
Yes.
When was the last time that I unearthed a big talent? And Cork was the last one. And before that, unearthing a big talent. I mean, Adams was obviously a huge talent, wasn't he? But in terms of going on to be an England player in that sense, a regular England player.
Chapel to Holden, who drives, but straight to Jack Morley at mid-off. And there is no run.
Bludgeoned the ball around, didn't he, Adams?
Oh, yes. Oh, he could hit it. Look at that. That's a terrific clock, isn't it? I like that.
You've got your atomic clock on the go again.
Well, it's supposed to be an atomic clock, but who knows? It's just that I don't forget, I had a very good email from Andrew Strachan this morning when I said the game was on and I'd be available for updates as this next delivery is just lifting a little bit on Holden, who plays it down into the ground, possibly off the bat handle. Fielded again by Mitch Wagstaff, who said, I'm available for cricket. Derbyshire Cricket Today was what the email was called. And Strack sent me one back saying, sometimes, having missed my 2 o'clock yesterday. Late in the season. It's probably the first one I've missed. Immensely proud of my record.
We were having too much fun, weren't we?
I can't imagine we were, but
I was telling you about cars having the lights on, telling me how cold it was.
you might have been having fun. I'm not sure I was. Here is Chapel in and bowls. That's not because of anything you were saying either. It was because Derbyshire were in the middle of a rather alarming collapse. Turned into the leg side by Holden on 38 for 1.
Speaking of which,
Oh no, who's collapsing?
Glamorgan, 28 for 3 in reply to Yorkshire's 361. Ingram's still there on 8s, Carlson's gone.
Chances?
Going.
Well, Sussex are leading by 52. They're 5 down now at Bristol, as Chapel is in and bowls around the wicket to Holden, who just angles the bat and guides it down to Wagstaff at backward point. That's the end of the over, and I'm off.
I guess at least Hove is the last game of the season. So if I try and think positively, they get relegated. Middlesex get promoted next year, and first game of the next season will be Hove away. So try and say a year and a half in between Hove trips rather than a couple. Goodness me, it's a loss to Division 2. Come on, Gloucestershire. Mind you, if Gloucestershire win, Middlesex's hope then is to go up with Yorkshire, so they'd lose Hove either way. Come on, Glamorgan. 32 for 3, trailing by 329. The Welsh county, as here's Stoneman turning the first ball of the new over from Thompson to deep square for a single, 139 for 1. Middlesex playing their part here, 53 for Holden. Stone moves to 84 with that single, and, well, get what they can from this game and see where they are next week. Here's Thompson, bowls, lots of flight. This is chipped in the air. Oh, wide of cover, and it seemed to be in the air for so long that he thought he'd catch it. I'm not sure he saw it. Goes away for 4 for Holden. He moves to 57. Silly point potentially could have blinded cover, because that was chipped past Silly Point, and you'd have thought the way it hung in the air like that, he'd at least have a grab at it, but he just threw out one hand and waved as if it had gone and he hadn't seen it. But everybody takes a moment's pause as the ball's returned to Thompson. He's at the top of his mark, which, well, he's not actually. He's at the top of what would be a medium pacer's mark. He slowly walks in, although he does have quite a long approach for a spinner. Bowls now, and forward goes Holden, pushing back. There's no run. There's a little bit of the Ollie Rayner about him, Thompson. Tall, light-haired, broad-shouldered. In his approach as well, and he comes, bowls, and forward goes Holden, defending into the offside. Dot ball once more, 143 for one. What do you reckon, Fletch? Did Cover see that? I thought it was strange that he didn't at least dive for it.
I don't think he saw it. I
No.
don't think he could see through selling it off.
Yeah,
That was my impression.
agreed.
It's the only impression I'm going to do.
Oh, go on. I heard you do a good impression of Doidgy.
Yeah.
Thompson bowls, it's dug out by Holden into the offside, and there's no run. He'll be rubbing his hands together at Division 1 cricket right now, won't he?
Yes, yeah. Good luck to them. I nearly said good something else to them as well. But, good luck to them, that's what I say. I'm trying to find a story. I just heard the last story before I came. It was about a python.
Ooh.
Very exciting.
Forward goes Holden, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. Not one of the comedy act then.
No, that wouldn't. No, the only news from the pythons, sadly, is generally bad news these days. For many reasons. I can't find it on the BBC Sport. I can't find it on the BBC Sport website because it's nothing to do with sport, of course. But there was a python. It took a woman had a pet python, and
Is this a limerick?
no, I wish it was. And her neighbours heard her cries for help,
Are you sure this isn't a limerick?
as I understood it. They beat down her door when she cried out. No. They beat down her door, and it took them 20 minutes to, as Chapel begins a new over and beats Stoneman. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Took them 20 minutes to uncoil the python from it. It was basically trying to do what pythons do and kill their prey. So, if I find it, I'll try and give you more details, but I don't know if it was local. I assumed it wasn't because it wasn't at the top of the news. You'd have thought that would have been relatively near the top, as this next delivery from Zach Chappell is defended by Stoneman, and there is no run. I have some news about the Derbyshire Chief Executive, who's doing something very exciting today, Ryan Duckett.
Not with a python.
Not with a python, you'd be pleased to hear. I need to find it first, though, of course. I'll find it. In comes Chappell again. Round the wicket, bowls to Stoneman. It just clips this off his hips down towards fine leg. There's a chase around the boundary down there for Harry Moore, and they come back for two. Stoneman moves to 86, 145 for one. Here we go. It's Run the Nations, it's called. Derbyshire working with Cure Leukemia as part of this Run the Nations campaign. Well, she was in the UK, Sarah Marie Tickner, the wife of Blair, who was Derbyshire's overseas at the start of the season. As Chappell is in again on leg stump. It comes off the hands, I think, this time of Stoneman into the leg side, fielded by Pat Brown. She was diagnosed, you'll remember, with leukemia before the family eventually returned to New Zealand. Sarah was treated in Nottingham and helped by the charity Cure Leukemia. James McLaughlin, the Cure Leukemia Chief Executive Officer, is trying to raise £100,000 worth of funding. And he's making his way around 16 key locations, it says here, as Chappell is in, and that one is defended by Stoneman. And now I get to the sort of important bit from a Derbyshire perspective, apart from the fact it was Sarah Tickner and Blair who have sort of inspired Ryan Duckett, Derbyshire's Chief Executive. He's going to be joining James McLaughlin for the Nottingham leg today as part of that fundraising effort. So if anybody can help, I've got I think it's 14 miles. No, it's not. 7 miles. He's not gone for the 14 miler, he's gone for the 7 miler. That one's pushed up to mid-on by Stoneman to complete the over. So he's already been to Cardiff and Bristol and Southampton, London twice. He did, blimey, 43 miles in London over 2 days, Cambridge and Oxford, and he's in future going to Birmingham and Belfast and Dublin and Glasgow, Newcastle, Leeds and Manchester, but he's in Nottingham today. So if you want to help, you can go to Nottingham if you want and join in, but you can also donate through the official Run the Nations 2024 Just Giving page. So Run the Nations 2024. And Ryan Duckett is taking part in the Nottingham leg today.
Thompson round the wicket, bowls, and this is punched away by Holden's backward point. There's no run. Our drip is still there, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, I think this is it's rusting that nail, isn't it?
It's been dripping for 3 or 4 years now.
Oh, well, there we go. I thought this was a new thing yesterday.
No, it dribbled a lot yesterday, but it's not a particularly new thing.
Rayner bowls and Holden strokes off the back foot in front of backward point. This Simon singles taken. He's on to 58, 146 for 1. Give me hope, Fletch.
Hope.
Who's it going to be?
Well,
Gloucestershire or Glamorgan? Who's going to storm to a home victory
This
from?
is almost two sides, both of whom playing entirely without hope. We're watching here, I would suggest.
Is a lot of flight, and Thompson is met by a forward defence by Stoneman, and ball's pushed back to mid-on. 180 for 5 now, Sussex leading by 71. Simpson storming away on the south. Oh, they've lost another 180 for 6. Crocom's gone. I think that's going to be Middlesex's best bet, that one, as forward goes Stoneman, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. If Gloucestershire can somehow come out and better Sussex's first innings score and skittle them cheaply, but they're going to need to get Simpson quickly, because if he hangs around, he'll score quickly, won't he?
They are already 71 behind, and they only made 109 in their first innings. I don't
Yeah.
cling on too much to that.
A bit of flight, and this is eased back into the onside. By Stoneman off Thompson. So it's Glamorgan, you're telling me. Ingram, in column Ingram we trust.
No, I'm telling you it's neither. I don't think.
Thompson, 2 slips behind Stoneman. Short leg as well. Stoneman's forward, pushing back. Another dot ball. Plod along this morning, don't they? Stoneman, he rattled through the start of his innings. Really aggressive counter from Stoneman, which has put Middlesex into a very good position here. He has 86 of Middlesex's 146 for 1. His opening partner, Robson, fell to the second ball yesterday. Holden, 58, 146 for 1 it is, and well, Thompson's conceded only 21 runs off his 14. Great economy. Brown's gone at 4s. Morley's gone at 2.5.
He's back.
From outer space. Turn around now. That look upon your face.
Yeah. I'll survive. Probably.
Oh, I won't.
For now.
Glamorgan at 37 for 4.
Yeah.
And Kellaway's gone. Caught Bairstow, bowl code.
The man who can bowl left arm and right arm.
Oh, yes. Did it at
Kellaway.
Lords.
Ben Kellaway.
Did it at Lords for the first time.
That was in a one-day game. He's never done it, apparently, in Championship.
Oh, really?
No,
Is it not a
yet.
championship game?
No,
then,
I don't.
Was it a
well,
one-day cup game, was
I
it?
think so, yeah. It was mentioned, well, obviously, I'd seen the social media footage. He's got wickets both left and right, didn't he, in a match? Which is remarkable, but he came here and didn't bowl left arm, which is a real shame. We're going to see some left arm spin, though, and it's going to be bowled by Jack Morley, one of the many 18s who are in the Derbyshire squad. Yusuf bin Naeem also wears 18, of course. He's the 12th man today. And here is Morley bowling the first ball of his spell today. Oh dear. And his Zach Chappell has dived right over the top of that one. The ball has reached the boundary now. And Zach Chappell picks the ball up. David Lloyd, yeah, he's apologised. It was a poor piece of fielding from Zach Chappell, who was renowned for his
poor fielding
inability to field. And he's now swapping with Alex Thompson. So he's gone to mid-on. Thompson's gone to mid-off. Holden's moved to 62, 150 up for Middlesex incident. Oh, now they're swapping back. So they're not swapping. I'm not sure why, but they're not. Anyway, they've stayed where they are. I'll give you the field in a moment as Morley is in. That one's on his hip and clipped not too far away from short leg by Holden, who picks up a single out to Mitch Wagstaff in the distance. 151 for 1, Holden on to 63. Slip in a short leg, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a man out on the square leg boundary, and there's also a man on the 45 backward of square on the leg side, which is neither short, fine leg, and you can't have a short, long leg That would just be a medium-sized leg, a regular leg. As this next delivery is a bit quicker from Morley, pushed back down the pitch by Stoneman.
It's brightening up a bit.
It's going to be glorious this afternoon. 20-odd degrees, they say.
Cars haven't got the lights coming in now.
No need.
Started to warm up as well.
Here's Morley. Bowls to Stoneman, who beats it away into the offside. The bounce beats David Lloyd, who gets to it now. Fields, and they go through for 2. Stoneman moves to 88, 153 for 1, and Middlesex trail by just 20 now. By the time Derbyshire got to 153 in their innings, that can give you no more excitement. They're already 8 down. We've passed that sweet spot. Here's Morley in and bowls to Stoneman, who turns that into the leg side this time, fielded by Pat Brown.
Trying to find some interest in the games elsewhere at the moment. Hampshire are 420 for 6 in the 106th over. So they've got 4.2 overs to get 30 runs.
Ooh, jeopardy. Morley bowls a very full delivery that's pushed out into the offside, fielded by Lloyd. That's the first over. Morley's first over comes to an end. First over of the day, that is 5 runs from it. Middlesex 153 for 1, leading by 20.
And they've just
trailing by 20.
They've just lost a couple quickly. Dawson 110, caught Hose, bowled Taylor. Prest caught Brooks, bowled Taylor for 9 from 8 balls. Fuller's out there now with 4 from 5 balls, but Gubbins is still there with 173 not out to his name. So they're trying to get that last bonus point, try and keep pace at the top by Surrey at 85 without loss against Durham, putting it all to bed anyway.
Unsurprisingly.
Somerset have Lancashire 39 for 2 at the moment, leading by 33. Thompson's around the wicket. He bowls to Holden, who's forward defending into the offside.
Trying to square the conundrum that the 2 best run clubs off the field are top and bottom of the county championship. Derbyshire with no debt and making a profit. Surrey with all their money and ability to raise funds.
Lots of flight, and Thompson concedes the single on this one as Holden's over the top of it, just wide of mid-on. They run the 1.
One wins titles, the other one picks up a wooden spoon. Discuss.
Two slips and a short leg. Here's Thompson bowls and forward goes Stoneman, pushing back to mid-on. There's no run. What's Derbyshire's secret to turning over a profit then?
Presumably not spending money on players. Running a tight ship. Good,
well, do you know?
Good commercial revenue.
Thompson bowls and forward goes Stoneman, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. What's the playing staff size? Middlesex only have about 16, I think. How many did Derbyshire have?
I'm trying to think who aren't playing. Reese and Connors, Dupavalon, who's gone back home today, I think. Darren Dupavalon, the overseas.
Flight again and cuts. Oh, past second slip. A late cut. It was edged. Second slip almost fell backwards at the prospect of it. He got up, didn't he? And at which point it was like, oh, where's it going to hit me? It didn't. It races away for 4, and Middlesex are 158 for 1, and Stoneman moves to 92 with a streaky late cut.
16-18.
16-18.
Yeah. We've now added Yusuf bin Naeem and Harry Moore, of course.
Thompson, Stoneman, a forward defence. I mean, one of Middlesex's biggest problems is obviously trying to convince players to play at Lords, where try living next to Lords on this wage, please.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
there's always the misconception about Middlesex that it is a big club, and it has had success over the years, and it plays at the finest ground in the world.
Merchant Taylor School.
But it doesn't own the finest ground in the world.
No.
Which is in
It's
London.
a hindrance.
It is a hindrance, isn't it? That's the exact word that I should use.
Yeah.
That's the word I will use. It is a hindrance. Here's Jack Morley, 8th over from him, bowling from the racecourse end. Ball clipped straight to the shin pads of Donald at short leg. David Lloyd still with the fielding pads on, is at extra cover. On the square, As Morley bowls to Holden, who guides this down to the vacant third man area for 4. I'm sure he entirely meant it to go there, but he was trying to guide it out into the offside. He picks up a boundary. He moves to 68, 162 for 1. And Middlesex now trailed by just 11 runs. And they have power to add. Plenty of wickets in hand. Harry Kame has retrieved the ball from the boundary. He's fielding at backward point, quite deep at backward point. As Morley bowls, that one is down the leg, so he's bowled him. He's bowled him down the leg side. Wow. Holden goes for 68. And Middlesex are 162 for 2, still trailing by 11. I assume he was bowled and not stumped.
I'm pretty sure he was. I
Yeah.
did mention he has that trigger movement, which is to go forward and across. And he's just gone too far across there, I think, on that one. He would have started, as I remember, against the spinners. He starts from very, very deep on the stumps themselves, because that means he can still then go forward and across, which is his trigger movement, rather than to the seamers where he'd start on the crease and go forward and across to get well outside of the crease. But yeah, he's gone too far across there, and it's just clipped that leg stump on the way through. 68, good 68 though. Middlesex are under a lot of pressure at 0 for 2 yesterday, as they were 0 for 1 against Gloucestershire when he hit 77 last week, Holden. So in a good bit of form. He'll just be disappointed that he wasn't able to turn either of them into centuries. But nonetheless, when you're 0 for 1, 2 weeks in a row coming out, the opening over, well, second ball of the match, third ball of the innings here, Holden can hold his head high, I'd suggest, at number 3.
Look at the replay of that. Well, it's weird. I'll tell you what, I was confused.
Oh, here we go. Replay's on there now. Oh, no, we've got side on.
Watch how this. So the stump, that's how it's happened. Because when you look at it from front on, it looks really weird, but it hits the leg stump, which actually goes into the hands of Brooke Guest, which is why it looks like it goes straight up in the air. But yeah, it looks a bit bizarre. Samit Patel's in the building. Down below us, the Derbyshire T20 skipper, walking around the boundary's edge with Ajmal Shahzad, the bowling coach. It's good to see Samit. He is, if any cricketer post-match was full value, it's Samit Patel.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, he is magnificent.
Why is that?
He's so honest.
Yeah.
When they beat Notts down here, the first time they beat them since 2015 in T20 cricket, he was great. Morley bowls to the new batter, who is Leas Deploy, who fiddles in that Leas Deploy way at the ball. Always looks like he's getting squared up. We know he isn't. So more left-handed batting. Short leg slip. Morley bowls to him and he clips that into the leg side. He's off the mark with a single. Harry Moore bends down from an enormous height to field the ball. 163 for 2.
Oh, Hampshire have lost another one in their pursuit of 450.
Here's Morley. Bowls and Stoneman goes back and cuts straight to it's Yusuf bin Naeem who's on the field now at backward point. So we now have the 2 18s, one bowling and one fielding on the pitch at the same time. 163 for 2 at the end of the over.
Well, it's the only bit of excitement at the moment, isn't it?
I'm really excited by two number 18s being on the pitch at the same time. I think that's really good. I think it's really appalling, but I think it's quite exciting.
4-3-2 for 7, Hampshire. They've got 3 overs to score 18
just
runs.
Counting backwards then for a minute. Well done, Cav. Yeah, counting backwards from
I was.
4.
Did I get it wrong?
Is a very, very good skill to have.
18 runs, 3 overs. Gubbins has 178. Organ is with him now. Here's Thompson here at the County Ground Derby. 2 slips and a short leg, and Thompson around the wicket. He bowls with a lot of flight and a little dab into the onside by Deploy. On 6-3 for 2. I mean, it could get exciting, but you'd imagine Deploy is going to be desperate here, absolutely desperate. His return to Derbyshire, but with a big job to do. Middlesex desperately need another 300 runs here, don't they? maximum batting points as Thompson bowls, and this ball's eased into the onside, fielded at mid-on after the Horlicks that was last week at Lords against Gloucestershire.
I hope they're giving him a bit of chirp out there.
You'd be surprised if they were.
Well, neither Lloyd nor Donald will have played with him. Lloyd did on loan. I suppose Donald did for a brief spell on loan as well.
Oh, now attempted sweep from Deploy, and it's bounced over the bat and through to Slip. Goodness me, Madsen takes the ball, beats the bat, beats the keeper. Slip takes the ball. No edge involved as Deploy fails to sweep. Wowzers.
Madsen had just brought Bin Naeem in 10 yards off the boundary, a backward square leg.
Thompson again bowls and Deploy forward, almost a little crab-like about that as he gets around it and turns the single through mid-wicket. 164 for 2, doubles his tally. Deploy. That's 2.
Racing on.
Oh, sorry, you've lost a wicket. Told you I'd find something excited. Sibley caught Beddingham bowled Deleda.
Deleda. Yeah.
Deleda.
Tim Deleda, the Dutch international.
A bit of flight from Thompson on this, and it's eased to backward point by Stoneman on 92.
No, he's Baz Deleda. Of course, Baz Deleda is Tim Deleda's son, I believe.
Baz Deleda.
Yes, that's very much how it sounds.
Thompson bowls, and this ball's turned wide of mid-on by Stoneman for a single. He moves to 93. To be honest, you can pretty much say any word and it'll sound funny.
Yes, yeah, no, you can't. But don't say too many words, or you're in danger of saying more words than are said during a day's play. I'm not by 11:30 instructions yet, so.
Oh.
Perfect.
The door creaked ominously as you said, I haven't had my 11:30 instructions yet. The creaking door went behind us. Who's that then? Someone making Jane's coffee. Oh, she's got the same coffee cup as you.
Yeah, well, mine used to have the Derbyshire logo on, but it's worn off.
Oh.
Here's Jack Morley. Success in his previous over. Bowls to Stoneman, who defends this one straight to the ground.
Who gave you that then? Was it a gift?
Somebody at the club had just said, why don't you use that? No, you're not using paper cups the entire time. Part of the sustainability of the planet. Just do my bit. It's Morley bowls to Stoneman, who defends. I only ever have my food in cardboard.
Well, apparently
big
there's
cardboard square containers as well.
Apparently there's a surplus of sweet potatoes at the moment that are causing a huge problem. They need to be eaten, Fletch.
I think what they need to do is use them as fuel. This one is cut away by Stoneman. It's going to go past Bin Naeem initially. He slides and collects the ball now. And they go through for 2, and Stoneman moves to 95, 167 for 2. He moves to 95. I think I said that.
Hampshire agonising close. 440 for 7, 108 overs.
Of course, Derbyshire only need one more wicket for their first point of the match.
Aye.
Totally pointless, of course, but anyway. Here is Morley bowls to to Stoneman, rather. That one turned and bounced and hit him on the thigh pad. He does bowl quite quickly, Jack Morley.
Are you completely ruling out the possibility
Of
the Derbyshire can catch Glamorgan, who are 4 down for nothing against Yorkshire? 19 points.
On the evidence of my own eyes, yes, as Morley bowls. That one is defended by Stoneman back to him. Peter Shilton, 75 today. Happy birthday.
Has he emailed in?
No, it's just popped up on Twitter. Former Derby County, Leicester City. Was he in Forest as well? I'm sure he was. Here's Morley, England, of course. Bowls to Stoneman, who defends that one. Back to Morley, stops it with his right foot. And the over comes to an end. 2 runs from it, 167 for 2 with Deploy on 2. Stoneman on 95, Middlesex 6 behind now.
Not much to tell you from the other games, sadly. It's all about Hampshire and a batting point elsewhere at the moment. Here, well, this one's a little bit slow because Middlesex are not going to go anywhere fast unless they lose wickets. But they're just going to bat all day, aren't they?
Yes.
So it's going to be a slow plod at about 3.5 and over.
Yes.
And then a little charge to 450 if they get close. So over to Derbyshire. But there's a lot of spin out there, isn't there? So just maybe. Thompson bowling to 2 left-handers, in he comes again. And forward goes to Ploy, pushing to mid-off. He's beaten the bat a few times, hasn't he?
Well, it's definitely turning out there. I think we can safely say.
Ploy might get a bowl himself in the second innings. How did you?
He didn't bowl much at Derbyshire.
He's not bowled enough at Middlesex, I'd say. It's Thompson in bowls, and this is eased away into the offside. And there's no. That first game of the season against Glamorgan, the one thing it was doing at Lords was turning, and they didn't play Holman. Okay. And Glamorgan, apparently, came off the field at the end of the first day and apologised to Mason Crane for not playing. So, like, we've made a big mistake here. Middlesex eventually threw the ball to deploy. The aforementioned is on strike and cutting Thompson out to deep point for a single on 68 for 2. And he ragged it up the slope. He did. Ragged it. He's shaking his head, Fletch. Have you gone or are you with us?
No, I'm with you. 11:38. I don't think deploy's ever ragged the ball anywhere.
I'm telling you, that against the slope as well. Against the slope, beat the edge.
I'm not having it.
First one, I'll go back and find it on the stream. Forward goes Stoneman. Pushes it away into the offside, 168 for 2. You can listen to the commentary as well.
I'd rather not. How can I tell it's not just artificial intelligence that you've used to say, hey, AI, get me a video of, you could do that, I bet. Mr. Ploy ragging it.
A lot of flight on this, and that's left alone by Stoneman. And we need to come to the over from Thompson 2. Oh, another one's gone at Hampshire, 4-4, 1 for 8.
David Lloyd clapping there.
He's just had another one's gone at Hampshire. Yes, Stoneman pushing back to Thompson, there's no run. Organ is out, caught Van Beek off Verdi for 3. Oh, where's Verdi now? Verdi's at Worcestershire, is he? I thought he looks a good little player. Is he on loan at Worcestershire from Surrey?
Not sure. I think he must be, mustn't he?
Warwickshire are 1 for 2 against Essex.
They're a long way behind, aren't they, as
153.
Well?
Yates and Rhodes.
That's not
Gorn
ideal.
to Cook. Effic. Would they have had a chance if they hadn't have been docked point for the big bat? Which sounds like a rubbish T20 competition somewhere around the world.
I think that's the big bat. I was quite surprised by the big bat, given I thought all that had finished. Clearly not. Essex. I've got the wrong one, you fool. There it is. 172. Yeah, they'd have been a point better off than Hampshire as this first ball from a new over from Jack Morley to Leicester Ploy. He's defended in a very Leicester Ploy manner. Back towards the bowler, who looks at the ball intently as he makes his way back to his mark. Doesn't take him long to get through his overs, Jack Morley. Over 8 already, +3. He bowls to deploy, who turns that into the ground, taken by an Aaron Donald, 2 hands. So they sort of would have been in it. If you think Hampshire are still in it, they sort of would have been in it. Yeah.
And of course, the last game of the season is Essex Surrey at Chelmsford.
Wow. Next delivery, your home ground is clipped into the leg side by deploy out towards mid wicket. It's nicely fielded out there, but they're going to come back for the second. It was Mitch Wagstaff who picked it up. He's a good ground fielder. Wagstaff hurls it back in. 2 to deploy, moves to 5. Excuse me. Middlesex only trail by 3 now. And Morley is in again, bowls to deploy. He pushes this straight into the hands, off the floor, of course, of an Aaron Donald.
I found another one to get excited about.
Oh, good.
Nottinghamshire, 4-3-3, Kenton 0 for 0. Giving a close eye.
All out for 433, so they've rather collapsed there, haven't they?
Collapsed.
This next one is driven slightly over pitch from Morley. It's going to be driven for 4 by deploy, I fancy. Harry Kame's giving chase, but the ball's going to win that race. It is a slightly shorter boundary than normal here at Derby, and Middlesex now lead. Deploy moves on to 9, 174 for 2. Middlesex have a 1-run lead.
Yes.
Oh, joy. Now that lead will build, and it'll build exponentially quicker, it always seems, than when you're actually trying to wipe off a deficit. Deploy with a slip, leg slip and short leg. for Morley, who bowls this one. It's clipped up towards mid-wicket where it's fielded by Pat Brown. And there is no run. End of the over. Morley's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 35. Middlesex 174 for 2. With deploy on 9. Stoneman on 95. They lead by a single run. So that Nottinghamshire innings was dominated by Ben Slater's 150. Terrific effort from him. 160, in fact, he made before he was out.
Lancashire fighting back against Somerset, though, 57 for 2, lead by 51. Somerset only made 146 in their first dig.
See, that would be disastrous, wouldn't it? Lancashire won there.
All Kent are 5 for 1. Thompson bowls, Wood goes Stoneman, pushing back into the offside, and there's no run. Compton's gone LBW to Fletcher for 4.
His valedictory. Announced he was leaving Nottinghamshire. Oh, it was announced he was leaving Nottinghamshire. I assume they haven't offered him a contract. Where will he turn up?
Thompson bowls, and forward goes Stoneman, pushing back. Dot ball. How are Leicestershire doing for bowlers at the moment? Chris Wright was going to be going to Sussex last year, wasn't he?
Yes, there was something intervened.
Yes.
Josh Hull, of course, is injured, but will be away with England.
A lot of flight. And beating the edge. Thompson brings Stoneman forward. The left-hander looks to defend, but through to the gloves of guests. We've got Holland, Wood, Curry, Ahmed, Scriven and Travaskis.
Just loaned Roman Walker to the First Division, haven't they?
In comes Thompson bowls, and forward goes Stoneman. No run, wait it.
I can't remember, but he's gone into a First Division club. He was playing for the seconds
because
at Leicestershire because he wasn't being picked.
No, why has he been loaned?
Well, presumably the club needed a bowler, but I can't remember where he's gone. I'll find out.
Must be one of the relegation ones scrapping them, wasn't it? As Thompson bowls, it's pushed away into the offside and there's no run, because surely you just give the chance to a youngster, wouldn't you? You'd be pretty upset, unless it was with a view to a permanent. 4-4-7 for 9. Hampshire, 5 balls left. Oh, they've lost another one. Abbott's gone LBW to Verdi for 1.
Warwickshire signed him on a 2-match loan.
Huge amount of flight on this from Thompson. Stoneman eases that into the offside. There's no run. Mohammed Abbas joins Gubbins on 190 in this pursuit of 450 for Hampshire. Is going a little awry, because Mohammed Abbas then has the strikers. Abbott was LBW.
That's not
thrilling,
good, is it?
thrilling.
That's
4
not
balls
good.
left, 3 runs.
Is he playing for Warwickshire in this round of matches then?
Can you imagine Kevin James at the moment? Forgive me, but Jamie would be absolutely.
Oh, he will.
Mind you, Jamie would be saying, "Nah, not going to win it anyway." He would, wouldn't he? He'd be saying, "Nah, not going to win it." Of course, he's not going to win it.
He's been loaned to Warwickshire and not played, which makes perfect sense, of course. Here's Jack Morley into bowl. He's using his feet. He's deploying, clipping it up to mid-on when it's fielded by Thompson. Why would you loan somebody for 2 matches and then not play him? Another conundrum.
Oh, stop it. Abbas has just got it away for 4. 452 for 9.
Comes Morley, and it's a full delivery that's driven out into the offside by deploy but not timed. Kane does the fielding. Was it a good shot?
He's clipped it fine off, middle and off. Look at this. Look at this. He'd have been absolutely plumb. He stepped across and clipped it fine.
Nice. Yeah, nice shot.
Oh, brilliant.
I've got 1 minute.
Please let me turn it up so we can listen to J-Mo.
Well, you can in a moment, because I'm going to go. That one's turned into the leg side by deploy. 174 for 2. I've got to go.
Cheers, Fletch. So, Hampshire looking to keep alive their title hopes. Surrey, meantime, a 99 for 1 in reply to Durham's 262. Kent 5 for 1. Is there an update there? Reply to Nottingham's 433. Here's Morley. He's left arm over to deploy. Slip, silly point and a short leg, and deploy turns to square leg. Lancashire 58 for 2, leading Somerset by 52 in their second innings. Oh, Warwickshire. I'm going to wait to tell Fletch this one. They're 2 for 3, Warwickshire, against Essex. Trailing by 152. Morley with a bit of flight. Deploy turns a single wide of mid-on or fine of mid-on. Sussex 200 up, 200 for 6. In reply to Gloucestershire's 109. Simpson has 21 from 33. Carson has 10 from 32. And Glamorgan, dare I look, 61 for 4. Reply to Yorkshire's 361. Ingram still going on 25. Here's Morley's in, bowls, and forward goes Stoneman pushing back 175 for 2. Don't think anything major selling in the other matches to get particularly excited about. Yes, that's pretty much it up and down the country here. 175 for 2 is a very good position for Middlesex, leading by 2. With 8 wickets standing, pursuing 450, but at the moment it may be too little too late after the defeat to Gloucestershire last week. We shall see. Still plenty can happen in those games elsewhere, of course. Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. Middlesex can only do what they can do now. And off to Hove next week. So 175 for 2, deploy 10, Stoneman 95, and deploy on strike on 10, 2 slips and a short leg, and here's Thompson. Right arm round the wicket. Many steps, bowls, and a lot of flight. Deploy defends this one back up the track. Top ball, busy old roundabout outside the ground at the moment. Heavy traffic getting in each morning. I think they're relaying the surface of the road on the roundabout. Lots of flight from Thompson. This is dabbed into the offside and there's no run. Feels busier than usual. What time is it? 20 to 12. Cars bustling along. There goes a National Express bus as well behind the permanent temporary stand. Thompson in bowls. A lot of flight deployed. Dabbling on the front foot. It's a thick edge which loops into the offside, but quite low loop. It's popped up and down quite quickly. Falls away in front of the backward point. Thompson in the game though. Number 29 in his 19th deploy. It's a long way across to defend this one. We saw Holden with his advance from deep on the stumps, going forward and across. Stoneman, stone-like in his stance, and deploy crab-like to try and defend Thompson. As this one's a little shorter, and deploy sees it early, hits it hard but deep. Cover point set back, and it's just a single. Deploys onto 11, 176 for 2.
Oh, yes, I just got that.
Thompson again. Working hard on the ball. Oh, did they get? No, they didn't get back for 2. Scoreboard just hasn't updated it. It is Stoneman on strike as Thompson's in. Bowls and forward goes Stoneman defending into the offside. It's dot ball, 175 for 2. Deploy has 176 for 2, sorry. Deploy has 11. We'll have the strike. Stoneman has 95. The partnership's worth 14. Loss of Holden this morning. Bowled by Morley. Leg stump knocked back as Holden stepped too far across to the left arm spinner. That was a partnership that was worth 162 runs because Sam Robson was out second ball of the innings, 0 for 1 Middlesex. He was caught off Crawley. And it's going to be Morley to continue, 176 for 2. Lead of 3 for Middlesex. A bit of a conflab out there at the moment. Madsen and co. all coming together to have a little chat. At which point then, may as well have a look at the scores elsewhere, which we've been doing quite a lot. It's at that stage of the season where you're wondering what's happening here, what's happening there. Oh, Warwickshire, what on earth is happening there? Fletcher's nearly back with me, so I'll save it for him. Sorry, we've lost a second wicket. They're 110 for 2. Burns has gone, bowled Holder for 55. is that? No, Chemar Holder. Jason Holder was somewhere this year. Was it Worcestershire? Not a bad place to go and spend your summer. In comes Morley, slip, short leg, and a silly point on forward goes deployed. Defending back up the track, and there's no run. Oh, Fletch is back. Hello,
Apparently,
Fletch.
not prejudice, so that Alex Thompson's got both required criteria for the England selection: a high release point and a stupid haircut. I don't think his haircut's not as stupid as it used to be.
Bit of flight. Oh, it's gone through everything, has it? There's an appeal for LBW now. Well, it can only be
But if
appeal
it's
for
hit- But if
LBW.
it's hit his leg, he hasn't played a shot, surely.
4 runs. So it's bat.
No, he gave leg buys.
Oh, did he? Missed that, sorry.
I think. Yeah, he gave leg buys. Didn't play a shot, did he?
He's kind of jabbing the bat down at it, trying to
Was
defend,
he?
doesn't he?
I think
Left
that's
arm over to the left hand. I'm saying he's
iffy.
he's crab-like across the crease, isn't he?
deployed.
Trying to defend
oh, yeah,
it.
absolutely.
So, down the track he comes to this one and defends it back to deploy.
I don't think he's full of patience either.
He's a positive player for sure.
Yeah, he's a fine cricketer,
But then
patience not being one of his virtues.
Morley, we can switch ends now, can't we? That'll liven things up for us. So, he goes back to this one. He struck high up on the hip. An optimistic appeal by Morley.
Even more optimistic by the short leg.
Yeah.
He would have seen how high it was, but nothing else.
Yes.
I suggest.
Yes.
What he's doing appealing, I've no idea.
Oh, sorry, a 3 down. Lawrence has gone. Caught Beddingham. Bowled Delide.
Delida.
Delida as forward goes.
Delida.
Delida.
You're getting me at it now.
Follow Delida. Here's a single into the onside, if he's on Twitter or Instagram or anything. 180 for 2. Morley to deploy. Bit of flight, back and across he goes. Crab-like again to defend this one. There's almost something Chanderpulesque about that, isn't there? From deploy, 180 for 2 here. Middlesex lead by 7. So 3 down Surrey. They trail by 152, so that could be livening things up a little bit. Hampshire are gone for 4-6-2 against Worcestershire. Kent 21 for 1 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 4-3-3. Lancashire, there's a big butt coming to all this.
Nottinghamshire, yes.
What did I...
No, you carry on. Beautifully.
Lancashire,
You can say deploy right, that's all I'm asking.
64 for 2. They lead Somerset by 58, and Warwickshire have recovered from 3 for 4 to 8 for 4. They trail Essex by 146. Who is getting those wickets? 3 for Cook, 1 for Porter.
They couldn't get dragged in, could they? No, they could. If Lancashire and Nottinghamshire both win, and Warwickshire gets smashed, Warwickshire could get dragged in.
Ethan Bamber could be in Division 2 against Middlesex.
Which is as humorous as...
No,
as
he'll go through Middlesex at Lords if he is.
will be as amusing as Alex Thompson bowling from the... No, not as amusing as that. From the City and turned into the leg side by Stoneman for a single. He moves to 96, 181. To as amusing as Liz Deploy joining Middlesex and then them being relegated. The year after Shan Masood joined Yorkshire and then being relegated. Which is...
Who are you going to relegate next year?
well, whoever leaves. Well, Durham, presumably, as that one is pushed up by Deploy to mid-on.
That'd be
Sam
nice.
Connor's going to Durham
Marty to come down?
and relegating Durham.
The curse of Derbyshire.
It's real. Here comes Thompson again, Deploy. Defends it out into the offside, fielded by Pat Brown. Yeah, so Warwickshire could get dragged in if they're not careful, and they're certainly not being careful in the current match, are they, by any manner of means. As Thompson bowls, I want a little quicker Deploy. Chops it into the offside. It's
Where's their final game then?
fielded by Pat Brown, and David Lloyd starts to warm up with his own brand of off-spin. I'll tell you what, he has got a Jaffa in him. Warwickshire playing Nottinghamshire, don't they?
Yes, they
I think
do.
we said that before. This one's defended by Deploy. So, Nottinghamshire win this round of games and beat Warwickshire. Lancashire beat Somerset to end their hopes of winning the title. Who did Lancashire play in the last round of matches? You did say
Away to
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
That's right. Well, it is right because it's on the website. That one has beaten the edge of Deploy's bat and gone through to the keeper. It's the last ball of the over. 181 for 2, and David Lloyd isn't going to bowl just yet, mainly, I think, because he's got his fielding pads on. He's having a long chat with both Wayne Madsen and Alex Thompson, not to be outdone. More players are gathering. Look at this, there's a full-blown committee meeting going on here. Who else is in there? Pat Brown, Jack Morley. They're all there.
What's the Warwickshire hotel options like? Who do you go? Who do you stay in your Edgbaston?
I think we've only ever done one away game, Derbyshire at Birmingham, in my time in the Championship. Stayed in the city centre, and it wasn't ideal.
Wasn't there some headline about Birmingham failing as a city or something overnight?
I think that might be harsh. It's not a bad city. Come on, Jacko, is the cry. Of course it is. He bowls from the racecourse end.
And this is eased away to backward points by Stoneman. There's no run. Comes Morley again. Bit of flight. Defended by Stoneman. I can't see it on the BBC News website, so it can't be true then. Must have dreamt it. Maybe it was my attempt to try and convince Ethan Bamber to say, but Birmingham's failing as a city, Ethan. There's a bit of flight. Oh, that's driven into the silly point, who's refusing to rub it. Where's it hit him? Shin pad?
I think it was low down on his leg after it hit the floor, yeah. Toto Scalacci's died.
Oh dear, 1990 hero. There's Morley bowls, and this ball's run away fine by Stoneman on the back foot. Not quite sure he ready to go as fine as that, but fine it goes, and he'll pick up a couple. Slide from backward point, retreating. Holds Stoneman to 98. Birmingham is becoming a failed city, report finds. A failed city. It's the second city.
Well, is it?
What's the third? Is that?
There's one in the northwest that would lay claim to being the second city nowadays.
It's a bit of flight. This ball's dabbed into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket.
You ever been to
Stoneman.
Lancaster?
Bolton?
Have you been to Lancaster? Oh, Bolton's still a town.
No, Bolton's a town and Derby's a city.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah, Bolton's a town.
Bankrupt Birmingham. Why the council went bust.
Yes, they did go bust, didn't they?
Well, loads of councils go bust, don't
Yeah,
they? That was last year's news.
Yeah, they tend to.
Today. Here's a big appeal. Stoneman is in trouble. Back and across. He's hit on the pads in front, but the angle was not liked by the umpire. We'll watch the replay and get a better view of the line on that one. They were convinced, I have to say, it looked as though he was in trouble from here, but we haven't got the line of it. Stoneman batting on off stump. Did he just get outside the line? I can't quite see over your shoulder there.
I don't think he did. I think that's very close.
Very close to
Very close.
middle, to leg and off.
Yes, very close to being out, I would suggest. As I don't quite know what saved him there.
Let's have a look.
Well, I'll tell you what saved him. The umpire not raising his finger was saved him, obviously.
It's rock and roll.
Yeah.
Is that the same?
You rock and roll it, and I'll.
Well, what else are we going to do? It's a plod at the moment, isn't it? I mean, it might all come to life, a 6 for 3 collapse again, but it does feel as though it's all about just how far can Middlesex get at the moment. But Derbyshire will have other ideas, of course.
Is Thompson beginning a new over? There's another appeal for leg before wicket, and the deploy's been given. He is absolutely astonished. Thompson strikes, deploy's failed. He's made 11 on his return to the county ground. And Middlesex are 183 for 3 now. Deploy out for 11.
Now, I'm just about to look at the Stoneman one.
That didn't look out, by the way.
I was just about to say.
It didn't look out to me.
It was the start of the innings yesterday, wasn't it, where one looked out and the other one didn't. Where's Stoneman hit? Stoneman might just have been outside the line of off, you know.
No.
looking at it, because you can see all of leg stump, and he's hit on the outside of his pads. So if you think of the width of a pad,
No, I don't think they'll show that replay again on the big screen, but they'll show it again on the stream, I'm sure. Here it is. It didn't look out to me, I've got to say. Let's have a look.
oh, it's not. line, is it?
Oh, no, it's hitting middle and leg.
Oh no, I can't see the. I mean, the first. Oh, you've got a second replay. Let's have a look. There we go. Oh yeah, he's plumb.
Yeah, absolutely. But what he did was he then moved his leg a long way outside of leg stump, which is why it didn't look at. And it is.
Yep.
I mean, it's so out.
Yep.
It couldn't be more out. My apologies to Alex Thompson. That is definitely out.
My apologies to both umpires, because I think that's right. I think Stoneman was not out, and I do think that one was out. Yep, that's plumb. Plum. It's plum.
It's plumb.
But Stoneman, I do think, I can see why that was given not out. I do think that he was struck on the outside of his pad, and you could see all of leg stump. So if you think of the width of a pad, then that should tell you it's outside the line of off.
Science and facts, it looked out to me. That one looked out, and the other one didn't. But it turns out that the umpires have got it right. And that's why we're here talking nonsense, and they're out in the middle
Aye.
playing with
Talking nonsense too.
playing with people's lives. So,
What's more important than that?
Ryan Higgins is the new batter. His deploy is almost made. No, he's off. He looked aghast. However, I think when he sees the replay, he may well turn around and say,
He's
fair dues.
He's got a couple of rough ones in the last couple of weeks, Elias Deploy. So, you know, when you're on a run and you kind of think, right, that's not out. And it is. He's just been on a bad run. He got given out, caught behind off his back pad at Merchant Taylor School. But even from square on, I could have told you it was not out because you heard the noise. Yeah. And the noise, it was that dull thud that isn't that.
Run the woody sound.
And through it went, and he was like, no, come on. And the finger went up, and you looked at it, and it was so obvious that it beat the bat and hit the back pad and then clipped through. But the noise itself around
it's funny when it
Merchant
happens,
Taylor's. Well, it is, but not to Elias, and that's why I think he's probably miffed at that one, even though we'll get back to the dressing room and go, yeah, that was out.
Yeah, I think so. He's an honest chap, is Elias.
Yeah, he's lovely, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a lovely fella.
Yeah, he's a top man.
Very, very good signing by Middlesex, that.
It's Higgins then to face his first delivery. Can't be easy to get in on this pitch, I wouldn't have thought. As Thompson bowls, he turns it into the leg side, gets a good stride in. That's Ryan Higgins on that occasion, as is probably a good idea. I don't think the quicks are going to get much work today. As Thompson's in again, bowls to Higgins, who defends.
Sussex are 2-2-1 for 6. They lead by 112. So it's back to Glamorgan. Glamorgan are Middlesex's best chance. They're 78 for 4. Trailing by 283.
Let's see how they do when they follow on.
Yeah. Ingram 36.
Thompson in, using his feet. Higgins gets to the ball, the pitch of the ball, and turns it up to mid-on.
Although Titty you not, what was the score for Yorkshire? So they got to 200. They're 78 for 4. Following on, it's one of those situations where actually you force the follow on, and then all of a sudden they go and score 300 and something themselves. Bit of rain on Friday, didn't you say?
There is. Thompson bowls. That one is, again, using his feet. Higgins pushes it back towards Thompson. Doesn't field it cleanly. However, no run is taken.
Northamptonshire forced the follow on against Middlesex a couple of years ago at Wantage Road. And you thought, no. Middlesex went and trounced the third innings and bowled out Northamptonshire.
No, it can't happen.
Guess who? The hero that day.
Roland Jones.
Yes.
Ball clipped into the leg side by Higgins. Final ball of the over, a wicket maiden for Alex Thompson. 183 for 3. Middlesex now, they lead by 10.
And I've got to give it to Roland Jones because I have to admit I was really fearful when Middlesex lost Murtagh at the end of last season, went to retirement. I thought, goodness me, that's going to be so difficult because Roland Jones, now 36, injury record since 2017, 2018. He's been fabulous this year. He's been so good. He was rested at Bristol, which they admit was a mistake. And then the next match at Lords, he looked rusty. He just needs to keep bowling at his age. And so 2 games where they didn't play Roland Jones, and he should have played both. And he'd have loved it down at Bristol as well because it was a very bouncy hybrid. Here's Morley to Stoneman, who's still on 98. Morley's in, bowls, and Stoneman defends into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket.
You started something now.
Go
Nick
on.
Johnson. Hi, Dave. I live in Birmingham. Although the council have mismanaged their computer system installation
Morley bowls, and Stoneman's forward, pushing back, no run.
and failed to pay female workers fairly. The city is alive and well. I believe Leeds is bigger than Manchester, which is the fourth city. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Nick.
Manchester's the fourth
I'm
city.
not having Manchester below Leeds under
Ooh.
any circumstances, by the way. That is just clear nonsense.
Morley bowls, and this is tickled through square leg for a single. Stoneman's on to 99, no misfield. He just remains on 99, then 183, 184 for 3. What's the 5th? Liverpool? Nottingham, I suppose there's a gaggle.
Nottingham. Have a word with yourself.
Derby? What's the smallest city in the UK?
St David's in Wales, I would say.
I knew you'd know. Chelmsford became a city recently, didn't
I
it?
know, remarkable. And yet the football team had always been called Chelmsford City.
If there's anything ever more Essex.
It's like ideas above their station. Yeah. So it's going to be Jack Morley to continue. He needs to get on with it.
Matter.
He needs to get on with it here because I've got to go.
Oh, where have you got to go? Here's Morley. Bowls to Higgins. It's played edgily along the floor on the drive to backward point. Slip leg, slip and a short leg. Where have you got to go? Oh,
Not very far, obviously.
you've only just been.
I know, but this is the news one.
That's not as important.
This is more important.
There's a lot of flight from this one. In fact, there's not. It started a little flatter. Angle completely deceived me there as that came round to his hand. Left arm around the wicket. He's around the wicket now, is he, rather than over?
Just bowl quickly, though, Morley.
I thought that was going to be hanging in the air a little bit more, but it was quite a flat trajectory in the end. And he comes. I think I've seen him bowling too much of a left-hander. He's in now and drags that one down short, no doubt about that. It's a white ball delivery at the moment from Morley against Higgins. 184 for 3. It seems to be the kind of pitch where you're actually best advised as a spinner to bowl it almost as slowly as you possibly can. Just keep looping it, because they are bouncing, they are turning, they are gripping. So just keep hanging it up there in the air and either wait for the batter to eventually, right, I'm going for this one, and get stumped, or, well, as we've seen, plenty of turn, plenty of bounce. As Fletch is off, let's rip through the scores elsewhere. Surrey 124 for 3, trailing Durham by 138. Durham doing their best to take it to the final round in Division 1. Worcestershire won without loss, replying to Hampshire's 4-6-2. They got maximum batting points as they try and keep alive their hopes. Kent at 34 for 2 against relegation rivals Nottinghamshire. 4-3-3 they were all out for. Kent are as good as down already, if not already down as his. Thompson bowls and Stoneman back and across. Leaves this one alone outside the off stump from deep within his crease. Lancashire 78 for 2. They lead Somerset by 72. At Old Trafford in their second innings. And Warwickshire 22 for 4, trailing Essex by 132. Division 2 in a moment. 2 slips and a short leg. And here is Stoneman on 99. Thompson bowls and Stoneman's forward, bit of bounce, high up on the splice. That one falls to backward point, there's no run. Division 2, Glamorgan are 81 for 4. In reply to Yorkshire's 3-6-1 in Glamorgan Middlesex Trust. Because Sussex are 2-2-4 for 6, leading Gloucestershire by 115 in their first innings at Bristol. There's Thompson to Stoneman, it's defended back up the track, there's no run. Northamptonshire are 219 for 4. Leading Leicestershire by 16 runs, which leaves the small matter of Derbyshire versus Middlesex here at the County Ground Derby, where Middlesex looking good in the match situation. They lead by 11. Thompson bowls and Stoneman struck on the pad. The ball falls into the onside. No runs. Pushing forward the left-hander, right arm around the off-break bowler. So resumed on 125 this morning. Stoneman resumed on 79, so he's added 20 runs in the hour and 32 minutes he's been out there. And this one he's forward, tickling a single. Yes is the call. There's the century for Mark Stoneman. 185 for 3 Middlesex. Stoneman goes to three figures from 170 deliveries, and it's a quite simply brilliant knock. Derbyshire was skittled for 173, and when Stoneman and Robson walked out there last night, well, when Robson was gone second ball, it looked as though it could have been a procession, but Stoneman took the attack to the hosts, and still there now with 17 fours to his name. It's been a quite simply wonderful innings for the Middlesex Open, and has put his side in a very, very good position in this must-win match.
Yeah, brilliant knock. Brilliant knock.
Here's Thompson to Higgins, and the right-hander's down the track and driving just out of reach of the left-hander Thompson. It was in the air, but it was a low, flat trajectory because it was well struck by Higgins and ushered back down the ground for 4, which gets Higgins off the mark. 1-8-9 for 3.
Higgins didn't look like he wanted to be kept on naught for very long there, did he? The way that he danced down the track at Alex Thompson. Fair play to him. If he wants to take the attack to Derbyshire, he will live and die by that particular sword.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, Middlesex this morning received 125 for 1. So they've lost
64 for 2.
So they haven't gone anywhere fast this morning, have they? Which has certainly slowed down any thoughts of the 450. At one point they were rattling along yesterday evening, weren't they?
They were going up 6 and over at one point. I think you can against the new ball. Once the ball just loses a bit of its hardness, then it becomes increasingly difficult for the batting side to score quickly. Here's Jack Morley, beginning his 15th over, 1 for 39. He bowls to Stoneman, who defends that one back to him. And there's no run, so the 2 wickets this morning. Max Holden for 68, bowled by Morley, round his legs. And there's deploy leg before wicket to Alex Thompson for 11. Morley is in again, bowls, and that one is pushed a little bit aerially initially past David Lloyd at silly mid-off, but he didn't move a muscle. And there is no run. The lead is 16. It was 10 when deploy was out. He goes back into his stumps here, Stoneman, and just chops the ball out square on the offside, where it's fielded by Harry Moore. He was then in deep in conversation with Hassan Adnan, formerly of this parish, of course. Stoneman moves to 101, 190 for 3. Higgins with a short leg, a slip and a leg slip. Faces Morley, who defends that first one out into the offside. The sun is desperately trying to break through here. In fact, just the first real signs of proper sunshine of the day. Uniformly grey pretty much above, but it's starting to break up, it seems. And Higgins just taking his time here. Lunch at 12:30, of course, in September. As Morley is in again. That one is defended by Higgins off the back foot out into the offside, fielded by Brown. And there is no run. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. There's a little bit of excitement there from mainly from the bowler. I think it's fair to say the final ball of the over, just the 1 run from it. 190 for 3. The lead's 17. Stoneman has 101 and Higgins has 4. Since he was capped yesterday, it's become increasingly difficult to spot Zach Chappell out on the field because he normally wears the floppy sun hat. He's very proudly wearing his Derbyshire cap at the moment, as he did yesterday. Only when he starts running can you spot him. Morley and Thompson deep in discussion there. Got to see the 2 spinners just comparing notes. Looking for the captain. I can't find him at the moment. Why can't I find the captain? Oh, because he's talking to Thompson. He's at the far end. Just to see if he's removed his fielding pads, because he does bowl off spin.
Reminds me of you and Martin Emerson when you get together, the way you two compare notes.
Yes. He has more extensive notes than I have ever had.
Marty's monologue.
Well, he stopped.
Marcy's morning
He
monologue.
stopped sending me. He used to do these match notes. He used to send them to everybody, but he stopped sending
Did he?
them to me. Yeah,
He never sent them to me.
He stopped sending them to me when he
He knew
realised
better.
that I didn't open them. It's Thompson from the City end. It's a short delivery, and it's cut away by Stoneman out towards the point boundary where it's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff, and he moves to 102, 191 for 3. Lead is 18.
Warwickshire 28 for 5, but Glamorgan also 5 down. 86 for 5. Sussex still 6 down.
All going wrong.
See you next year, Fletch.
You will. Looking forward to it. All right.
Ingram's still there on 38.
Thompson bowls. Higgins turns that one into the leg side. There's no a lot of emergency service activity in the background.
It was all going to be so much fun the end of this season.
You're immune to that, aren't you?
Fun?
No emergency service activity in the background because there's that much in London. And, Higgins uses his feet, clips it into the leg side, fielded nicely by Pat Brown. Whereas if we get 2 sirens together,
Must be the Python again.
yes, it's very, very noticeable. Almost,
Python's got it out again.
almost certainly the Python. I still can't find that story, and it wasn't repeated in 12 o'clock. This next delivery. Oh, he's bowled him. Thompson's got Higgins. He went for the expansive-looking drive, but it's come back in, and it's hit middle and leg. And Higgins goes for 4 of 15 deliveries, and Middlesex are 191 for 4 now, and their lead is just 18.
Yeah. So it's been a really good morning from Derbyshire, hasn't it? They've put the brakes on Middlesex, who were rattling along yesterday with Stoneman and Holdham. When Holdham was bowled, Middlesex were already stalled, weren't they? It wasn't as though that was the beginning of the stall. So Derbyshire have kept it very, very tight here, and knowing what Middlesex's game plan would be, or has to be, to go for maximum batting points. And they said, well, let's make it as difficult as possible. The ball's got some turn.
Aggressive shots are very difficult. That was quite an expansive drive that Higgins was attempting there, and he has perished. But
Well, I remember saying to you at the start, Middlesex weren't really going anywhere, and it was the 40th over or so, 42nd over, I think it was at the time, because we were saying the ball was middle-aged, weren't we? The point being, if it's turning for the spinners like this, it's not exactly as though you can play to put overs into the ball and overs into the legs of the spinners and then 60 to 80 score the runs, which is where we are now, 63rd over. There's that ball, just an inside edge, I think, from
was it?
Higgins. Well, I mean, big turn to take the inside edge.
Yeah.
Here we go. See it from this angle, maybe. The keeper's head will probably block it off, but big turn, taking the inside edge and then deflecting on. I mean, as you say, it took leg. It probably would have taken off without the inside edge, wouldn't it?
Did he get it? I'm not sure
Did
he
he
has
not?
got an inside
Blimey,
edge,
that's
you know.
turned some,
I
has
think
it?
it's turned a lot. I don't think he's got an
that.
inside edge, you know.
My apologies. I thought we glimpsed one on the replay there. That's turned something, isn't it?
You have a look. You
Yeah,
tell me.
no, I believe you.
If it is, it's a very, very faint one. I would suggest my eyes aren't as good as yours. So you've got middle-aged eyes. I've got very old ones that are in need of a 2-yearly checkup come the end of the season. I can't actually see, but
Well, we might not have. It's really turned a lot, hasn't it?
it has.
The camera's wobbling away, isn't it?
Thompson in bowls to the new batter, who is wicketkeeper Jack Davies. Another left-hander. Blimey, what's going on? How many left-handers have we got? Is this the last one?
No, Luke Holman. Yeah, the poor old camera's been shook by the wind out there. That cold wind blowing across the ground today.
Cold wind, mate. What's it? That one is left alone by Davis. Just saved my career. One run off the over and 1 wicket off the over for Alex Thompson, who now has 2 for 37 from his 23 overs, 191 for 4. And Middlesex was Stoneman on 102, and Derbyshire to get off the mark, lead by 18.
You may well be right that didn't take the inside edge, but just look at the turn on it.
Oh, yeah.
If that hasn't taken the inside
I
edge,
think
that's turned from almost,
Fifth stump.
if not even more, sixth where it pitched. That's
Yeah.
fifth stump now as it's
Yeah.
beating the inside edge.
Definitely hit middle and leg.
Yeah.
But if it was an inside edge, it was a very faint inside edge, wasn't it? It wasn't as if that's the reason that he's been bowled, which is why Thompson punched the air in delight, I'm sure.
God, dearie me. That's a fair old bit of turn. And that's why run scoring has been so difficult out there this morning. Here's Morley to bowl to Stoneman, who's still going, and easing this to backward point. Stoneman has 102 of Middlesex's 191 runs, of which Max Holden also has a 50 in the scorebook in this one, so Middlesex a little short of runs, other than those two of the 6 they've had out there so far, as here's an inside edge from Stoneman, just falls wide of leg stump, trickles to the fielder at 45, and there's no run. It was 68 for Holden, 11 for Deploy. I say the 6 they've had out there, you can't throw Davies into that. He's only faced 2 balls, but of the 5 who've had time in the middle. On the back foot, Stoneman turns to mid-wicket, no run. But yeah, still to come. Josh Carey's right-hander, opening bat, dropping down the order at the moment. Holman, Roland Jones, Bamber and Cornwall. Cornwall's a left-hander as well. Oh, it'd be fun if he gets out there.
Well, he will.
It's a big ball. Here's a lovely-looking drive from Stoneman, a good tumbling stop. That's extra cover, rolling to his right. As Harry came to prevent even a single. Oh, there's chatter, excitement at the County Ground Derby. There's a flat ball that races past the edge of Stoneman's bat from Morley.
That did not bounce at all. Wow.
Well, match situation-wise, only leading by 18. Yeah, match situation-wise, you don't want to be batting last on this.
No, you don't. I've become optimistic again. It's not like me.
When was the last time that happened? This inside edge from Stoneman onto the toe, and it falls along the floor to slip. But it's all go out in the middle. 191 for 4, and for the first time since 1977.
Well, 1998, I got optimistic briefly, I think, but yeah, you might be right. Listen, the teams I've covered and the team I support in football, and I have no business to be optimistic
But
about
life in general, Fletch.
Oh, I'm loving life. Loving life.
Pessimistic about sport, optimistic about life.
Yeah, that's probably right.
I'm the other way around.
No, life's good. So, 191 for 4, a lead of 18, and we've got 15 minutes until the lunch interval. I don't think we're going to see a change in bowling before then. And they'll get their feet up, their fingers rested. And here is Alex Thompson. 2 wickets already today. It's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and it's going down leg side, says umpire Hassan Adnan Davis. 3rd ball that he'd faced. But Hass generally gives an impression or an indication, that's a better word, of where the ball is going and why he's saying not out. He did so on that occasion, as this next delivery is defended. Long stride forward by Davis.
I've got something better than AI. It's called Danny Knights, who's the director Dan at Middlesex on the stream. Here's Leas Deploy ragging it for you. Actually, I'll wait after this ball just in case.
Okay. When this ball's been ragged, I can see another one on a camera. That was pushed out into the offside. Wow.
You couldn't see that, could you?
Not really, no. It looked like it where the wicketkeeper took it from. That's what I was getting at.
Oh, it did, yeah. It really went, turned and bounced up the slope.
Next delivery's full, and it's driven, nicely fielded by Pat Brown. Beautiful fielder, Pat. As Davis practices another expansive drive, but he's such a good fielder, Pat Brown.
We got 2. Danny sent us another one of Leas ragging it.
It's the same one with different things at the bottom. Come on, Dan, sort it out. So he's done it twice in his career. Here comes Thompson, who bowls. That was left alone by Davis to go through to the keeper.
And this one was when North East was on 120, 233 for 2, and Deploy was sure that he had him. Through to Davis's when North East hit 335 in that beating Gooch's record at Lord's Kookaburra match.
He's doing a little dance there, Deploy, as Thompson is in and bowls a short of a length at the delivery that's pushed out to the offside by Davis. Back-to-back maidens. So Middlesex yet to score a run since losing Ryan Higgins for 4. Davis yet to get off the mark, therefore Stoneman has 102, 191 for 4, leading by 18.
And Dom Ford in the Middlesex office doffs his cap. He says, you did call a Stoneman special yesterday. He got going, didn't he, Stoneman? A Stoneman special, I said to you when he went out there.
Oh, you
had
did?
A feeling of a
Yes,
Stoneman.
Yeah.
Stoneman special.
I say all sorts of things and people always forget them. So
Probably for the best.
Yes, true enough. The only things I can generally predict is a change of bowling. That we're not going to see one before lunch, I don't think. David Lloyd has got his fielding pads on, which is why we're not going to see it. Of course, Mitch Wagstaff is out there, the leg spinning opening bat, but he can't bowl because he is a concussion replacement for Lewis Rees, who's a medium pace left armour, and Mitch Wagstaff is an orthodox leg spinner.
You've spilt your sweetener.
Oh yeah, that's the thing from the inside the.
What is it?
It's that
From but from what? It's
inside this computer bag here. It came with that.
the moisture thing.
Yes.
Which says do not eat.
Yes.
Just don't put it in your tea.
I won't eat it.
Morley's in, bowls, and forward goes Stoneman, pushing away into the offside. It's fielded at backward point. I was a little perturbed when I found one of those in my crispy seaweed from Sainsbury's or other supermarkets that are available.
Yeah, not up here, they're not. Sainsbury's. You've changed.
In comes Morley. It's pushed into the onside and there's no run. But yeah, that was
Why
obviously
would,
a very...
why would it be in
I know.
crispy? Well, to keep it crispy, presumably. Why are you eating seaweed for a start? That's the first question, rather than whether it's...
They'd sold out a sweet potato that day.
Dear, oh dear.
Morley, bit of flight, and this ball's driven back. There's no run. But yeah, well, I opened it up and saw that in there. I thought, what on earth? But they obviously have it in such a tight
Keep it crispy.
package container.
Oh, yeah. We had sausage and mash on day 2 at Northamptonshire last week.
Sausage and mash.
Magnificent it was. Absolutely magnificent. We had that down at Glamorgan as well earlier in the season.
Morley bowls a flatter once a Stoneman. It's turned short leg, no run again. Super Glammy's not so super performance is 92 for 5 at the moment against Yorkshire. They are 120 from avoiding the follow-on. I suppose there is that, isn't there? Avoid the follow-on and then hope it rains on Friday, but...
Yes,
Morgan.
the last 5 wickets to get 120 when the first 5 have got 91 might be asking a lot.
In Colin Ingram we trust. There's that. Forward goes Stoneman, turning to short leg, and there's no run. Still there, isn't he? 40.
Yeah, wickets for
69
Fisher and
balls for
Code,
Code.
so it hasn't started
Oh,
turning.
they're fine. Harris isn't even come in yet.
Hasn't started turning yet.
3 go down around the bat. And this ball's driven beautifully by Stoneman. It may have been a full bunger from Morley, that little too
it
flat.
was.
And straight of extra cover, no mid-off in place. Stoneman moves to 106. 195 for 4.
He has got one in him.
Stoneman.
No, Morley, a full toss.
I wonder what Stoneman's got in him. Big innings this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's holding it together for Middlesex. 106 from 186. So Middlesex is 195 for 4. Davies with him and the all-rounders to come.
Lead 22.
What's his highest score? I've got a feeling.
Don't look his highest score up.
Well, it's all right if I don't say it, isn't it?
Well, I'll say it then. He'll have a double century, won't he, Stone?
Oh, look at that beard. How have I missed that?
227.
He doesn't. He doesn't. I
Does
didn't think he
not?
did.
Oh,
No.
I would have put my money on him having a double century. Here's Alex Thompson beginning a new over to Davis, who plays that back towards the bowler.
Have you seen that beard? Look at this. He looks like something out of a Peter Jackson movie, doesn't he?
Nice. Yeah, that's got to
Look
come.
at
That has to come back at some point.
Someone's put it on his Wikipedia page.
I should think they have.
Probably Toby Rowland-Jones.
Thompson bowls to Davis, who clips that aerially into the leg side for a couple, I fancy, as
Is that real?
Zach Chappell gives chase.
Actually, he looks like a young Dave Fletcher in that, doesn't
Yes,
he?
he does. I didn't have a beard when I was young.
I mean, it does to the extent almost look as though it's been
It
cropped
is-
on.
It is fantastic.
He looks so happy with it that it is real, isn't it?
Yeah. Next delivery turns and bounces, and it's left alone by Davis, who's got a short leg, a silly mid-off, and a slip. Man at cover, backward point, cover on the boundary as well, mid-off, mid-on, and a deep backward square leg. It's Harry Moore. Comes Thompson again, bowls. That one's left alone by Davis to go through to Brooke Guest. 197 for 4. Lead 24. These leads always start to climb alarmingly. As Thompson's in again, and he sweeps this one out towards them. Well, it wasn't a sweep. It was a sweep, but it was a slog sweep out towards the East Midlands demolition stand for 4 runs. Thompson stands there stroking his chin. An aggressive shot from Davis, who moves to 6th, and the 200's up for Middlesex. 201 for 4.
He's 37 now, Stoneman. You wouldn't have thought it.
No.
You really
He's
wouldn't.
been around for a while, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, I just looked up his debut. It was 2007 for Durham. Moved to Surrey for the 2017 season. Following his England call-up.
Davis waits now as Thompson is in, and he defends this one into the offside. And there's no run. So that boundary very much spoiling Thompson's 25th over. 2 for 43, his figures now. Middlesex 201 for 4, leading by 28. Lancashire have now got a 100-run lead against Somerset, and they're only 2 down. 1 wicket has fallen today. 21 fell yesterday at Old Trafford. Kent at 2 down against Nottinghamshire, trailing by 374. It's not nailed on, and Warwickshire getting absolutely pumped by Essex at 38 for 5, second time round, trailing by 116 and heading for a 2-day defeat at Edgbaston. Now he continues to warm that arm up, does David Lloyd. I wonder if he is going to have a go before lunch. He'll have to remove lots of padding and protection if he is. Unless he bowls in the fielding pads, that'd be great.
Morley bowls. Full toss again. He gets away with it. It's mid-on, all along the floor from Stoneman. There's no run. Just looking to see when Mark Ramprakash, how old he was until he played 6 at Stoneman. I mean, Ramps looked as though he could go on forever, didn't he?
Well, he still looks young now.
He does, yeah, annoyingly.
How old was he when he won Strictly?
He was 103 at that
I
point.
thought he was.
And his flat delivery, forward defence from Stoneman, push back, there's no run. Last first class was 2012 for Ramprakash. Horsham, June 2012.
Lloyd's definitely going to come on, by the way.
Morley to Stoneman. This is defended into the offside, no run again, and he was born September 69, so he hadn't turned 42. Is that right?
Got a 99 at Chesterfield.
Did he?
The scoreboard said it was 100.
Oh, Morley bowls, and this ball is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. So you mean he should really?
He knew, though. He knew
that it was 99.
that it was 99.
So it put him off.
Well, no, the 100 went up on the scoreboard, but he didn't acknowledge the crowd who were all applauding him in the next ball on.
He got out.
Subsequently got out for 99.
See, it put him off. So that would have been his Morley bowls, and forward goes Stoneman, no run. First class century, 552 for.
And that tale and many more are found in the Jewel in the Crown by David Griffin. If you haven't, David, yes. If you haven't got your copy, it is well worth a read.
What was he telling us on Twitter this morning, on X?
I didn't see it this morning. I was doing something else.
Morley's in, bowls, and Stoneman struck on the pads. That's going down the leg side, though. He was telling us yesterday that he got his Richard Johnson stat wrong, didn't he? 10 for 46. He said it was 10 for 45. Jono corrected him.
Oh, really?
That was yesterday's tale. Off goes Morley again. Slip, silly point, and a short leg. Something's made him chuckle out there, isn't it? I think laughter delays play. Off he goes. Sun nearly breaking through as he bowls, and Stoneman bumps it back to him. 203 for 4.
He's missed a trick there, Morley, for the old crowd catch.
Aye, throw it up in the air.
Thrown that up in the air and celebrated wildly, and the crowd, some of the crowd would have gone with him, no doubt.
And the snappers, just in case they were wrong. Griff would have been snap, 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 snap.
David Lloyd is now removing bits of his undergarments so that he can come on to bowl from the city end, which means that Alex Thompson's spell this morning finishes with 17 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 29. That's worth a note, I think.
Worcestershire are 24 for 3. Have you noted that yet?
No.
Reply to Hampshire's 462. Surrey 152 for 3. Still trailing Durham by 110. You said the Lancashire one, they were 106 for 3. Leading by 100. And Glamorgan and Sussex.
That's a
and Gloucestershire.
substantial lead with only 2 down. That could be the end of Somerset. That could.
Well, they only scored 146 in their first innings, didn't they, Somerset? Glamorgan, Yorkshire and Gloucestershire, Sussex. I think we could just glaze over that for now, can't we? Focus on what a lovely game we got going on here.
Now that the sun's out here.
Warwickshire 42 for 6.
6 down now, are they? They're going to lose today.
16th over.
In 2 days, on their home ground.
Extra half hour before lunch.
To Essex. Wow. Is it Essex?
Have you ever done a 5-session game? It is Essex. I had a 5-session game at Swansea.
I'm sure I have. It's David Lloyd, the Derbyshire skipper, with his off-spin bowling to Davis, who clips the first ball out towards the straight mid-wicket boundary. It's been chased down by Zach Chappell. Unfortunately for him, the ball stops. He hurls it in a direct hit. Mike just have had Davis in a spot of bother, but they get through for 3. Davis moves to 9, 206 for 4. The lead is 33. Brings Stoneman on to strike. And Lloyd bowls, and that one is clipped out towards square leg. They go through for a single. It's fielded by Moore. 107 to Stoneman, 207 for 4. This is likely to be the final over of the session. There are 4 balls to go, and the clock says 12:29. Lloyd bowls. Oh, he's edged and caught, and Lloyd gets his wicket. He often gets a wicket in the first over that he bowls. Davis is caught by Harry Kame at second slip. He goes for 9, and at lunch, Middlesex, with Mark Stoneman still unbeaten on 107, will be 207 for 5.
Aye. Well. 207 for 5 it is. They've got to double their score at least, haven't they, Middlesex? They've got to try and get 400, surely. But again, results are not going their way elsewhere anyway, so it's all about Stoneman, isn't it? He does have a couple of good bats to come in Davies and Holman, and of course Toby Rowland-Jones as well. But
Davis has just got out, so he doesn't have him to come, but...
De Carey's, didn't I say? Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'll give you that.
Glamorgan have just lost a 6th. 98 for 6, and it's not Ingram. He's still there on 41. Van der Gooten, LBW to Fisher for 9. So all good news, cheery as we go to lunch. It's for Derbyshire.
Yeah, the lead is 34. That's been a very good morning for Derbyshire's spinners. David Lloyd, I'd be fascinated to see how many wickets he takes in first overs. I think that's the 3rd time he's done it this season, but stand to be corrected. And he's just straightened a little bit. It was a good catch down to his left-hand side by Harry Kame, who has now had some meaningful action twice in the final, from the final ball before the lunch interval. Yesterday he got his half-century, which was barely acknowledged because they walked off for lunch. Today he's taken a very decent catch. And, Derbyshire not entirely out of this one yet. Middlesex still with some work to do. They lead by 34. We'll be back at around about 1:10 for the afternoon session. bat out in the middle, 207 for 5, a lead of 34. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, Kevin Hand from BBC London.
Hello.
Guiding you through the excitement over the course of the next 60 overs and 3 balls, which is good because Derbyshire's over 8 is +8. When was the last time you saw an over 8 of +8?
Well, Kookaburra rounds this year. It's pretty big a couple of weeks ago up at Yorkshire.
That's quite impressive, though. Derbyshire never +8. So 3 balls to go in the over. Bowled by David Lloyd. A single, and a wicket off the first 3. Lloyd is bowling to De Keres, who goes back and guides that to backward point. Wants a single, but Harry Moore. Harry Morley is somebody else completely. Harry Morley is Jack Morley's cousin. Remarkably. This next one is pulled into the leg side. There's a chase around the boundary here for Mitch Wagstaff that he won't get to, and De Keres begins his innings after the dot ball with a boundary. 211 for 4, the lead 38.
De Keres made his debut for Middlesex as an opening bat.
Yes, I think he was opening the batting when we saw him a couple of seasons ago. 3 seasons. When did he make his debut? A while ago. Next delivery is left alone. Nicely left. Dear oh dear. That one didn't bounce very much. It clearly didn't turn quite enough either for David Lloyd. And the over comes to an end. A successful over. He did concede 6 runs during it, but he also picked up the wicket of Jack Davis just before lunch. Middlesex 211 for 5. Lead for Middlesex now is 238.
Yeah, excuse me. He was in replacing Robson as an opener. Josh De Keres. Actually, I say he made his debut as an opening bat. That is not true because he made his debut at Cheltenham College.
So
he was opening the bat. He was.
Yeah,
he was opening Robson.
Kev, come on.
He was. But I'm forgetting that he opened at Cheltenham College as well. But I remember him doing it against Durham and against Nottinghamshire. High score still 80, which came early in those innings. Games where there was an injury which thrust him into the side. Here's Morley, left arm over to the left-handed Stoneman, who he was presumably replacing in that game, injured as this is driven to mid-off by Stoneman, no run. Stoneman 107 from 195 balls and holding it all together for Middlesex, 211 for 5. Holden batted well, 68. Everybody else struggling to get going as Stoneman digs one out, full one from Morley. I'm not quite sure he's going to get him now, but I'm not quite sure Morley's particularly upsetting Stoneman at the moment. I'd probably, if I were Stoneman, quite fancy the spin coming into me at a very flat trajectory as it is, but may have just bought a wicket for Derbyshire as this ball's full outside of the off stump and driven away for 4. Stoneman moves to 111.
Too full and wide.
But too flat a trajectory as well, I think, on this pitch. It's a pitch where you want that ball to have a little bit of flight, a little bit of air, a little bit of hang time, and then all of a sudden, just skips up in front of the batter, doesn't it? Whereas
he does bowl quickly.
If he were turning it away from the bat at the moment, you'd say, all right, fine, but the flat trajectory into the left-hander feels as though it's almost playing into Stoneman's hands.
Yeah.
Stoneman seems quite happy being forceful against him, but again, that may be the ploy. Go on, force if you like. Because he's going to have to force the run somewhere. They've been dried up today by Derbyshire. As Morley bowls again, and Stoneman defends a slower ball on a good length. It's fielded at short leg. On 11.
So, David Lloyd will just bowl the one over the way Alex Thompson is warming up.
Sun absolutely glorious at the moment as Stoneman's forward and drops a single into the offside. That's well batted on 112 from 199 balls for Stoneman. And now this is the combination really that Morley and Derbyshire would want. Left arm around to the right-handed De Keres. He had a little look at Higgins, didn't he?
Not much of one, even lasted 15 balls.
No. Takes his guard. There are 2 slips and a short leg. And Morley to De Keres for the first time. 216 for 5. Thumping my microphone as is Morley. Bowls, and this is tickled backward square on the leg side for a single. De Carey's moves to 5 from 4. He'll keep the strike. 217 for 5. Middlesex lead by 44. The Riches.
It doesn't seem very much, but it feels relatively significant.
Yeah, but
Low-scoring game.
you never know. You never know. It's the batting last on this, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they'll probably have to go and hit something at least very, very close to Middlesex's score.
Well, I think that Middlesex have had the heavy roller twice already.
Oh.
Certainly this morning, and I'm sure in between innings it was a heavy roller. Here is David Lloyd, shows what I know about cricket. He bowls his second over. It's cut by De Carey, straight to Moore, a backward point. And there's no run. De Carey's a quite hard bat tapper. As that one is signalled as a wide by Hassan Adnan. I don't think it was that wide, but it clearly was. One more to the total, 217 for 5. Lloyd is in again. That one's on target and almost gets through the 218 for 5 with De Carey's. Defence, he's on 5. Lead 45. Lloyd, another one who gets to his overs really quickly. Bowls a full toss, and that's driven down the ground for 4 by De Carey. He's not going to miss out on those. That's just a horrible delivery from the Derbyshire skipper. 222 for 5. Lloyd has now conceded 13 runs from 9 balls. One of those 9 balls took a wicket as well, so he doesn't want to let the pressure off. Derbyshire certainly don't want to either. The lead up to 49. He's in and bowls. That one's better and driven again though, and he just got a little hand to it there, David Lloyd. He took the sting out of it. It's been chased down by Morley. They'll come back for a second. De Carey will move into double figures. He's on 11. 224 for 5. With 2 balls of the over still to go. It's going to be long before we see Alex Thompson. Lloyd is in again. Gives this one a bit of a tweak and it's pushed out into the offside. Fielded by Moore.
If 222 for 2 is always the Australian score, Warwickshire, on the New Zealand score. Suxley, sucks for sucks.
Only with a Scottish accent for some reason, as that one is defended by De Carey's. Back to David Lloyd to finish the over. 2 overs, 1 for 15. Lloyd, 224 for 5.
That'll be 66 for 6.
Middlesex lead by 51.
Warwickshire trail by 88. 66 for 6.
That was an interesting accent that you used there.
Thank you.
I use interesting in the sense of dreadful.
It was a heavy lunch. It was to lift ourselves some energy. Lamb, mint and lamb. It was lovely.
Yeah, it was nice.
It's heavy though, wasn't it?
No, very nice with a bit of rice. Interesting. That would have been nice with mashed potato, I think.
Oh, I'd be on the floor now if it was mashed potato.
That's what we needed.
Done for. What, me on the floor?
No, mashed potato. David Lloyd will not be bowling again because he's now putting back on his fielding pads. He's dropped his trousers out in the middle, which means that we're going to see Alex Thompson fairly shortly. No, we're not going to see that. Yes, that could have been. I hadn't even thought of that, to be fair. We're going to see Alex Thompson, as he likes to call it. 224 for 5. Middlesex leading by 51.
Oh dear.
De Carey has had enough of his sleeveless sweater. He's already asked for that to be taken off by a 12th man if he can get his nose out of his dinner.
Wait, really? Is that enough of his... No, he's still got his sleeveless sweater on.
No, he's just asked the 12th man to come on and take it from
Oh,
him.
I see, sorry. He's waiting for the end of the next over.
He's just realised that it's warmer up here than it is down south because he just completely miscalculated.
I thought you were saying that he had another sweater on top of it and he's still got that one on.
No,
Wow.
no.
Even I'm not that cold.
Nobody should be cold.
Here's Morley to Stoneman. Slip, silly points and short leg around the bat, and that one's driven away, but with an open face only as far as backward point, and there's no run.
I assume he was born in the south.
To Carey's, yeah, Radlett.
No, his dad is. He's a
Lancastrian, yeah.
pretend Mancunian these days.
Oh, these days. When did you disown him as his? Bearing in mind he's probably watching at the moment. As it's off the pads of stone and it falls away through square leg.
When he moved down south. Come on. Well, at least he still regards himself as a Lancastrian, having been born in Lancashire, unlike another England captain who pretends to be from Yorkshire when he clearly isn't.
Here's Morley to Carey's slip, a leg slip and a short leg. 2-2-5 for 5. And Morley's around the wicket, he bowls. Forward goes to Carey's defending, and there's no run. Yeah, that Radlett, Hertfordshire area, that's kind of the national.
Is that where they all live?
Commentators, footballers,
all
commentators.
all the people who've earned a couple of quid. Yeah.
Well, more because of the location in terms of if you were to live somewhere relatively central to get everywhere.
You would live in Burton,
into the offside.
which is very much in the centre of the country. That's why St George's Park was built there.
How far's Hertfordshire to Burton?
It's not far. If you don't ever want to venture north anymore, you go and live in Hertfordshire. If you want to be in the centre of the country, you live in Burton.
All right, I can't get you out of this one, Athers. He's Carey's dabs into the onside, no run. 2-2-5 for 5. Tried my best.
I think it's probably cheaper to live in Burton than Hertfordshire as well, I would imagine. But don't get many hotels like the one I stayed in last night in Hertfordshire, certainly.
Morley bowls and to Carey's dabs defensively into the offside. There's around. Speaking of Lancashire, they're 111 for 3, which means they lead Somerset by 105 now.
That is a decent position, you know.
Yeah, Somerset are going to be missing out again by the looks of it.
There we go. He's shedding his sleeveless sweater now to Carey's.
Oh, it's much brighter now, isn't it? Warmed up a bit as well.
Dear, oh dear. This isn't even the north. This is the East Midlands.
To welcome City and Alex Thompson.
I'm staggered. So it is going to be Alex Thompson, as I suspected, given that David Lloyd has put his fielding pads back on.
What's the old saying? North of the Watford Gap, wasn't it?
Yes.
Where is the Watford Gap? Because it's not in Watford.
No, it's a long way north of Watford.
Yeah.
Is it just south of Northampton?
So basically anywhere north of Watford.
And that gap. Thompson had picked up a couple of wickets this morning, 2 for 43 in 25 overs. He's bowled nicely. The off spinner. He's going to be bowling to Mark Stoneman on 112. Who's, oh dear. What has that come off? I think it's come off his foot, you know. I think it's come off his foot. Certainly it's hit the pad because it's going to be down as leg buys. It looped over the slip cord.
Buys,
dear.
It's toned out of the dirt.
It hasn't hit anything.
There we go.
Crikey.
Who's batting last on this? Middlesex lead by 54.
Well, that's going to be
standing.
It's going to be the key, I think, isn't it? That one turned and bounced. Short leg, 2 slips. Thompson bowls, and that one is defended by Stoneman. Back down the track. Thompson, when he gets in the mood, 12 wickets in the first game of the season up at down at Cardiff. Cardiff's up from anywhere, really, is it?
Somerset.
Yeah, just about.
Up and around.
7 in the first innings as he bowls. This one is defended by Stoneman. Which surprised everybody as it turned square at Sophia Gardens in the second game of the season in April. Potentially with a Duke's ball, with a ball. Kookaburra. His next delivery is defended again by Stoneman. He's being very, very watchful at the moment.
I've tried to banish that word from my memory.
Well, it was a pointless exercise, wasn't it?
I'd suggest so, yeah.
Especially when they started trying to explain it. Maybe even more pointless. Thompson in again. Stoneman goes forward, pushes it out into the offside. Pat Brown fields. There's a bit of footwork from Brown. Just lets it hit his right foot, bounces up into his hand.
92 for Glamorgan to avoid the follow-on. Ingram has 55.
Last ball of the Thompson over. Bowls to Stoneman, who pushes it out to Brown. And just the 2 buys, so made over from that one. Thompson 2 for 43 from 26 now, 227 for 5. The lead is 54.
Go on, say it. I know you want to.
What?
Give it up, Kev. Give it up.
Oh,
Let it go.
Well, I've much like you and the emergency services noises that you can't hear anymore because you live in the big smoke and it's up there all the time. They terrify me living in a small town called Horwich.
Horrified in Horwich.
Every time you start talking about the promotion race, I just glaze over.
Oh, Castle's got 61 from 86 for Sussex. Look at this, 272 for 6 Sussex.
Who's got them?
Carson. Simpson's got 42 from 84. Powering along.
A good
In
side.
Bristol.
Yeah, a good side.
An industrious effort. Here's Morley around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes to Carey's defending to point. 227 for 5. Chattering away around the bat. Morley again, bowls, and that one's clipped to mid-on, no run. Kane comes around to collect. Belting sunshine already this afternoon as forecasters. Back goes to Carey's to Morley on this, pushing to extra cover, and there's no run. I did note that the scorers have got a blind in theirs, but we don't have in ours, do we?
We don't need one.
We're blinded. Without a blind.
Nobody expected cricket to be taking place in the last week of September.
This is dabbed into the onside by De Carey's and fielded at mid-on, and there's no run. Actually, that's a very good point, but...
The ECB had told them, and they might have done something about
it's
it.
2 days shy of October this year. That must be the latest.
Ridiculous. Griff's next door, he'll tell you.
Oh, must be trouble if Griff's next door, as this ball's flatter and quicker into Carey's defence to short leg. Oohs and ahs. They were looking for the LBW, darting it in there. He wasn't
No, they were
plunging
looking,
forward.
What they were looking for was the throw from Donald that hit the stumps from short leg after he'd fielded the ball. But the Carers hadn't left his crease. David Lloyd was particularly excited by that.
Morley bowls into Carey's defence into the offside, and there's no run. Well, it won't be the latest day's cricket ever at Derbyshire this year, will it? 'Cause you're away the final round, so North and Middlesex latest day that you've played, but not at Derby.
Yes. We're at,
You'll have played this late in the season before the
sure.
second week.
Yeah, sure.
And indeed, there's almost a week off, isn't there, between these games? There is at this rate, anyway. This one finishes on Friday, and the next one starts Thursday.
The following Thursday, yeah. It's got to that point now, though, where you can barely see the screen, can you?
Yes.
It's too bright when you look back at the screen. Slightly awkward, but hey-ho. It's going to be Alex Thompson to continue, as you might expect. From the city end, in and bowls to Stoneman. It goes back and cuts it straight into David Lloyd at second slip.
Another concussion one. It was up towards the grill and helmet, wasn't it? Took his eye off it and just turned his head away.
Yusuf bin Naeem, and then nobody else, really. I'm sure they can afford another one. Here comes Thompson again. Bowls, that was pushed off the outside half of the bat into the offside. Harry Kamer took that catch just before lunch. The bowling of David Lloyd is now a backward point, does the fielding. Find out when the latest. It'll take a while, of course. They've only started playing in September in the last 10 years or so, haven't they? Oh, that turns and goes past the edge of Stoneman's back. Good delivery from Thompson.
They've only started playing where, sorry?
In September.
Oh, I see.
Which isn't a place, it's more of a month. Here's Thompson again. That gives that a bit of air. It's turned into the leg side, and they'll scamper through for a single. Stoneman moves to 113 to 28 for 5. The lead up to 55.
I'm going to look up September on Google Maps because I bet there is one somewhere. I'm going for
Well, it'll be
America.
in America because there's all sorts of stupid names in America, isn't there? This game of last season, which was against Glamorgan down at Sophia Gardens, finished on the 29th of September. So it's the same, isn't it? Oh, it was scheduled to. I'm not sure if it made it. I think it did actually. That one is turned by De Keres into the leg side. Fielded by Pat Brown.
No, there isn't a September in
Well,
America.
there we go. There must be one somewhere. Surely to goodness.
You thought so.
The year before, when Derbyshire were at home to Leicester, it was De Keres pushes that one out into the offside. The game was scheduled to finish, and did, on the 29th of September. So that's a pointless exercise now, isn't it, really? End of the over, 220, that's so many things are. 228 for 5, Middlesex lead by 55, De Keres has 11, Stoneman has 113.
I can't find a September, frustratingly, annoyingly.
Anywhere.
New Zealand, what about New Zealand? Do they have a September? No.
Well, why
They've
don't
got
you-
funny names, haven't they?
Why-
September Silks in New Zealand. Go on, why? Oh, there is a September in Australia. There we go. Found one. Oh, no, it's it's a shop. It's Morley Bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket. Other shops
Are
with
available.
names.
Yeah. Why? But you just need to put the word September in there.
Into
don't you?
Google, yeah. But it's taken me to a jewellery store. There's a bit of flight on this one from Morley, just takes the pace off slightly. All it is it's defended into the onside.
It's a September way in Stanmore.
I did see that one. Angus Fraser's club, Stanmore. A lot of flight on this. This ball's bumped back by Stoneman out of the block hole. I mean, almost everything's played out of the block hole. Stoneman from Morley.
Got an interview with Matt Lamb at tea, which will be broadcast, I think, on
Lamb.
Sports In at 6 tonight.
Well, the sense the pads, but is it drifting down? Left arm over to the left-hander, I think it is, on the back foot. Lamb for lunch, lamb for tea.
Lamb for lunch and lamb for tea. I won't tell him that.
What are you having for dinner?
That's a good question. I've already had my dinner, of course. The question is what I'm having for my tea. Morley.
In he comes.
You in it.
It is. He bowls and he's pushed away into the offside. Quick single for Stoneman just in front of backward point. 114 he's on to. 229, 5. Lead by 56 Middlesex. Giving up on my hunt for September.
For Red September.
Yes. Josh De Keres tapping away. It's Morley bowls and forward goes the right-hander, defending again. And a dot ball. Crucial partnership this now into the second new ball available. 3 overs time. What did De Keres over open with Stoneman? That's going to be a good question because I think he made his debuts. He made his debut in that little run because of an injury to Stoneman. So he opened with Robson in the match at Cheltenham College, as we established, and he definitely played with. No, he did. Played with Stoneman at Lords, where he was run out by Luke Fletcher. Would you believe?
Direct hit.
Yeah.
He's quite good at that.
It was to his left hand. Stoneman called through the single, and he threw it down one hand. And the Bulwell bomber, he gets called, doesn't he? And he literally went off around
only
Lords.
by his granddad.
Well, that's
but
true.
yeah.
He went off around Lords, arms by his side, flying around it. Yeah, it was a good old celebration, that, from the big man.
I hope you weren't on commentary. Was it delirious commentary from a blood relative? 229 for 5. Alex Thompson to begin a new over from the City end. Bowls to Stoneman, who pushes this one out into the offside, fielded by Brown, and there's no run. 2 slips and a short leg. The second slip, David Lloyd under the helmet. Backward point as well. As Thompson bowls. This one is pushed out into the offside by Stoneman and fielded by Pat Brown. There's a mid-off who is Zach Chappell, and a mid-on who is Jack Morley. Mitch Wagstaff on the cover boundary. As Thompson bowls. Oh, that's gone past the edge of the bat. And backward square leg. is Harry Moore, who we may or may not be speaking to at the close of play. Just because we can now. We have permission. We've never spoken to it before. Not on the record anyway. As back goes Stoneman and cuts it. He sets off with a single. De Carriers quite correctly sends him back. He holds up a hand in acknowledgement, Stoneman. And there is no run. 2-2-9 for 5. It remains with 2 balls of Thompson's 28th over of the innings. Still to be bowled. Is the first of those. It's full and driven out into the offside by Stoneman out towards Wagstaff. Stoneman moves to 115, 230 for 5. They've picked up those wickets in pretty short order for the addition of less than 30 runs, 29 for 3 in that spell. They picked up 3 wickets this morning. Derbyshire could do with another one here, but that's too wide to really trouble De Carriers, and it's cut away to the extra cover boundary for 4. It's a poor end to the over from Alex Thompson. De Carriers moves on to 15, and Middlesex to 232, 3, 4, 4, 5, which is a shame. Middlesex lead by 61.
Yeah, you really want it to be 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5. What?
It needs to be 3, 4, 5, 4. No, that's wrong as well. It needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 123 for 5 is the ideal optimum.
Somebody just went past that a moment ago, actually. I think I was going to note it. But Surrey have lost a 4th wicket in the Division 1 title race. It's just the championship race, isn't it? You can't call it the Division 1 title. It's the only title.
It's the championship, yeah.
Wouldn't be saying that if Middlesex were going for the Division 2 title, of course. But Surrey are 165 for 4. They still trail by 97 runs. It was Folkes and Patel together. Folkes has gone. As in comes Morley, bowls, and an inside edge by Stoneman onto the pad. Trickles away, backward a square on the offside. A little check of that inside edge from Stoneman just to make sure the umpire was quite clear. That was bat umpire. He's having a good look at it now. It's just neat. He can take his glove off. Can't have done that much damage, can it? Something's happened to it. What's he doing?
Yeah.
A bit of stickers come off, or
something's happened he wasn't happy with.
He's resolved the matter. Leans over his bat again now. Lots of flight on this, and he's bowled him. Well, middle stump's out of the ground. How did Morley get through there? I don't think Stoneman can quite work it out. He swishes away at the stumps in just disbelief, really, or off he goes. Brilliant innings of 115. Did wonder, was this going to be the day of a double century for Stoneman? He'd fought so hard, and he'll be disappointed, I guess, that he's got out to that. Did he york himself, perhaps? I'm just trying to work how that got through the gate.
No, yeah, I think it went through the gate. I'm not brilliant at looking at these replays, but it felt like a terrific delivery. 15 up to 23.
Very good applause for Mark Stoneman here at the County Ground Derby. You don't always get that, do you? But they've given him...
Oh, you do here?
No.
We're nothing if not fair up here in the East Midlands / North.
We?
Well, I wasn't applauding, obviously. Further
there he
applause.
goes.
He goes up the steps and he acknowledges the applause that he's getting. Quite right,
Very
too.
good.
Excellent. Oh, dear.
What's up?
Well, I've just seen that. You've got a very long stride and the middle stump is out of the ground. We're going to see it again from behind here. And it's just gone straight through the gate. There wasn't much of a gate there.
I don't know how he's got that
No,
through.
I've
just seen a side on. It's not far from Yorking him, to be fair. It's. I think it has. It's Yorked him, you know.
No, that's not York. They've landed about a foot in front of him.
You know that low flat trajectory which you're saying will never work against Stoneman?
That's what's got it through. Yeah. So it bounces and turns and goes. Well, it just goes through the gate. I'm not sure how he's.
There you go. That's where it pitches, just in front of his toe there, as you say. It's about
it's probably a foot in front of him, but
yeah, I think he's just slightly late in bringing the bat down, isn't he? And there you go, the slightest of gates. The new batter is Luke Holman, and he's on strike, the left-hander, as Morley bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. And there's it was only the second ball of the over, so Holman's still got 3 more to face. Fine innings by Stoneman, though. probably still be working out how he got bowled on that one. As now Holman thrusts forward with the pad, and the ball's down a completely different line down the leg side. What did he do there? It was almost a premeditated forward defence.
To get forward, isn't it?
Yeah, and the ball's flown down the leg side, and we're waiting to see for another Holden dismissal there, really. Slip, silly point, and a short leg as Morley is in, and Holman is forward, pushing away into the offside. So Middlesex's two spinners are together in the middle, facing the two spinners of Derbyshire.
Well, I fancy they might have some work to do later on.
We've got a bit of work to do now. As this ball's just short of length, Holman pushes into the offside. The lead is only 61 with 4 wickets standing. I don't think we'd have thought for a moment that we'd have been saying that 100 runs or so ago. 1, 2, 5 for 1 they were overnight, so barely got anywhere today, have they, Middlesex? It's been a tough day because Derbyshire have been very tight, very economical.
Then he trailed by 48 overnight. 109 runs, 5 wickets today.
What did he say? Turning on the something, boys.
Some rubbish spoken out in the middle of cricket matches, and
Some rubbish spoken up here, Fletcher.
well, that's a given. That is an absolute given. Alex Thompson then 2 for 49. Jack Morley 2 for 53. And Thompson is on his way and bowls up his turn into the leg side by De Caires and fielded backward square leg by Harry Kame. There's no run. Short leg slip and slip for De Caires.
Oh, sorry, I've lost a fifth. Folkes and Curran have gone in quick succession.
Comes Thompson, who beats De Caires, all ends up.
Would you counter here? De Caires, Holman, Roland Jones.
I think probably. Well, Roland Jones will anyway, won't he?
Spinners like to hit spinners. They hate to get out to fellow spinners, but they do like to hit
That's the
spinners
issue.
as well.
They don't want to get out, do they? And the way he played that last one.
Where's Peter Such? He's down there. What would you do, Suchy? Would you hit out again? He wasn't much of a batter, though, was he, Suchy?
The last time I spoke to Peter Such, it was a complete waste of time, so I'm not going to bother again. This one's turned into the leg side by De Caires. We had an incident down here against Leicestershire, last game of the season, possibly close to the last game of the season, when
Was there controversy?
well, Derbyshire were pushing for victory, and they got Leicestershire all out. They needed about 30, something like that. As Thompson is in full delivery, driven up to mid-on, and the players went off at the end of the Leicestershire innings, and we were told that you didn't have to take 2 overs off. They decided you don't take 2 overs off in the last hour in between innings, which is patent nonsense. It took them about 25 minutes to phone up the MCC. That was defended straight back to Thompson. Check with Lords. No, you don't. Derbyshire came out and defended the 1 over that was left for naught because there was no point in doing anything. I asked Peter if he would speak to us. Yeah, I'll come round and speak to you. So Thompson is in. That one is driven down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs to De Caires. That's a nice shot. He moves to 19 as the ball goes over the rope now. 238 for 6. Middlesex leading by 65 at the end of the over. And when he came upstairs and spoke to us, he said, I'll speak to you, but I can't. I'm sure it was Peter. I can't speak to you on the record. What? What's happening here? There's a conversation going on between the 2 umpires. There's also a conversation going on between David Lloyd and Harry Kame. And now David Lloyd's been called across by umpire Baldwin. The scorers need to tell us what's happening here because they will get told. David Lloyd has been been given a ticking off by the umpires. By the look of it,
he's got a pat on the back at the end of it.
The pat on the back to finish it all, and I've no idea what that's all about. If I'm honest, no. It didn't look anything official. Possibly, yeah, the suggestion that he's too close to the batter.
Gear on with it.
Nanny State gone mad, isn't it? Anyway, he's not too close to the batter now because he's standing where the bowler wants to deliver this next ball. And Pat Brown's joining in, I fancy, here. He's having a little conversation. De Caires at the non-striker's end
Mad Bad Pat Brown.
Mad Bad Pat Brown. Yeah.
I need to know his middle name now.
He's mad and bad when he's on a cricket field. He's the nicest man you could wish to meet off it.
Well, he's got a great nickname for a nice bloke, then, isn't it? Mad Bad
Yeah.
Pat.
Oh, yeah.
He goes,
Mad Bad. I can't say it anymore.
Morley, slip, silly points and short leg. He's in now, bowls, and Holman forward, defends into the offside. A big figure of a man, isn't he? Big broad shoulders.
No, I've just been told I'm not actually speaking to... well,
Mint, lamb for lunch only, then.
I've just been given his phone number, which isn't going to help me at all.
It's driven away by Holman out of the block hole for a couple. Point goes around to collect, and Holman is off the mark. 240 for 6. Sussex have lost a 7th wicket. They are 292 for 7, leading Gloucestershire by 183. And yes, Simpson's still going. He's on 52, but Carson's gone for 41, bowled by Zafar Gohar. Foreman. He's out there to give it a bit of a punch for Sussex now.
Very good.
Thank you. Here's Morley bowls, and this is pushed back, and there's no run. And if it goes really well, he'll get a grilling afterwards from Adrian Harms.
He's on fire.
Slip and a silly point and a short leg as here goes Morley. Flat delivery, which Holman gets the pad all down and forward in front of the pad to push back. Bertie Foreman. Sounds like a 40s movie star, doesn't it?
Sounds like
Bertie
he should
Foreman.
be in Jeeves and Worcester.
Yes. That's Ferdy Foreman, isn't it? What about Ferdy at lunch from Griff? As here's a length ball onto the pads, taken at short leg, and they all went up, but they very quickly settled when they realised Mr. Baldwin was not going to have it. So they were like, okay, yeah, he's not really touched it. Ferdy, one of the stream team, is that?
Well, yes, Freddie Cardy.
Freddie Cardy, nicknamed Ferdy.
Is well, only by David Griffin. He's the only one who calls him that, I think.
In comes Morley, and a cry of catch it as it's driven away. Must have been off the shin of silly point as it trickles to backward point for a single. 242 for...
Griff's changed. Yeah, Freddie's not with us this match. But the others are. I can't remember all their names. There's too many of them, so I've got no chance. One's from Northampton, so he doesn't count. Jake and Luke as well. I can't remember his name. Not terrible. Apologies. Josh? No, that's not right. Thompson to continue. I know it's Alex Thompson. Somebody I know. Who can message me will let me know. 241 for 6, the lead 68. And it is the, I was going to say numberless Holman, but he's wearing a sweater. As Thompson bowls to him, that one is defended straight back to him.
Lancashire are going to do this, aren't they? 128
Yes.
for 3,
Yes,
leading 122.
I'd rather fear they are, which means that Nottinghamshire have to win as well. Otherwise, we could be heading to Trent Bridge next year.
Kents are 89 for 4.
No, but, excellent.
Or Warwickshire, who are 99 for 6.
Well, that's not much good either. As Thompson is in, he goes back and cuts it. That's dangerous. Luke Holman.
Sussex have a second batting point. They're 300 for 7.
If they can be confirmed as up, I would imagine they could be, couldn't they, in this round of matches?
With 30 something points ahead of Middlesex coming into it.
Thompson bowls. That one's left alone by Holman to go through to Brooke Guest.
Ingram and Crane are doing something, though. Crane's 25 from 28. Ingram's 70 from 89. And Glamorgan are 152 for 6, trailing by 209. So
So they need another, what,
50?
60?
60, you're right. 60 to avoid the follow-on.
Comes Thompson and bowls. That one is defended on the full by Holman, back to the bowler. 241 for 6. Sun shining brightly. There's hardly a cloud now. It's all been burnt off by this incredibly hot sun. Well, the closer you get to it, the hotter it gets. Oh, he's gone straight up in the air. Oh, he tried the sweep, and it's gone beyond Wayne Madsen as he ran around from slip. Holman gets away with one there. Moves on to 4, 2:42 for 6.
The Spinners Union at war in the middle here at Derby. De Carey's and Holman versus Thompson and Morley.
So Takaris, is he now regarded as a full-time spinner?
Well, yes, he went to the England Lions training camp in the winter based on his wickets haul last year, and he's dropped from an opener to number 7 or 8 in the order.
He waits now, gets a full toss from Thompson and doesn't really take full advantage of it, just pushes it straight back to the bowler end of the over. Good one from Thompson. 2:42 for 6, he's now bowled 30. Middlesex lead by 69.
But he had some really good innings last year where he was stranded down the order coming in at 7 or 8. And, some cracking cameos, and you just thought, well, actually, should he be back up the order? But at the moment, it's Stoneman and Robson in possession at the top. Fernandez vying for that position as well. Started the season up there. Both of these, really, they're at a stage, they're very young spinners, Carey's and Holman. So it's almost as though you need them to be scoring runs to, although Holman has had an outstanding this year with the ball. As Morley's in, bowls to him, and that goes through everything. Goodness me. He's darted it in towards the toes again, and not too dissimilar to the dismissal of Stoneman, who plunged forward looking to defend. Holman plunged forward and looked to drive, and it's got through the bat, and it's got through past off stump only just. It must have been shaving the off stump. It must have got through the legs of the keeper, I suggest. 4 byes.
Yeah, that's where it's gone.
Holman awaits. He's on 4. 2:46 for 6, Middlesex. Within a shot of a batting point, which they won't get off this one. Holman defends its silly point. The darting deliveries. Jack Morley. He's in again, bowls, and pace right off on that one. Good length. Holman's forward, dabs a single in front of backward points. Two, 4, 7 for 6. De Carey's 19, Holman 5. Around the wicket comes Morley, bowls, and De Carey's eases that one nicely back at a point for a single, just rocks back. He moves to 20. 248 for 6. Over 8 plus 6 as Fletcher's describing. So tea is an hour and 18 minutes away. Have I got that horribly wrong?
No, but it will be, won't it? Because with only...
Yeah, that's what I mean. What was that? We'll probably have fewer than 32 overs when tea is taken at 10 past 3.
We'll go through till 5:30, won't we?
Indeed. Here's Morley bowls, and this is driven into the onside of an inside edge. Cry of catch. It's straight to mid-wicket all along the floor.
Not careful, they could bowl too many overs in a day.
Indeed. They'll be doing overtime today.
They will, but
This
we
is
won't.
This is my pet peeve. We play too much cricket. Well, you could probably play an hour to an hour and a half less per day.
Oh, yeah.
As forward goes Holman, pushing into the offside, a quick single. 2:49 for 6, and he moves 2-6. And how many times do we finish at 7:30?
Too many.
Yes, and that's an hour and a half extra. So of your 6-hour day, you do an hour and a half extra a day because you don't get the overs in on time and you want to play less cricket. Or you could play an hour and a half less every single day.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot across the season.
Yeah. Well, they used to bowl all sorts to that. I remember when I started taking proper interest in cricket, I'm sure they were bowling 120 overs in a day.
Last week, Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, 2005 was my first year. I think they were at 104 overs a day by that point.
Yeah.
And down to 96, bringing them in line with test matches. But of course, test matches are a 5-day game.
Well, they're only 90 now.
Oh, yeah.
There'll be no cricket at all soon.
Yes.
Alex Thompson from the City end. Reverse sweep comes out. I'm not sure that was a particularly good shot. Outside the line, says
Hassan
umpire Hassan Adnan, who always gives us a clue.
He's good, isn't he? I like that.
Yeah, I think it should be.
Mandatory.
Yes, that's the very word. because the crowd need to know as well, don't they? Let's see if Holman can keep the reverse in his back pocket. Well, he does, and he drives it conventionally out towards the cover boundary for a single, moves to 7, 250 up for Middlesex, who pick up their 4th bonus point of the match.
Middlesex keep alive their promotion hopes with a point at Derby. You can hear headline news from Kevin Helms on his next update.
Yeah, so he tends to ignore the second division. For some reason. 250 for 6. Certainly did on 5 Live last night as his next delivery. He's pushed into the offside by De Caires. They're going to go through for a single. He'd set off as though it was quite risky, but it wasn't really. He moves to 21. 251 for 6. Halfway through Alex Thompson's 31st over. 2 for 56. His figures at the moment. I've got my clock on the screen because yesterday I missed my 2 o'clock update. That isn't going to happen today. Pam would kill me. Holman on strike. Thompson in, he goes back and leaves. Ball thuds into the gloves of Brooke Guest. I'll remind you where you can give to that cure leukemia again after the 2 o'clock interval. So get your pen and paper ready. As Thompson is in. Oh, that struck the pad, has it? No. Well, it's a shake of the head.
I think it struck the pad. I think it beat the outside edge and hit the pad, that one, didn't it?
He's saying it was going down leg side this time. Haas. The problem with the initial explanation was that Thompson clearly said to him, was that going down leg? And he nodded his head. Well, that's no good to us. But then he just said, yeah, going down leg. Here's Thompson in again. There's a sweep shot, and this one has worked, and he's got 4 runs for it. Holman down to a very fine leg. It wasn't massively convincing, but he moves into double figures now. He's on 11. And Middlesex at the end of that over a 255 for 6, leading by 82.
Here we go. Let's have a good look at it.
See, Derbyshire are going to need 300 here, aren't they? Second time around.
Yeah, it was slipping down. I assumed that I tell you what, it's a very good shout. Off-break bowler to a left-hander. Plunging forward, inside edge is Beeson. That was why I assumed he'd got a long way, because we're not in line. I assumed he was getting a long way, almost Max Holden-esque, to get outside the line of off. But he's not at all. Just slipping down. I think that's a fair call, say not out. But equally, it was a very good appeal.
I would never question Hassan Adnan.
Why?
Former Derbyshire man is bound to be...
I thought you were going to say he's a black belt in craft.
he's another one of the very nice people you meet in cricket.
Again, if you go upstairs on that, I reckon it's probably umpire's call. Might have just been clipping, but that's what makes it a good call by the on-field umpire, I think. As in comes Morley around the wicket now. Was it edged? I think it was.
I think he's edged that.
It races away for 4 and runs the signals. Madsen at slip to his left, not able to... Well, he might have been able to get a hand to it, but he didn't hold on if he did, and it goes flying through. And we shall consult the stream once more for a replay of that. 259 for 6 to carries on to 25. Oh, yes, goodness me. That was to his left rib, I would say, left hip. And he got 2 hands to it, and then he ushered it down to the boundaries. He tipped it away from his hip.
Get my book out.
Morley's in, bowls, and De Caires looks to cut, but it beats him through to the keeper. He was just looking to defend on the back foot, really, wasn't he? And
27th drop of the season. Yeah, I've got my list.
Of Madsen or the team as his...
No, not Madsen, blimey.
A single turn backwards around the leg side by De Caires. 260 for 6.
Madsen's only dropped 7 of those. Donald 8, Guest 5, Lloyd 3. One of those was a shocker at mid-on. Kane, Lamb, Morley, Dupavilon, they've all dropped catches this season. I know players do drop catches, but the first couple of games of the season, they were routinely dropping 3 in the first half hour, which is why I started my list.
Morley to Holman, and this is defended into the onside. No run again. Holman with 11 to his name. Plenty of chatter around the bat. Derbyshire will know they're close here if they can break this partnership. Then Roland Jones is the next in as Holman gets tucked up by this. It'll be a real challenge for the lower order to play this spin. Although Derbyshire made a fair fist of it with the lower order, didn't they, against Holman and De Carey's?
Well, Harry Moore did.
Yeah. To be fair. Although Morley hung with him for nearly 40.
Morley did hang around with him, yeah. He did face a lot of deliveries. Jack Morley, 39 of them.
There you go.
This
is dabbed to mid-on defensively by Holman, no run. Yeah, that was pretty valuable because...
yes, well, it was crucial, wasn't it? Because without those extra, 40 runs, the lead's already 120, and we're not... By this time of the day, it would be even more, wouldn't it?
Holding my breath as I press refresh on the score at Cardiff. 156 for 6, trailing by 209. They haven't gone too far, then they've only had 4 runs or so. That slowed them down a little bit. Crane was going at a fair lick, wasn't he? He's 25 off 38 now. Only going with the seamers so far. Code, Fisher, Hill, Thompson. Thompson's a seamer, isn't he?
Yes, the man who makes things happen. That's what Dodgy says every time he comes on. He has a golden arm.
Oh, Sussex are 9 down, 303 for 9. A little bit of a collops. Bracey's caught Simpson off Safagoha. He's gone through them there. As forward goes to Carey, he's pushing back up the track and there's no run.
That will
Safagoha's got...
to the delight of Ed Seaborn, because he loves Zaffa.
Well, who doesn't? Apart from Middlesex, because he got 70-odd last week in a game-turning innings at Lord's, as it transpires. As this ball's worked into the onside by De Carey's, and there's no one, although Middlesex is 8 for 30, was kind of collapse, was pretty game-turning as well. So Zaffa's picked up Coles, Crocombe, Simpson, Carson and Foreman, leaving Robinson on 0 to be joined by Unad Cat. As this ball's run delicately and delightfully by De Carey's down towards deep third. Not quite going to make it. Madsen comes down and they've taken 2. De Carey's at 28. Fletcher will be back in a moment. So 303 for 9, but that's a mammoth lead of 194. So really looking at something very special from Gloucestershire in there. Second innings to try and give Zaffa something to bowl at. Last up at Bristol. And keep alive the Division 2 promotion race. At the moment, it's all looking good for Sussex and Yorkshire. So it'll be all eyes on Division 1 next week, unless something dramatically happens in those games. As now De Carey's waits on that delivery, quite full from Thompson. He defends it to mid-on. For a moment, I thought that De Carey was going to get himself into a spot of bother. Glamorgan won 5-7 for 6. Still, so they haven't particularly gone anywhere. Being slowed up by Yorkshire as De Carey's dabs this into the offside. No runs the cry. This partnership's worth 28 from 45 now, so they've just... Glamorgan are being slowed up by Yorkshire. This partnership just got Middlesex going a little bit. Division 1, while Fletch does his updates. We'll have a look at it in a moment, because Thompson's in again. Last ball of the over, I thought he was done, but he's not. Bowls down, this is dab back, top ball. 185 for 5, Surrey trailed Durham by 77. Worcestershire 63 for 5, trailing Hampshire by 399. Maximum batting points achieved by Hampshire in that game. Kent are 96 for 5. In reply to Nottinghamshire's 433, the latest to go, Denley. Joe. Denley falling to Lord, who's picked up the last 2 to fall for Nottinghamshire. And Lancashire, a 133 for 4, leading by 127 to Old Trafford. One more Division 1, 109 for 6, Warwickshire, trailing Essex by 45 runs. Edgbaston.
The over rate is +8, and we're having a drinks break in September with cold drinks taken out to the players.
Do we get one?
Well, 3 of them aren't staying out for drinks, though, because David Lloyd, Jack Morley and Harry Moore have all raced off the field for various reasons, I'm sure. So it just leaves the 8 remaining Derbyshire players out there taking a drink. 2 batters as well. Josh De Carey's on 28, Luke Holman on 11. I'm more than happy to go and make you a drink if you want one.
I've still got one. How's yours? You go make yours one, though. If you're making yourself one, then I'll quickly neck this.
Yeah, you finish that off, and I'll... what is it? Some kind of Ponzi tea, is it, or normal tea?
Yeah, it's that Yorkshire stuff.
You have milk in it. You leave the
I
bag
do.
in?
You'll have to change the tea, but that was my second cup of that one. I tried to get 2 cups out of a tea bag.
Oh, no, that's a proper Yorkshireman.
Yes. Well, that's why Yorkshire tea's so strong, isn't it? So you can get five cups to the bag. 262 for 6. Carey's has 28. Holman has 11. The only other scores I didn't give you... Oh, goodness me. There's quite the scoreline in the Afghanistan-South Africa series. Where is that being played? Presumably UAE, Sharjah. South Africa are 36 for 7 in the 11th. Fazal Haq Faruqi and Ala Mohammed Zanfar are going through them. A run out as well. The latest one to go, 36 for 7, goodness me. Afghanistan looking good in that one. Sri Lanka and New Zealand are playing the test match at the moment as well. 302 for 7. Sri Lanka at the close of the first day. Where's that one being played? Gaul. 114 for Mendes. And a 50 down the order for his namesake, Mendes. So which Mendes was which? Kamindu Mendes with the century, Cowsall Mendes with the 50. 3 wickets for Will O'Rourke, Daryl Mitchell, former Middlesex man in there. I'm trying to work out if any of the New Zealanders played at Derbyshire. Got a feeling one of them did. Asked Fletcher on his back. And that is all of the scores, other than a Division 2 score that I missed a moment ago. Pakistan women playing South Africa women today as well at Multan. In a T20, no advances in the games in Division 1 that I just told you of. I don't think, or if Kent just lost a wicket, they're 99 for 5. Now, no, we'd seen that. Denley had gone. I think we knew that Worcestershire were 5 down at Hampshire. Or they 4 last we looked. 67 for 5. Talking of South Africans, Kyle Abbott is none for 16, but Mohammed Abbas is 4 for 17, and Dawson has 1 now as well. The latest to go, D'Oliveira for 19, caught Middleton off Dawson. Mohammed Abbas had taken the first 4 to fall. Still drinks here, their players are returning though. Lancashire 133 for 4, lead by 127. Warwickshire have lost a 7th. They're 109 for 7 now, leading Essex by 45 runs. Briggs has gone for 51 off 48, trying to make a game of it somewhat there, but still trailing forward by 45 in their second innings, 3 wickets remaining. Glamorgan are 7 down, 161 for 7. Ingram's still there on 75. Crane's gone for 29 from 42. In Jimmy Harris, Middlesex Trusts, they are still 51 shy of the follow-on. Glamorgan. Would Yorkshire enforce? When it's only 41 overs into the innings, surely the answer is yes. What are the umpires signalling here? Something, just the resumption of play, I think. Sussex all out for 311. They lead by 202 at Bristol. As here is Morley getting things underway again. He bowls. Forward goes Holman, pushing back, and there's no run. Victories for both Yorkshire and Sussex in those games will pretty much end it for Middlesex. It'll be a wing and a prayer, even if they were to win here, to hope that Northamptonshire would beat Yorkshire at Headingley next week, I think, and beat Sussex at Hove themselves, as this was just short of length and pushed down to mid-on. Luke Holman, did you get a 10 for at Hove as a young man 3 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe now? Slip, silly point and short leg. And Morley, left arm over, bowls, and Holman's forward, thick inside edge, cry catch, and it's fine of the short leg fielder. They have a single. Holman's on to 12, Partnership's on to 29 from 49 here. Sure, there must have been a few messages for James Harris from Tim Murtagh, Toby Rowland-Jones, and the others ahead of that game down at Cardiff. Come on, Harry. Another 9 for. Oh, he's got to do something special with the bat now. Here goes Morley around the wicket. He bowls, and to Carey's turns into the onside. 263 for 6. Welcome back, Fletch. And welcome back, and thank you, Fletch.
You're welcome. Thank you. I would have been quicker, but one of the bags, I'm going to say yours, split. So I have to do it again.
Morley's in. This is dabbed into the onside. Offside, sorry. There's no... Is the cow on, Will?
We've not got... Oh, dear. Do you like it milky, do you?
Dishwater. I've seen milkier dishwater than that. Is that...
It's quite ungrateful.
Morley to De Care as he bowls, and this is dabbed just fine of mid-on. He thought about it, didn't he? I don't know why he was thinking about it, but De Care has 28, Holman has 12, 263 for 6. And we have Dave Fletcher back alongside myself, Kevin Hand, on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London. We're live on the BBC Sport website and app, and your smart speaker, if it is smart enough. And if you are smart enough as well.
Yes, I think they're going to take the new ball at some point soon, because here comes Zach Chappell, which will give me the opportunity to remind you about the Cure Leukemia Run the Nations campaign, which is taking place this month. I mention it for two reasons. Obviously, Sarah Tickner, the wife of Blair, who was Derbyshire's overseas at the start of the season, was diagnosed with leukemia before they returned to New Zealand. Sarah was treated in Nottingham and helped by the charity Cure Leukemia, and Derbyshire's Chief Executive Ryan Duckett is joining the Cure Leukemia CEO James McLaughlin on part of his bid to raise £100,000 by making his way around 16 key locations today. Nottingham, he may or may not have completed it, 7 miles today, a mere 7 miles. A lot of the time it's 14. Been to all sorts of places, cities around the country. Still got to go to Glasgow and Dublin and Belfast and Newcastle. Here comes Zach Chappell in to bowl to Holman, who leaves the first ball he faces alone. And there is no run. I didn't see the new ball signal, so I'm not sure if I can check. It's not the new ball yet, is it? Oh, it is the new ball. Thank you. Just checking, so the new ball has been taken.
Where'd you go?
What? When?
When the new ball was taken.
I missed it completely.
Making a cup of tea, so you went.
Was this a second over from Zach Chappell? No.
No, I'm joking.
Blimey. Missing whole chunks of my life. Chappell's in again. Bowls, and that was pushed out into the offside, and Holman wants to get off strike as quickly as possible. So they scamper through for a single.
I think in some ways Holman and De Care will relish the new ball here, because it really was tough. I mean, we've seen it all day against the spinners. Middlesex really struggling to get it away. It's an opportunity to actually just go out there and say, all right, well, let's have a look. Go on then. Let's have a proper bat. One who is an opener. De Care, he's scored a century against Yorkshire, indeed, for Leeds University, Leeds Bradford at Headingley. And Holman, who many have fancied through his formative years, the last couple of years, that Holman could well be a top-order batter as well who bowls. So very much an opportunity here for both to make a point.
We shall find out. De Care has weight. This one is pushed out into the offside. The sun glinting off at Zach Chappell's head, as it tends to do. If you want to donate, incidentally, to the Run the Nations, essentially what you have to do, and it's fairly straightforward, they have a Run the Nations 2024 Just Giving page. That's probably your best bet. Go there, and you can donate to what is a very worthy cause. 264 for 6 here, Middlesex, as the next delivery from Chappell is pushed into the offside by De Care.
James Harris is off the mark at Cardiff as he heads towards a century for Glamorgan.
Not long to go now.
He scored a century for Middlesex against Lancashire in a one-day cup match, but I don't think he's ever got a first class.
That's a decent effort. And
they lost the game as well. He and John Simpson salvaged, or looked to be salvaging, victory from the jaws of defeat when Middlesex were in terrible bother. 5 down, I'm going to say, for 30-odd. And a century from Harris, and Simpson got a big 50, and they both got out in quick succession, and Middlesex fell just short in their chase.
Game going on in Sharjah, which looks quite interesting. Here comes Chappell again, bowls to De Care, who clips that one for 4 out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Of course, the extra pace will allow the ball to come off the bat rather quicker, and De Care moves to 32, 268 for 6, the lead 95 now. South Africa are taking on Afghanistan in the one-day international. South Africa won the toss and elected to bat. After 13 overs, they're 39 for 7. South Africa. Wow.
Yeah, I was just going through that one. It's,
have you?
No, it's all right. It's all right. But,
Yeah.
it's
Astonishing.
yes, they are. I mean, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, World Cup, they all made points, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. This next delivery's turned into the leg side again by De Keres. This time there's a bit of a chase for Alex Thompson. They come back for the second. It was the final ball of the over. I don't think Zach Chappell realised, because he was saying he wanted to reinforce the leg side, but you don't reinforce the leg side just because you keep bowling on leg stump. 270 for 6 at the end of the over. Middlesex's lead is now a slightly alarming 97.
I mean, one of the problems for South Africa is one of their best bowlers is bowling down in Southampton at the moment, isn't he? Kyle Abbott. Although age, I'd still have him in the side now. Leas deploy here. They do lose a lot of their best talent to English cricket.
And Leas deploy.
I said Leas, didn't I?
You know, I was joking. I was trying to make a
Oh,
joke.
sorry.
Trying to make a joke.
I thought you were picking me up and saying Lewis. I thought I'd
No,
given him the wrong
gosh,
name.
no.
No, you put me right with that very early on. I'm grateful for that, because I think I would have got it.
We've
Right.
got Leas's name right every single time.
James Harris's only century was that list A1. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that Afghanistan better make the most of it as well, because aren't the Taliban about to ban cricket in the country? Full stop.
No, they've banned women's cricket, haven't they? Which is why.
I saw a report this week saying that they're banning cricket full stop.
Here's Morley. This ball's pushed to point. There's no run. Is that right? I thought actually.
They have already banned women's
Yeah,
cricket.
yeah,
They've
yeah.
banned women from doing anything, haven't they?
Well. Yes. Slip, silly point, short leg, and Morley. Bowls. Oh! Now, they're appealing everything there as that one goes past the edge and through to the gloves of the keeper. And I think they were appealing the edge, but it drops through, and there's no run.
You're going, are you?
I have to get some milk for my tea.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. Here comes Morley and bowls. This one is smashed into the leg side. That's 4 runs off Holman's bat out towards Cow Corner. He moves to 17, 274 for 6. Yes, 7th of August 2024. No, that was a different report. I'll find it. That was quite an aggressive shot there. The ABC 5 days ago. That's a reputable source, isn't it? Australian Broadcasting. Here comes Morley again in over the wicket and bowls to Holman, who drives up to Harry Kame at mid-off, and there's no room. Lead 101 now. Still some way off that 450, and they haven't got too many overs in which to get them now. 22. Ryan just suddenly struck me that Ryan has clearly finished doing that, joining in with the leukemia walk, because he's behind me. 4 byes here, I fancy, as there was a big swing and a miss from Luke Holman. Yep, 4 byes signal. He couldn't get to it. Brooke Guest, and the score moves on to 278 for 6. That lead 105. You done the walk this morning? Yeah, 8 o'clock this morning, so we'd already done it by the time I mentioned it the first time. Just giving Page, though, Run the Nations this morning in Nottingham. 278 for 6. As Morley is in again over the wicket, bowling to Luke Holman, who drives it up to Harry Kane once again. And there is no run end of the over. He's bowled 28 overs now. Jack Morley, 2 for 69. Just 41 overs left today, so we're going to get more overs than that. 278 for 6. Middlesex leading by 105. Speculation that factions within the Taliban are pushing to ban all forms of cricket inside Afghanistan. That was reported by ABC in Australia 5 days ago, that all forms of cricket were going to be banned in Afghanistan, inside the country. So the Afghan national side might start to struggle a bit. They can't play at home, and pretty soon there will be no homegrown talent either, other than the, is it called diaspora?
Yeah, I mean, they did have that league going, didn't they? Which actually did an interview with Umar Gul about it. But yeah, that's Sad to hear.
Absolutely.
It's Chapel. It's you, isn't it? Sorry.
It doesn't matter. Pushed into the offside by De Carres up towards mid-off where Moore fields.
Now, one we could do on radio, but not on comms cam. I've had a wardrobe malfunction, which the chief executive of Middlesex has just pointed out to me.
They can go on Twitter, of course.
Well, how revealing is it?
Well, it's not that revealing. Turn around a bit. Just bend forward slightly.
Stop it. My trousers have ripped.
Yeah, that'll do for me. Let's have a look.
Trousers have ripped. Oh, dear.
It's quite a
shocker.
It's quite a big rip. In comes Jack Chappell, and he's clipped nicely by De Carres out towards the mid-wicket boundary, and he's going to get 4, is he? No, that's a sensational piece of fielding out there. He's only going to get 2, in actual fact. It's, oh dear, Pat Brown? Out there in the far distance. I think it's Pat Brown who fielded that. He's exceptional, if it is Pat. I'm looking for the man who would normally be there, who is a backward point. Yeah, so it is Pat Brown out there.
Yeah, the respective chief execs popped in, and my question at that point was, has Fletch known this all day and he hasn't told me?
I know, I've never spoiled it at all. I tend not to look at your backside very often. 280 for 6, as nice as it is. As this one is clipped again into the leg side. The line is all wrong here from Zach Chappell. Around goes Pat Brown again. Again, they come back for 2. Excellent fielding once more. But Zach Chappell's bowling is entirely the wrong line, and I'm not surprised there's double teapots from David Lloyd and from Wayne Madsen, if I'm honest, because this isn't brilliant. 282 for 6, the lead up to 109, and that lead could build quite alarmingly if the scoring rate continues as it is. Here comes Chappell once more from the city end and bowls to De Carres, and again he clips it into the mid-wicket region, and this time he will get 4. That's 8 runs off the last 3 deliveries, 2 twos, mainly thanks to some good fielding. It was only 2 per delivery from Pat Brown. And a boundary this time, and it's 286 for 6, and Middlesex move up to 113. De Carres within 8 of a half century. It's being made relatively simple for him here by Zach Chappell. Bowling coach needs to get out there and tell him something. We've got the batting coach out at the moment. I think it's Ben Smith who's currently speaking to Pat Brown in front of the players' pavilion. That's the line. I'm sure Zach Chappell wasn't deliberately bowling the wrong line, but he did bowl the wrong line 3 successive deliveries there, and as a result, for 8 runs, he's got 1 ball of his 14th over to go. 1 for 55, his figures, 286 for 6. In terms at the top of his mark. Chappell in again, bowls to De Carres, who drives up towards mid-off this time when it's fielded at the second attempt by Harry Moore. The over comes to an end. 286 for 6. 90 overs gone, so 20 left in which to score bonus points, is that right? 110, isn't it?
So 350.
He's definitely on the cards, but that would be 3.5 and over.
A Roland Jones special might get them to, but we've already had a Stoneman special in this match, so we can't keep having specials, can we? It wouldn't be special then.
No, not if it keeps happening. Pat Brown has removed his cap for some reason.
But yeah, Roland Jones. Cole can give it a lick. There's been a great debate ongoing at Lord's as to whether Noah Cornwall actually cleared the grandstand or not with a clip. Yeah,
Really?
Sweet pickup in a T20. Ben Green was the bowler. And I saw it with my own eyes go over the grandstand. Here's Morley bowls, and this is pushed back into the offside, and there is no run. I had to check it with Noah Cornwall because apparently the Sky cameras which were covering the game at the time didn't pick it up. But Cornwall says, no, I saw it go as well.
They have all 3 cameras there for the T20 instead of the 28 that they have for the 100.
Morley bowls a flatter delivery which is defended into the onside.
It's clearing the pavilion that's the big thing at Lord's, isn't it?
Well, it is, but Albert Trott did it when there was no roof to the pavilion. Kyron Pollard did it when there was a roof, but it hit a lift shaft or a chimney at the back that didn't exist when Trott hit it over. So here's a linked ball pushed back by Holman. That was off Sean Udall. So not only did it not have the roof, it didn't have the chimney shaft at the back. And because Pollard's hit that chimney shaft, it was adjudged to have not cleared the pavilion.
Oh, that's harsh, isn't it?
Now, bearing in mind that it cleared the roof that didn't exist when Trott hit it. And then thumped in, there's a big mark on it, lift shaft or chimney shaft, whatever it was. Speaking of huge shots, this goes down the ground from Holman. That's gone all the way for 6. Sweet pickup shot from the spinner. Lovely shot. Swing of the bat from Holman. He's into the 20s, 23 from 43, 292 for 6. That only just about cleared the rope, let alone the media centre.
Well, the media centre was cleared by Alex Hughes, who's now on the coaching staff some years ago in a T20, but I don't remember anybody else doing it.
I reckon Chesney Hughes probably had a chance of clearing it. He used to hit that ball.
Yeah, Chesney had left by the time
Where's
the media
he gone
centre
now?
opened. Well, the last time professionally he was with Northamptonshire. That was a couple of seasons ago. He was,
Belting player he was.
yeah, playing in the Lancashire leagues a few seasons ago.
292 for 6 the score here. But yeah, so Pollard hit it over the roof. It hit this shaft, and the mark I think is still there, and it bounced back then onto the onto the top tier of the pavilion. As his Morley's follow up, which is a full toss and hit straight along the floor to mid off. Pollard also then hit the roof of the grandstand, but he didn't clear it. It hit the metal framework that's up on that roof. Yeah. And may indeed have got lodged. That was off Mercer. And then Cornwall hit green straight over the grandstand, which I think is a bigger hit than the pavilion. But then, as this ball's pushed into the offside, Holman says no in the end. And it was quite a central track, that. It wasn't as though it was right next to the grandstand when Cornwall hit it. So, yes, he's still to come as well. What could he clear here? I'm guessing every stand's been cleared here, isn't it? Probably not.
I'm not sure whether the players' pavilion has been cleared because it is 3 stories high.
Yeah.
That's quite a big one.
Although that Cornwall 6 must have gone bigger than that, mustn't it? The one that cleared the grandstand. If you think of the height of the grandstand.
I'm not sure. Harry Moore's coming on to bowl. That little burst from Zach Chappell was 2 overs for 15. So Harry Moore is back. He's yet to pick up a wicket, but he's only bowled 4 overs in the entire match so far. So a mite underused. Well, it's longer square than it is straight, this ground, by some distance.
Where was that Afghanistan story, please, Fletch?
I was on ABC. I just read a bit from ABC in Australia. They had a guest on who was an Afghan journalist. Here's Moore on his way in to bowl. That's left alone outside the off stump by De Queiroz. And there's no run. I can't remember where I initially saw it, I must admit.
But that's what you've just looked up there, though, is the ABC story, is it?
Well, I just typed in
Afghanistan ban cricket.
Afghanistan ban cricket, essentially. And obviously there was a lot about banning women's cricket. Which is about par for the course. Here comes Moore into bowl to De Queiroz, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
You know what's happened, don't you?
What's happened is
Ingram's been bowled by Best for 82,
there you go.
and they are 34 runs shy of avoiding the follow-on. Glamorgan.
Which they really need to, don't they?
Harris still only has 1 of the 100 that he's going to score, 1 from 5. Gorvin 6 from 7, 8 down. Follow on 34 away, but it is only the second afternoon, so follow on or not. You'd almost hope they would enforce the follow on, I think, if you're Glamorgan. So go on then, we'll go again.
There is Moore again on his way in. Bowls to De Queiroz, who gets tied up by that one. Bounces up into the air. He's got an extra yard of pace as the young man, no question about it. But when we do speak to him, he'll be able to say, tell us how quickly he does bowl. He must have been clocked somewhere, you would have thought, by someone. At 17, you'd expect him to get quicker as he becomes more and more accustomed.
Well, indeed, yeah.
More and more accustomed, wouldn't he, to first team cricket.
Essex have won by an innings and 40 runs at Edgbaston.
Oh dear, it's not even 2:30 on day 2. This one is pushed off the back foot by the Carries into the offside. Fielded there by Morley, who's in the covers.
Gloucestershire have begun their victory charge. They're 6 without loss in the second innings, trailing by 196 against Sussex.
Wow.
Yes.
Just the 2 nights in Bristol for Adrian Harms then. Yeah, 292 for 6, the lead, 119 for Middlesex. And Moore charges in again and bowls to De Keres, who defends this out into the offside. Once again, it's Morley who does the fielding. It's not warm, I mean it is warm, but it's not warm enough for tops off anywhere today, which is good news for everybody, I think. I don't mean in the commentary box, that would be a disaster.
Well, I've nearly got trousers off in here.
Certainly on this side of the box.
Hanging together.
Have you got another pair with you?
I do, at the hotel. I'm a little bit concerned about the overnight interview.
Especially when we point it out.
Yes.
There's more balls to De Keres, who pushes this one out into the offside, and Harry Moore begins with his second maiden. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 20. His figures, Middlesex remain 292 for 6.
Must have been that second lunch I had yesterday.
And the 53 muffins.
They're still here. Look at the 2 of them. You haven't even touched them
These
yet.
are new ones, though.
No, they're not.
Oh, well, they're not.
Yeah, and they're not stale either, like you said.
Well, they won't be far off, will they?
You're not having them. You've got a blueberry or chocolate.
No. Blueberries has got
Blueberries.
blueberries in them.
And nibble on the blueberry one. That's the healthy one. And the chocolate one. What's your excuse for not
there's
eating
nothing
that?
there. I just don't fancy it. I was going to say something then. Oh, yeah, I think Harry Moore is coming over here when we do the interview, so I might not get the opportunity to point out your ripped trousers, but I'll mention it to John Cully.
I might have something in the car. A pair of shorts. It's getting up there today. It might be shorts. So you're wearing shorts?
I am.
I'm going to rescue myself in the car.
I've got gaffer tape if you want to.
Yes.
That fixes everything.
Morley. I don't know why I'm about to bite into this muffin because Morley's about to
Well, I
bowl.
can do the Morley.
No. In he comes. Morley. Slip and a short leg, and Holman gets right in behind this one to defend. There's no run. A never-ending refresh. Oh, there's a shortcut. Control R refreshes, does it? There we go. Look at that.
Is that much of a shortcut, though?
No.
Really?
Here goes Morley to Holman, dropping a single into the covers. There's no run. 1 run, sorry. Oh, it's a never-ending refresh now, because that Glamorgan innings could be over any second, couldn't it?
They ain't down on yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
James Harris always said he's a wonderful man. Gorvin seems to be taking all the strike, though. 7 from 14. Harris is still on 1 from 5. Gorvin's farming the strike. Has he never seen Jimmy Harris bat?
He might have done.
Harris batted as high as 6 at one stage for Middlesex. Had aspirations to bat. Always said he had aspirations to bat in the top 6. Slip, silly point, and short leg. And forward goes to Carey. He's pushing this to mid-on, and there's no run. I did think when he and Ingram were together that perhaps there was hope that this would be the day for Harris, but Ingram gone. Leaves Harris with only 2 partners at the other end.
I only need 33.
So with follow, well, yeah. A bit of flight. This is pushed into the offside again, and there's no run. I'm almost thinking, though, that the best chance is they get 32 and Yorkshire enforce the follow-on. And Glamorgan go big.
Yeah, I rather feel that Glamorgan might crumble. I think they've got a crumble in them.
Aye. Ed Bevan's got a crumble or two in him, hasn't he, over the years. This is onto the pads from around the wicket by Morley to the right-handed to Carey, slipping down. There's no run. Well, no, he's got Welsh cakes in him. A few Welsh cakes, hasn't he? He likes a Welsh cake. He loves any cake. He'll have a few crumbles in him as well, Ed. Good lunches down there.
Absolutely.
Did used to get dessert down there as well, I think.
Get cake at tea time.
Yeah. Oh, goodness me, the cake tray is huge down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
In comes Morley. It's pushed back. Up the track, and there's no run.
There's a tractor being moved from the outfield. Well, not from the outfield, but from in front of the covers, which which clearly isn't going to be required today because it's wall-to-wall blue sky, so they're taking it somewhere else to... This is interesting. Harry Moore bowled 1 over, it was a maiden, and now he's gone, because here comes Alex Thompson again, the off-spinner. So we're going to spin again at both ends, as we did for pretty much the entirety of the morning. Tom's had enough next door. Tom Skinner packing up all those important documents he's been working on. No idea what they are, but I'm sure they are important. Thompson has been warming up, but he hasn't warmed up sufficiently yet. He does like a warm-up. Does Alex Thompson. And he will bowl from the city end with, could be anything really, because there's a lot of chat going on. In fact, they're going to have a couple of slips by the look of it, unless he's going in at leg slip, David Lloyd. But the short leg, who was an Aaron Donald, is now going to field backward a square on the 45 on the leg side. It is 2 slips indeed for Holman, who's on 24. This partnership already worth 59. The lead 120. Here comes Thompson. There's the sweep, and there's the stop by the man backward a square on the 45, who's just gone there. And Aaron Donald, excellent field placing, excellent work. They'll all be feeling very pleased with themselves that they managed to put a man there. I've seen Harry Kane windmilling his arms. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside. So nicely fielded by Pat Brown in the covers.
When did you last feel pleased with yourself, Fletch?
Saturday, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Your team won.
No, my team were heavily beaten down at Gillingham, sadly.
What did you do then?
As Thompson bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside. Harry Kane with a good piece of fielding prevents the single from being taken. Well, after, I may have mentioned this before, but the first 2 Burton Albion League games of the season, there were 11 goals. Then the next 2, I saw the first 2. I missed the next 2, and there were 2 goalless draws. And I promised the goals would return, and it was a 2-2 draw. Felt very happy. Here's Thompson bowling. That one's left alone by Holman. Decent enough delivery, but good leave. The Middlesex man. I tend not to feel too pleased, but it's a sort of a bit self-indulgent, isn't it, really? To feel pleased with yourself. It's the next delivery that turns away from Holman's bat. Really nice delivery from Thompson. 2 for 62 from 32 overs and 5 balls. Bowled nicely. He's sort of got the mullet thing going on a bit as Alex Thompson. There was a time when he was a full-blown mullet. He's in now and bowls. Oh, and that beats the outside edge of Holman's bat. In fact, a suggestion Brooke Guest rather fancied it had taken the edge of the bat, but it didn't sound like it had. And it's a good over from Thompson. 293 for 6. Middlesex's lead 120. That was a maiden over. 42 to De Caires and 24 to Holman.
I'm very pleased with myself. And I can say it is 33 minutes until the scheduled tea will be taken. We don't often get to say that, do we? Because it's usually it's 8 overs, it's 7 overs. But it's 32 minutes now until the scheduled tea will be taken.
Harry Moore has swapped ends. That's why he was taken off after 1 over. He swapped ends. Almost like the racecourse end more than the... He's already got a favourite end. It's only his first game of first-class cricket here at the county ground.
Closest to Fletch, he says. You get a better view up here.
Already got a favourite end. If he could get a hat-trick in his favourite end, that would help Derbyshire no end.
Help Sussex and Yorkshire a lot as well. Come on, you wanted to go to the last week, Fletch.
I couldn't care less. Genuinely. Genuinely couldn't.
Moore is in, bowls, and with a little bit of bite, that snaps up towards the gloves of the forward defence of De Caires. Falls away harmlessly into the offside, no run. Gloucestershire at 18 runs into their pursuit of 575.
That's just to make Sussex back for a second time,
Yes.
incidentally, as opposed to a victory target.
It's just to take it to a third day.
Yes.
He goes. Moore, he bowls, and De Carey's rides the bounce into the onside. See, De Carey's in particular here against Moore. I think he'll relish this, absolutely relish it. I can't imagine that. I've never spoken to him about it, actually, or anybody else, indeed, but I can't imagine De Carey doesn't have aspirations to open the batting again. Having done so all the way through his career until he lost his... I don't know, I think they just decided, really. Robson and Stone were fit, and as he was the frontline spinner then, having taken Holman's place in the side, they then thrust him down the order and said, we'll focus on your spinning and lengthen the batting lineup.
So Holman could fancy running him out here.
Indeed. Indeed.
If that happens now, I apologise.
Off goes more bowls, and Holman is beaten by a ball that lifts just slightly off a length. It wasn't there to play a cover drive, and that's what he was attempting to do. He prods at the surface, but that was a lower order bat.
Terry Whitley's been on. He says, afternoon to you, Terry. He says his wife is currently shouting at the television, telling my co-commentator, which I assume is you, to tie a jumper around your waist.
Yeah, I thought of that one.
Yeah.
Thought of that one, thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
I did think.
And Mrs. Terry.
Moore's around the wicket, bowls, and this ball lifts, beating... Well, there was no real shot offered at all. There was just a response. I think he was looking to defend it on the back foot, but it lifted almost past his chin, that, from Moore, and Holman goes and prods at the surface again. But yes, thank you, Mrs. Terry. That did strike me. I do have one of those, actually.
There we go. So, take my hoodie.
It's that or shorts?
Well, you could tear the other leg off, and it would be shorts, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I think those trousers have had it though.
I know.
Which is no bad. Which is no bad thing, is it? Really?
They're nice trousers. These.
Are they?
No.
Canvas, like chinos almost, aren't they?
Yeah.
Very metropolitan elite.
Let's find the receipt. See if I've got warranty on that. How many years should trousers last? They can't be more than 3 years old.
I think that's probably enough.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Trousers only last 3 years now. Might have had a suit that must have been nearly older than him.
Oh, well, I had a suit that I got married in up until about 3 years ago. Yeah, no, I had a suit. But you know
what happens to that? Whatever happens to that suit?
Oh, the suit I've thrown away. The marriage.
No. I was asking about the suit. Here's more around the wicket. His bowls. And that edges.
Why have you got a gap there? They always have first and second slip, then a gap, and then the next fielder, and the ball. How many times does it fly through there? Well, too many is the answer.
It's much debated, Gully. It really is.
Yeah, well, so it should be.
Exactly, yeah.
For that reason, yeah.
Well, maybe it shouldn't be much debated. Maybe they should. I've always been of the...
Don't leave a gap.
I've always been of the feeling, don't leave a gap.
That's me too.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, it's almost run-saving, Gully, isn't it? It's just so if he angles the bat defensively, he's going to get 4 runs.
It's a bad, really, really bad shot if you're going to get caught at gully. Whereas that was an edge, and it's flown through to the left of third slip, who isn't there.
Yeah, and the pace and bounce he's getting at the moment, you're much more likely that it's going to go to a third slip than a gully, as this ball's eased on a length to point, and there's no run. Just bring point around a little.
Yeah.
He's not exactly going to be flashing more through the covers at the moment, is he? 298 for 6. Middlesex close on a second batting point. Carey's 43. Holman 28, and the partnership is 64 from 100 deliveries. Got this innings going again for Middlesex after the Stoneman and Holden show to begin with. Any great advances elsewhere, having not looked for all of 25 seconds. Glamorgan 187 for 8. 174 behind, 25 to avoid the follow-on. Harris has 4, Gorvin has 8.
Sorry, 5 down, then still 47 behind Durham. the championship end of the game.
Gloucestershire 22 without loss.
Going nicely. That Lancashire lead is building, isn't it? 158 now. Worcestershire in a spot bother down at Southampton, 130 for 5, still 332 behind. South Africa, no real recovery at 72 for 7 against Afghanistan. Yeah, let it go, Kevin. Let it go. Is Alex Thompson from the City and his 34th over of the innings. He's in now and bowls to De Keres, who lunges forward. I think he hit his pad first before it hit the back of the bat and dropped into the ground, but stifled appeals. No more.
What is it?
Yusuf Bin Naeem's not helping our It's Quite Warm Here cause, as this next delivery is a reverse swept for 4. Nicely done by De Keres, who moves to 47.
He looks a good bat, doesn't he, De
Yeah,
Keres?
he
You can see
does.
why. He was opening the innings at one stage.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, Yusuf Bin Naeem is wearing a bobble hat.
I tell you why. Sorry, go ahead.
300 up for Middlesex, 302 for 6.
I tell you why I always forget his first-class debut is because, well, not much happened basically in either innings, but he then, in that same week at Cheltenham College, made his T20 debut, where actually he came out and started playing a load of shots. And it's only a cameo in the 20s, but he still over it like that. He just saw a few shots. Thought, oh, hold on a minute. You know, after he'd plodded away for I think 1 and 4 on first-class debut, then followed it up with a decent knock in the T20.
All the kids are playing them nowadays. Here's Thompson in again. That one is turned into the leg side by De Keres. He picks up a single to move to 48.
Actually, a reason for remembering his first-class debut is because his dad did drive down to watch it on day 1, and England were playing on day 2, and of course, whoever won the toss, and Middlesex are fielding, so he watched him field for a day,
Yeah,
and then
nice.
drove back for the England game the next day, and off Josh went and batted the following day. Typical.
303 for 6, the lead 130. Thompson in bowls, and Holman defends it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Never really spoken to Josh's dad that much, but Luke's dad, on the other hand, can never get rid of Pete. He'll be here somewhere, I'm sure. I saw him here for the One Day Cup game, actually. I'm sure he'll be here for this one.
This one is pushed out into the offside by Holman. He's on 28 from 59.
Lovely bunch, the Holmans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't like the De Kereses then? Is that what you're saying? I just want to get this. Want to get this boxed off. Next delivery is slog swept out towards the square leg boundary, single only because it went straight to Harry Moore. That was the final ball of the over as well, which means that Holman has pinched the strike. He moved on to 29, 304 for 6, the lead 131. The over 8 plus 8, which is lunacy. And we would ordinarily be 2 overs from tee, but in actual fact we're 23 overs from tee. And we will have more than 96 overs in the day unless something goes horribly wrong. Like pace at both ends.
Aye.
But I don't think we'll see that. I don't think David Lloyd is minded to have pace at both ends. Yusuf you have to take that bobble hat off. It is not that cold, son. Come on.
Has he just had a bad haircut?
Don't know. I was in the room when he signed the contract and just congratulated him and that kind of thing, but I never spoke to either Yusuf or Harry at that time. However, Harry having made his first-class debut now, as well as having an impact in the One Day Cup. Spoke to him once and likely to speak to him tonight. Let's hope he takes some wickets. Although he scored a few runs yesterday, didn't he? Who'd have thought that we were more likely to go into day 3 than games elsewhere? Not me. Already over at Birmingham, could be over at Bristol.
Stop it. He's
Comfortably.
Moore. He's around the wicket and bowls to Holman, who leaves alone a very good delivery outside the off stump. 3 slips in place now, just to annoy Fletch with the horse bolted.
Well,
Short leg.
I hadn't noticed, but thank you for pointing it out.
Look at the gardening going on between Holman and De Carey's, prodding away on a length. Well, prodding away on 2 lengths, the pair of them, different length each.
De Caris has just asked for a drink.
Ooh. Doesn't he know tea's 20 minutes away?
Probably. That's why he's asked for one. Is it me?
In
No,
comes
it's you. Good.
more bowls, and that's cut into the ground by Holman.
There's an unpleasant silence there for a moment.
He is too
I thought it was at Durham.
along the floor to the keeper, and there's no run. He's looking for a late cut, wasn't he? I was actually just watching De Carey's at the non-strikers end after he mentioned he was looking for a drink. It's how
You look parched.
his mannerisms. He's a fidget, isn't he, De Carey's?
Oh, yeah, he can't stand still. Twiddling his bat.
As in comes Moore, and that's cuts for 4. Dismissed that one by Holman. He moves to 33. Middlesex through 8. For 6, yes, he's more Alex Stewart with that, isn't he? The great bat twiddler.
He is twiddling furiously at the non-strikers end as the bowler's just about to come in. Then he almost gets in an on your marks position. Have you noticed?
Yes.
It's-
Yeah,
it's
that's what distracted me.
He's
Yeah,
like ready
Yeah.
to run that first one. As
yeah, that's what
quickly as
distracted
possible.
me. I was following exactly that and was pondering it. Because you do at times look at him and see, I mean, especially when he hooks or pulls, you'll see Atherton. And just his posture as well.
More
his
hair,
father.
more hair than his dad. doesn't he? This is my son.
Here comes Moore and takes middle stump out of the ground. Goodness me, that was emphatic for Moore. What a first wicket to take. 1 for 29 he has in his 7th over, and Holman pushing forward defensively. Couldn't keep that one out. Absolutely powered through the gate that. Middlesex are 308 for 7, leading by 135. But crucially, though, for the season as a whole, trying to keep it alive, they're 142 runs short of where they'd like to be, which would be a 5th batting point. 3rd is still 42 runs away.
Is there a finer sight for a quick bowler than the middle stump cartwheeling back? I don't think there is. That was a superb delivery from Harry Moore, which is exactly why we need a speed gun here at Derby. I don't know if the chief executive is still listening or not. Get a speed gun in. This kid has got something, no question about it. That was a super delivery.
He's rushing all of them, isn't he?
Yeah.
No two ways about
He is
it.
the sharpest bowler in the match, probably, at the moment.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt there, is there? Middlesex.
Look at that car leaving there. Look at that red car.
Has it got its lights on?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's like the Batmobile. Wow.
Are you a car fan?
No, I can't stand the damn things.
But you just like the look of that
I
one.
like the look of that one, though. Nice and shiny. Tubby Rowland-Jones is the new batter. For what it's worth. Well, cars come and go. Oh, that was a nice car. The red car that's still there, I quite like a red car, actually. They're supposed to be quite aggressive, aren't they, people who drive red cars? I'm told.
Are they?
That was the theory.
Ooh.
Mine's beige, which tells you more about me than anything.
We should have known that 15 years ago.
Did you have one then? Oh, somebody else had one. Oh dear.
308 for 7. You were just meant to go with that one.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Oh dear. Anyway, yeah. Oof. There was a big gate there, to be fair. Holman was doing his best to get forward on that delivery that uprooted his middle stump, but quite frankly, I wouldn't get forward to Harry Moore if you paid me in gold bars. So he is very sharp indeed.
Now, this is going to be really interesting. He's not going to stay around the wicket, is he, Rowland-Jones? Oh, he's a brave boy. No, he's not. He's going to go over the wicket. I thought he was going to bump him. He has got a short leg, and they're going to have a leg gully as well, but he will be over the wicket to
I don't think
skip
he'd mind if he does bounce Rowland-Jones, because he can. He is a good bat.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think there's any
Oh,
question.
he'll club it, won't he? Yeah.
But Moore is a good bat as well, so if he got the same treatment back, I don't think he'd mind too much. He's got a good eye.
2 slips, gully, leg gully, short leg, slightly retreated, And Moore, right arm over to the right-handed Roland Jones, who gets a solid defence behind that one. De Carey's has to scramper back into his ground as the ball is deflecting back to the fingertips of Moore, but just falls away harmlessly into the leg side. 308 for 7. Again, match situation-wise, Middlesex looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, I'd say
On 35, the leads. But batting last on this should be tricky. So they'll want to top it up a little bit more in this first innings with the position that they have got and had indeed at 125 for 2 this morning as Roland Jones rides the bounce of this one in front of Gully, and that one gets away for... not 4. A slide keeps it in. Roland Jones has a couple. The umpires just check. Happy that that was collected. Yes is the answer. And 2 it is to get Roland Jones off the mark. But Holman's gone for 33. Bowled Moore 310 for 7. It was a very good 7th wicket partnership that for Middlesex. Quite crucial for the match situation. Crucial for the season is what happens with the remainder of this innings now. Well, actually, it's not crucial because matters elsewhere could take it out of Middlesex's hands.
Still only 8 down, Glamorgan, though, so a little bit of hope there. 173 behind.
Plus, she yet to lose a wicket.
Yeah, it's all going on.
In their pursuit of taking it to a 3rd day.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Surrey still 5 down, trail only 36 now at home to Durham in their first innings.
And Lancashire lead 171.
Getting worried, aren't you?
Well, not
You
as worried
fancy a
because
trip to
Kent
Old
are 6
Trafford?
down. I don't mind Old Trafford.
That's what I mean, you fancy a
Yeah.
trip to Old Trafford, don't you?
Yeah, but they'd have to come down for that to happen. I'm fairly sure Derbyshire are out of the promotion race.
But wait, you want them to come down? So that's why you're worried about them doing well?
Yes, I'd prefer them to come
Yes,
down
yeah.
than
I thought I'd missed something horribly for the first day and a half. I was like, wait, what?
the rabble up the road. Although, interestingly, it might force their
No
commentator...
way to talk about Northampton.
It might force their commentator to describe once again the wilderness of the 2nd Division, which he did a couple of years ago when they were relegated, as I used to enjoy reminding him. The wilderness. Have a word with yourself.
That is quite funny.
But inaccurate. Here is Thompson beginning a new over. It's a reverse swept out towards the... well, it's the backward point region. It turned into backward square leg, and it's 4 runs to De Carey's, and it's a half century to Josh De Carey's off 71 balls. Been a really good innings from him. And that was his 9th 4. And Middlesex move on to 314 for 7.
Yeah, it's a lovely innings this from De Carey's. I don't think he's offered a chance, has he? Holman, didn't he? Yeah, he edged through the
Carey's
vacant
was
third.
dropped on 21 by Wayne Madsen off
He
Morley.
did, you're right.
Here comes Thompson again. That one is defended by De Carey's,
He did.
which was a reasonably...
Yeah, it was a comfortable chance.
Well, yeah. Yes, you're right.
For an experienced slip fielder, it was to his left hip.
Here comes Thompson again. That one is clipped into the leg side nicely, but De Carey's, and he picks up another single to move to 53. The lead 1-4-2 now at 315 for 7. Thompson just asking where he wants everybody. I rather fancy they think that Roland Jones is going to try to smash it to the leg side boundary because Pat Brown is going back. Harry Kane has come across from cover to mid-wicket, and in off the boundary at backward point is Moore, who's come in at cover effectively, and in comes Thompson, and that one is defended into the leg side by Roland Jones. Got a leg slip as well as that short leg and a slip. I think the slip could possibly be a bit wider. We won't be able to see the ball hit the bat, I don't think, Wayne Madsen, but he's far more experienced in these matters than I am, as this next delivery is turned into the leg side once again by Roland Jones, fielded by Harry Kane on this occasion. Men out on the leg side boundary, Mitch Wagstaff at square leg and Pat Brown at mid-wicket, slightly straight mid-wicket. And now, long on has been pushed back as well. Long off just creeping back as Thompson is in. That one is defended immaculately by Toby Roland Jones. Ball dribbles into the offside And there's no run. 315 for 7. Middlesex, 142 runs their lead. 53 to Josh De Keres, 2 to Toby Rowland-Jones. And ordinarily we would have reached tea by now. 32 overs left in the day, minimum. I think it's minimum, isn't it? They don't go. They don't go off at
a minimum of.
They don't go off at 5 o'clock if they'd bowled 96 overs. That's good.
Josh De Keres 50, came with 71 balls and included 9 fours.
71 balls, 9 fours.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jane.
Multitasking again next door.
Aye.
Yeah.
Double bubble for Jane in this match?
I win every match.
Double bubble.
Yeah.
Clever.
Very highly paid.
Clever.
I would have thought. Scorer, announcer.
They're not cheap announcers, you know.
Are they not? You've done it, Abby.
Best paid day of the season.
Charge top dollar.
Best paid day of the season.
Well, they've got lots of money at the Oval, though, haven't they?
Yeah, aye. 315 for 7.
Whipping the crowd into a frenzy.
Aye. Welcome to the Kia Oval. Moore is in, bowls, and attempting to drive. De Keres is beaten outside off through to the gloves of Guest it goes. 315 for 7. 10 minutes to tea. You're in Derby. And come on, H. There's the cry from somewhere in the field as
Poor, that, isn't it?
young Moore turns to bowl. What would you go with as he's past the umpire, bowls, and this is dabbed into the offside defensively. The back foot by De Keres. What nickname would you give him? Moore?
I think I've got Moro.
Or less?
Yes, that'd be good.
The merrier? Come on, the merrier.
That would be good.
Back when cricket nicknames were good. 2 slips in a gully. Moore's in. Bowls, and this was eased into the offside. There's no run. T Vicar. Flint to be back in a wee moment, which means I'll update the scoreboards from elsewhere. Starting with a South African recovery against Afghanistan. 77 for 8 they are now. Pakistan women taking on South Africa women. Surrey 232 for 5. Trails Durham by 30 runs in their first innings at the Oval. As Moore is in, bowls, and forward goes De Keres. Quick single taken through the vacant point. Sweeper on the boundary collects. Worcestershire 144 for 5, trailing Hampshire by 318. Kent are 168 for 6 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 433 at Canterbury. Lancashire are 186 for 6 as they lead Somerset by 180 in their second innings at Old Trafford. Essex won by an innings and 40 runs at Edgbaston. Glamorgan are 198 for 8. So they are 14 runs shy of avoiding the follow-on now. And, James Harris has 14 indeed. Corbin has 9. Here's Moore, bowls a bouncer, which Rowland-Jones hammers through square leg on the hook for 4. His first boundary moves to 6, 320 for 7. I do think that this could be a fun encounter. If he tries to bump Rowland-Jones, we'll see a little bit of that. Gloucestershire 36 without loss, trailing Sussex by 166 in their second innings at Bristol. Northamptonshire all out for 383. Leicestershire all out for 203. Innings break there at Wantage Road. Here, we're going to have a change of fields. No, I'm sticking with what they've got. Or they've got a short leg. Where has Leg Gully gone? They did have a Leg Gully previously. I think he's gone into the covers. I don't think Rowland-Jones would mind for a moment if Moore wanted to keep banging it in short. I think he'd relish that. 320 for 7.
Put it on his toes.
Yes. Although similarly that might go as well, but then you miss our hits. His Moore in, bowled short, and he's hooked it, he's top edged it, it's in the air, and the keeper will take the catch. He got right inside that one, Rowland-Jones, and back he goes. He was looking to take him on, and I'm not surprised, but this young lad is sharp, Moore. And yeah, Sky's top edge is one. And he's gone for six, the Middlesex skipper. 320 for 8. Middlesex are 30 runs shy of a third batting point, which at one point in this innings, and not too long ago in the De Carey's and Holman partnership, was looking pretty assured. They lead by 147, which is a strong match position, but bigger matters are at play for Middlesex in terms of the season overall. With one round to go hereafter, but that's a second wicket for Moore, a couple in quick succession with this second new ball. He has 2 for 36.
And that was down to pace, wasn't it? He took on the short ball again, but was just done for pace, really.
Yeah.
Harry Moore picks up his second wicket, which makes him a far better interviewee at the end of the day's play than previous. Got it halfway up the bat. Straight away, David Lloyd was celebrating. It was a good catch by Brooke Guest. They're never easy, those, looking into the blue sky. It's harder with the white ball, of course, but excellent work from the 17-year-old. It is remarkable, really. We've seen a lot of bowlers in my time, even going back to 2016. There were a lot of young bowlers coming through.
Nothing like this,
They
though.
all came and they all went. Probably the best of them who's had the best career is Tom Taylor, who went down to Northampton and now is at Worcestershire. Who's turned himself into a very good all-round cricketer. So I think Harry Moore, well, certainly wasn't as young as Harry. Harry Moore is by far the most exciting prospect that we've seen here at Derby in my time covering the club. It's a huge amount of competition, in fairness. Of course, it's the job of the counties to produce England players. It's something that Derby simply haven't done traditionally. They get paid extra, of course, if they produce them. And Harry Moore is on that England pathway.
Think of the profits Derbyshire could make.
More profit. More profit.
Is that going to be his new nickname, Profit?
Yes, more profit. Absolutely. So, Alex Thompson, Josh De Carey's is on strike. Ethan Bamber at the non-strikers end is the new batter, number 9.
Good batter, Bamber. Not often he'll be up at number 10. No Cornwell to come. What does De Carey's do? Middlesex, they've got to be trying to get this 30 runs from somewhere.
Comes Thompson and bowls. That was turned neatly into the leg side. They're going to push for 2 here. The Wagstaff has come around quickly to pick up the ball and throw it in. The concussion substitute, if you missed it this morning, in place of Lewis Rees, but he can't bowl because he's a leg spinner. The pitch is turning.
7 to avoid the follow-on at Cardiff. Get Gus and Gat down the
Still
M4 for that rain dance we've been talking
Still
about.
8 down.
Still 8 down.
Wow,
Jimmy Harris.
Easy going to do it, aren't they?
Stop it.
Nailed on. 321 for 8, the lead 148. Here comes Thompson, bowls to Bamber, who pushes that into the onside where it's fielded by the short leg.
I'm sure Embers will be up for it as well. A jolly boy's out into do a rain dance in Cardiff.
45p a mile. Comes Thompson again and bowls, and that's hit the edge of the bat, and the pad has it and gone through to first slip. No.
I think it beat the inside edge, didn't
Yeah,
it?
it must have done. Too high for a leg before wicket. Certainly. Taken by Wayne Madsen. Didn't hit the bat. That was the only problem with that.
And it wasn't in line.
That was the other problem. Yes. Comes Thompson again and bowls. That was pushed out into the offside by Bamber. It looks a little bit itchy now. They're going to go through for the run as Harry Kane gets to the ball now. That was a bit cheeky. He's actually thrown the ball and it's hit Bamber. There was a run there.
What were they thinking about not taking the run there?
Unless they thought
2 balls to go
it,
the over.
it was too close to.
Well, it means he's going to face. Well,
That's a shout. Yeah, that's
he's
a
gonna
good
face
shout.
more now, isn't he?
Only if Thompson can keep De Carey's down at this end.
which puts the pressure on De Carey's now and over before tea. Because one more wicket and tea will be delayed.
Really, I don't know why I'm disappointed we don't do anything at tea anyway, apart from wander around aimlessly. Here's Thompson in and bowls a full toss. That's well, it wasn't quite a full toss. It was a very full delivery though. It was a loopy delivery. De Carey's drove it to Zach Chappell at mid-on.
It'll delay our catch-up with Griff.
Yeah, so swings and roundabouts. In comes Thompson again. De Caires turns this into the leg side, and he will manage to get down to the other end on strike to face the final over, if indeed the umpires get together before the clock ticks around to 15:10. They're going to be in place fairly shortly. Umpire Baldwin is in place nearly. He's in place now. We will have one more over. And it will be bowled by Harry Moore, and why wouldn't it be? As he removes his cap. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 36. But in this spell, he's bowled 3 overs, 2 for 16.
Joe, you often talk about, if you go back in time to a certain time period in history, when would it be?
Me?
People just in general, they talk about it, you know. If you ever go back, what would you go back and see? I think I'd go back and see the first meeting of Fletcher and Griff. This is Moore in bowls. This is Dabbs off the back foot for a single backward point by De Caires. So he offers the strike to.
Well, I don't think he'll
to
mind
Bamber.
that more.
No,
Really.
no, he don't mind at all.
Wow.
Or perhaps not even the first meeting. The first.
I first met Griff in the chairman's box in 2015.
Oh yeah, and
I was being shown around the ground, having been offered the job
yeah,
by Radio Derby.
you were shown round the ground.
They brought me down to the ground because
Who did?
I'd never been. Well, initially, the Avtab, who is now the station manager, brought me down.
Oh, to show you around the ground.
Showed me the county ground. Yeah. Met Billy Godleman.
Two
Put me off.
slips, gully, leg gully, short leg, and forward goes Bamber. He's beaten. What did you say? Met Billy and it put me off.
Didn't put me off. He came over and I couldn't shake hands because he had a broken finger which he'd suffered in the neck.
Did you fist bump?
No.
Did you elbow bump? That was pre-COVID?
It was very much pre-fist pump, I think, from memory.
Shown around the ground.
I didn't. Well, this wasn't here, so there wasn't much to show me around, in all honesty.
More.
I think everything else was in place.
Past the umpire bowls, and this is pushed back up the track, and there's no run. So it was a day off at the cricket. What was Griff doing in the president's box on the day off?
It was in the winter. I don't know. They'd been here doing something with his.
So that would have been all pleasantries then, because your BBC boss had been there. So no, that's not the point I'd like to have seen.
You want
The
to
first
see
time you two-
The first time we were in a pub together.
The first time you two crossed swords.
I genuinely can't remember. The first couple of matches, I didn't really have
The
much.
first time you two sussed each other out, or attempted to suss each other out. That's what I'd have liked to have seen.
Much to suss, is there? We're both quite open. Off,
Well, exactly. So that's what.
off mic.
Exactly. So that's why I would have liked to have seen it. The first retort.
I don't recall it, I must admit.
Does that mean you lost?
Oh, I almost certainly would have lost. Yeah, I'd be staggered if I'd not lost.
Two slips and a gully. Leg gully and a short leg as Moore is in and Bamber defends. Oh, yes, no. Defends to point and there's no run. Those on Twitter will be familiar, I'm sure, with Griff and his morning videos
Oh, yes.
throughout the season. He needs to do it throughout the postseason as well.
He does.
What does he do on his day off?
He doesn't do it every day. He does it
No,
every
but
day
still.
when there's games on. But he'll pop up every now and again. Follow D. Griffin pics on Twitter, on X.
He's an influencer nowadays, isn't he, on social media, Griff?
Well, so people will keep telling him.
Somebody in the press box put it this morning, a bad influencer. His full delivery, which Bamber edges in front of Gully. And this one, well, it might not make it. It doesn't. They get back for a second. 3, 2, 6 for 8. 24 more for a third batting point for Middlesex. He's a bad influencer. That was very good.
I'm not sure he's that. He's certainly a huge advocate for county cricket.
Aye. Sorry, we've lost a 6. They're still 18 behind. 244 for 6. Glamorgan are 150 behind with 2 wickets standing at Cardiff against Yorkshire.
Told you.
Gloucestershire are 43 without loss, trailing by 159 at Bristol.
It'll have flattened out when it at Bristol. Usually does.
Comes Moore and strikes on the hip guard of Bamber. A dot ball ends the over and
T.
tea. Yes, I was just about to say, I was looking at the clock and thinking it's 13 minutes past. So that one, obviously, they just squeezed an extra one in before tea. I was too interested in getting in a time machine to go back and see you and Griff meeting each other. 3-2-6 for 8 Middlesex. They lead by 153, a very strong match situation. They've got 5 bonus points so far. They will desperately crave one more. But realistically, it's unlikely to be of that greater consequence looking at the way the other games are going. And indeed, on that very note, Gloucestershire are 43 for 1 as Phillips' LBW took on a cap for 21. Gloucestershire trail by 159 against Sussex.
I will be back in 20 minutes, by which time I hope to have persuaded Kevin not to put himself through it anymore. 3.26 for 8 Middlesex, leading by 153. What is it now?
What's now?
in Derby, with the sun blazing down. Another really warm day in September. And the situation of the match is that Middlesex are 326 for 8 in their first innings. Josh Takeres on 57, Ethan Bamber on 3. And they lead by 153 runs after a couple of wickets in quick succession for Harry Moore just before tea. Luke Holman for 33, and then Toby Rowland-Jones for 6. Holman having his middle stump uprooted. Toby Rowland-Jones top edging one to be caught by Brooke Guest for 6. And we've had basically for the last half an hour spin at one end and pace at the other. And it seems to be a formula that's starting to work for Derbyshire, although they're already a long way behind in this game, I think it's fair to say. That's Thompson fan club get going. Glamorgan have avoided the follow-on.
Good.
For what it's worth, you've still got the same trousers on.
I do. I didn't get down to the car in the tea until...
Interesting.
Well, I'm sat down now, so it's all right until the end when I'll have to go past the car to go and do the interview, so...
You're going to get changed outside.
See if there's shorts. There's no one around the back there, is there? I hope.
No, not really. Alex Thompson begins the evening session from the city end. Josh Takeres picks up another single by driving it out to Harry Moore in the covers.
Although the size of the rip in these trousers, there's not much left to the imagination anyway.
No, there isn't really. There isn't.
Bend a little forward, please, sir. Where has that picture ended up, by the way?
Just on my phone. It's for my own personal use. 327 for 8.
I did open up Twitter at tea to see if you put it on there. You hadn't yet. Mike Williamson, though, said that's a very end of season good morning from both of you. He said that 6 hours or so ago.
It was, wasn't it?
You're right.
Yeah, we were,
How are you? Hello.
We were quite... well, I was
Morning.
a little bit late. Not late to the ground, just late onto the commentary. As Thompson bowls, and that one beats Bamber's bat, thuds into a thigh pad.
Glamorgan in the lead, yeah. 134 behind now.
Yeah, 134 behind. And still
Harris
8,
33.
Still 8 down. He's going to
Titty
get a
ye not.
century.
Titty ye not. Maiden first-class century for Harris.
Bamber waits, and this one's a full delivery that he tries to flick into the leg side. Gets some bat on it, but not a lot.
Hold on, how Gloucestershire none down again? What's happened there? Oh, scoreboard's gone all right. It's a 53 for one now. Yeah. Denton Price. OJ Price. You ever seen Trading Places, Fletch?
I don't think so. Thompson bowls it. Attempted drive. Big puff of dust comes up as he hits the ground at the same time as the ball there, Bamber. No, why?
The price of orange juice was the plot of Trading Places.
Price of orange juice?
Yeah. So OJ Price, his nickname should be Trading Places.
Next delivery is defended by Bamber.
Their nicknames are Ollie and Tom, i.e. their names, Ollie and Tom Price.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, how can the Price brothers not have good nicknames? Expensive and cheap? I mean, there's got to be something, isn't there?
150p and 120p.
Yeah. Come on, Halfpenny.
Thompson's in again. Bamber goes forward, pushes into the offside, and they scamper through for a quick single off the final ball of the over, interestingly. And Harry Moore can't wait. He's like a... Well, they can't hold him back as he marches towards the umpire.
Halfpenny and shilling.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. £0.50.
Arthur. There you go, could have been Arthur.
£0.50, yes. That would have been a great nickname on it.
Oh.
Put that in.
Arthur and Apin. Arthur and Apin, there you go. Oh, we'll do your job for you, lads. It's not like you've got 96 overs in the field. You take an hour and a half too long to bowl every day.
Yeah, that's true.
So, from down below, is it's going to be... No, it is going to be more. I thought they were going to change, but more it is. 238 for 8. Bamber 4, Dakar is 58. Is that going on Twitter?
No, they've just...
Have you sent it to me?
No. Do you want it?
Yeah.
They've corrected Harry Moore's name on the BBC Sport website now.
Oh, well done. Did you contact them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Who did you contact?
Sport England or whatever it's called, yeah.
So do you mean they all sat there and went, oh, look, we got an email from Dave Fletcher at Derby? Oh, it's a complaint.
It just said, it's Harry Moore at Derbyshire. In the subject matter.
Did they quote you?
No.
In the subject matter?
That's all I put. I thought, I can't be bothered.
I didn't send a tea time or lunchtime update today. I'm feeling bad. Sorry, folks. Tuned in, as you will be. 2:38 for 8. Here's Moore, 2 slips gully and a short leg, and Moore is in. Bowls to Bamba, who's up on his toes, defending into the offside. Leicestershire 12 for 1 in their second innings, trailing by 168 at Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire gearing up for the big match at Headingley, where they're going to win next week.
Yeah.
When Yorkshire will need a point to be promoted, no doubt. Buddinger's gone. Bold white. For Leicestershire. Up the Shire. Which one, Bob? All of them.
All of them.
Here's Moore, he's in, bowls, and onto the hip of Bamba. This ball falls into the offside. There's no run. He's from Barnet. Bob Hunt.
Was he?
Barnet Bob. Closet Middlesex fan. As he swung through Bristol, shouting up the Shire.
I first came across him at Forest Green.
Oh, yeah.
His football team.
Care for some hummus, Fletch?
Yes. Yeah.
Something along those lines, was it?
No. This is way before they were all vegetarians.
More bowls, and that's crunched away for 4. Backward a point by Bamba. Edgily, it must be said, but you could hear off the bat there was a fair bit of bat face on it as well. 3-3-2 for 8.
Yes, edgily indeed.
There it
So
goes.
we've got 200 and, don't tell me, 7 runs today.
Ooh.
207 for 7.
7.
207, which isn't a bad day's cricket, really.
No.
It's a very ordinary, normal day's county cricket, which is something you don't see very often.
Yeah, 100 in this session now, and you'd say that was about right, wouldn't you? 300 in a day. Here goes Moore to Bamba, who hooks him. Now, has Longleg picked it up? Yes, he has. It's all along the floor, so he's just letting it trickle towards him. Sun's behind him, so he's struggling to be blinded. Sun's in my eyes. It's behind you. Don't do pantomime.
No, a bit early for that, isn't it? 98 days to Christmas today.
Is it? What is it tomorrow?
Not sure. I'll get back to you.
Glamorgan is still 8 down.
There you go, Kev.
You started it after tea.
I just wanted to inform the listeners.
Me too. Me too. More to Bamba, and that's crunched with a cut shot out to deep point, who's set back now. Single more to the total. And Middlesex are 334 for 8. Two slips gully. Deep point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. And here goes Moore. In past the umpire, he bowls and just full of length. A solid forward defence from Bamba, and the ball's eased up to mid-off for no run. 103 overs bowled in this innings, so 7 overs with the bonus points left in play. Do they scramble to 350 and then swing for their lives?
And thereby handing Derbyshire their 3rd bowling bonus point.
Yes.
Yeah, potentially.
Yes.
They don't mean much, though, do they?
So 7 overs to get 16 runs. Yeah.
Should be able to do that.
The 400's a long way out the window now, because they'll just scramble to this 350, won't they? They'll take the 7 overs and take the 3 batting points, which would be a little bit of a disappointment to Middlesex, but overall it ain't the bonus points that'll swing it, I doubt, at this stage of the season. Now it really is a dramatic
Or indeed
result.
at any stage of the season, as we've established.
Really?
Yeah, if you put the table as Thompson is in, there's a reverse sweep. Oh, and it's come off the back of his bat and it's gone just beyond David Lloyd. It certainly hit his hand because he's wringing his hand out, Josh Takeres. Do 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and none for a defeat, and the table doesn't change. Just wasting our lives trying to chase batting and bowling bonus points. In comes Thompson again. The sweep shot comes out once more, out towards the square leg boundary, nicely fielded by Mitch Wagstaff.
Your man. 3 points for a win. That'd soon change the over rate, wouldn't it? You would be +9 every day to make sure you wouldn't be docked points for a slow over rate. 3 points for a win.
3 points for a win.
We'd be done at 6 o'clock every day.
1 for a draw, none for a defeat.
Oh, I tell you what, Fletch, we'd be done.
And we
6 o'clock every day.
Have yourself a table. Bamber on strike now. He goes for the sweep. It's an appeal, a half-hearted appeal, really, for leg before wicket. Started with Brooke Guest. Nobody else joined in until Alex Thompson thought about it and he raised an arm, but he was aiming that ball out towards the square leg boundary where Mitch Wagstaff continues to patrol. As Thompson is in again, goes back this time and pushes it out into the offside. He's called through for a quick single by De Caires. That's good running. The ball bounced into the ground and over the head of short leg. Bamber moves to 10, 336 for 8, the lead 163. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of bonus points. And complete waste of time. And games can sort of slow down as well, can't they?
Well, like now.
Yeah, as teams inch towards them.
Although, I wonder, actually, would it... Were there no bonus points, I think they'd just scramble what they could at this point rather than slog.
They have slogged because that one has been beaten out into the leg side. It's beaten Mitch Wagstaff as well. It's gone for 4.
He's going for the 400.
He's gone for 100 for himself. He's got 64 now. There's something else to think about.
Well,
because he's got
a maiden.
Bamber with him and Noah Cornwell still to come.
Noah, I cleared the grandstand Cornwell.
Well, yeah.
80's his top score.
De Caires. Waits now. Thompson is in again, and this time he's launched him out for 6 to the mid-wicket boundary. That is huge. It's gone into the car park, bouncing, and it'll have hit the car, no doubt. That's a glorious shot from De Caires, who moves on to 70, 346 for 8, the lead 173 at the end of that Thompson over.
Yeah, good that, wasn't it?
Yeah, big hit. Big hit.
Very good.
Ball still to be retrieved. Here it comes. Goodness knows what kind of shape it'll be in after bouncing across the tarmac. Oh, it's just bounced into the tarmac again. Yeah. It's a reasonably new ball. The new ball was taken at 87 overs, so it's less than 20 overs old, this ball. Might not still be spherical. You never know. Certainly the umpires will want to have a look at it. That was a decent hit from De Caires.
It was indeed. Back to Bamber. He's on 10. De Caires on 70. 10 shy. I'm just looking up his first-class best, which was against Durham, if memory serves, at Lord's. I'm pretty confident saying it wasn't that run out by Fletcher. 3 first-class 50s to his name in 32 innings prior to this, an average 24. He's a far better bat than that, though. And as I say, there have been a good number of occasions when he's been down the order like this, hitting out, and you look at him and think, should he be up the order?
Or it might be his destiny to shepherd the lower order.
Aye.
It's a valid role.
The Neil Fairbrother role, wasn't he? Always a lower order shepherder.
Yeah, and as Dahl does it here very well.
Shepherder. 2 slips gully, deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wickets. In fact, he's a square leg, long leg. Ball ambles in, bowls, and it's edged and taken by Guess. That's a brilliant catch, low to his right. He's taken it almost off the left boot of slip, and it wouldn't have carried by my fancy to the slip fielder. So 346 for 9, and Middlesex are 4 runs shy of a batting point, with the number 11 about to make his way to the middle.
And the 3rd wicket today for Harry Moore. In this spell either side of tee, 3 for 45 now. His career average is going to look very impressive. Bamber goes for 10 of 21 in the 105th over. Derbyshire, well, they're a long way behind at 173, the lead, which is, from their point of view, all they'll be focusing on. We will finish at 5:30, I would expect, this evening. And of course, we will lose 2 overs in between innings as well. Not that that'll make a huge amount of difference to the ultimate finishing time. There's a replay on the big screen of that catch, and as Kevin quite correctly said, it was a screamer. Down to his right, low. Harry Moore now with career best figures, because I think it's the first time from memory that he's taken 3 wickets in an innings. It is indeed. He took 1 in the first innings at Northamptonshire, 2 in the second innings at Northamptonshire, 3 in the first innings here. There's a pattern developing. And in about the 5th game of next season, he'll take all 10.
His high score of 80 was actually against Derbyshire.
Was it really?
Yeah.
That's a surprise. They don't count, though, of course, records against Derbyshire. I said to Andrew Rad last week, anybody who's got a high score or best figures against Derbyshire, Leicestershire or Northamptonshire need to look at the next best.
114 against Yorkshire. It didn't hold first class status, though. So, Cornwall. 3, 4, 6 for 9. 2 slips, a gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on. Short leg, legs, gully and long leg. And more right arm around to the left-handed Cornwell. And he's in now. Again, it seems a bit more laboured approach. It's a low full toss and it's clipped straight to short leg. It's a bump ball. They did ask how's that, but into the ground it goes. Good stuff out in the middle here. He's got 4 balls to survive in this over, though, Cornwell. Before
If he gets this other wicket, then we can jump straight into an ice bath, Harry, before putting his training gear on and coming around to talk to us. So.
He's not sprinting as hard as he was in the last inning. He just looks a little bit more... It's not as quite fierce, that running, as this is played by Cornwell for a couple here, just straight of a wide mid-on. In fact, they take the single. They reject the couple, of course, because 3 runs now for that point.
He doesn't look quite as smooth.
He was sprinting, wasn't he?
I'll give you that.
Bursting at every sinew. A bit like us when lunch is served, Fletch.
Yes. So that, De Keres best, that was against Derbyshire, but was it not his debut?
No.
Okay.
That was Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College.
He opened the batting then, though, didn't he? Just Joe, one
did.
of our correspondents, is just asking.
Moore is in, bowls, and De Keres is beaten by a ball that grubs. Well,
oh dear.
That has kept very, very low. That's probably
Oh dear.
the grubbiest grubber of the match.
Yes. I thought Joe had given up listening, actually, in all honesty. I need to speak to him about the week. I will send him a proper message at some point rather than just talking to him on the radio, but
No, we're enjoying this.
I need to send him a message about the week beginning October the 7th. Joe, October the 7th is the Monday. What's your best night that week?
Moore on a length to De Keres. No is the call. There's one to come of the over, and De Keres now has to find a single. Everyone rejected that too.
Harry Moore.
Harry Moore.
Jack Morley going through his warm-up down below us. Might see him instead of Alex Thompson. Thompson's got 2 for 90, Morley 2 for 76.
Moore hits the crease, and he's clubbed through the covers. He really gave that something, didn't he, De Keres? And there's the batting point for Middlesex. 351 for 9. De Keres moves to 74. And Cornwell will have the strike on 1. 105th over of the innings. So actually, now at 9 down, it almost becomes a case of, well, get the strike, De Keres, and see what you can do. Club it. doesn't it? Just see if you can get there. 49 runs, 5 overs, just keep going.
I think in proper cricket, that's what you do anyway, isn't it?
Because of the number 11, yeah.
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 Regardless of whether there was a meaningless point up for grabs
Aye.
in a promotion chase that's already over.
Oh, you're a cruel man.
I just don't want you to be feeling too let down when they don't get promoted.
Well, James Harris doesn't hit this century and comes out and hits a 9, takes a 9 for. Emulating his 9 for against Durham.
Still 130 behind Morgan. It's going to be, as I predicted, Alex Thompson to continue. not Jack Morley.
Needs a single here, doesn't he?
In and bowls to Cornwell, who goes back.
Needs it quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's got.
Well, if you think how well Thompson bowled to Stoneman and Holden this morning.
Yeah.
Deployed.
It's not easy out there.
Poor old Josh Carey's.
I'm still looking for his third wicket. He's in and bowls to Cornwell, who pushes this out into the offside. He's not quite surrounded. There isn't a silly mid-off. There is a short leg and 2 slips. And a man at short extra cover, who is Pat Brown. Should he wish to poke it to him, or will he take that off the edge?
Yes.
They're calling him through for a quick single. They shout the bowler's end. The ball does go to the bowler's end. Carers was almost down at this end before Cornwell had set off.
Yes, he said.
Yeah. Mitch Wagstaff threw the ball to the non-striker's end, but missed the stumps, and I think that Cornwell was probably already home by
3
then anyway.
balls. Where's deep mid wicket? He's at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, long on, and one of the slips. It's David Lloyd. Is coming out. He's going in. He's going to keep his helmet on in case he hits it really, really hard. And he's going in at just sort of square leg, really. And he's also having a look up at where the sun is. It's over there, David. Short leg is still in place. I wouldn't want to be there if I'm entirely honest with you. Thompson in and bowls, and that's nicely, delicately played by De Caires down towards the third man. There is a third man who comes trotting in because De Caires had decided that he was going to take a run. I think again, quite correctly. Thompson gives the ball a good polish and turns and runs in to bowl to De Caires, who turns this into the leg side. They'll have a single. Out towards Pat Brown on the mid-wicket boundary, and now the field will close in on Cornwell. Although you'd think they might want to give him a single, but he clearly won't take it. So that would be futile. To the final ball of the Thompson over, his 39th of the innings. To Noah Cornwell, who just defends it into the ground. The over comes to an end. Middlesex 353 for 9, leading by exactly 180. De Caires 25 short of a maiden first-class century that he might have to get sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
I fancy. Because if he hangs around for too long, will not have anybody with him.
So,
Mr. Bond.
you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Goldfinger.
Is it? Hour and a half's play left. Prompt finish, which is a shame because at 5:30 it'll still be glorious.
Aye.
Just carry on playing.
Hold on, we were just moaning about unpaid overtime a minute ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's more to De Caires, who defends into the offside. So I wonder, will he almost just play out this over and try and take the single at the end and then go after Thompson next over? Might be his best bet. Field well spread. Only slip in place. push it all back and then take the single.
He can have a single anywhere he wants at the moment.
I was wondering why they slowed up so much at Bristol and at
Raining.
Cardiff. No, it's tea. Moore's in, bowls, and De Carey's helps it on its way to long leg and then cries no. Quite rightly. Quite rightly.
Game grinds to a halt.
It does, it does. Well, as you said, this would happen regardless of whether there were bonus points or anything on offer, wouldn't it? It's just need to get there. 25 runs for Josh De Carey's for a maiden first-class ton. .353 for 9. And Moore is in. Bowls to De Carey's, who chips it in the air for 4. I think it's just fine of the rope it is. Goodness me, the cry went up of catch. He was tucked up by it, so he was just manufacturing as best he could the shot. And he moves to 79, one shy of his first-class best, which was against Derbyshire. And yeah, just short of the rope for 6, just shy of deep backward square leg. He was heavily tucked up on that hook, wasn't he?
Certainly was. I didn't really know where the ball was.
Yeah.
but hey-ho.
It's almost Donald versus Atherton, isn't it? The pace, tucking him up like that. He was in all sorts of uncomfortable positions, wasn't he?
He was. I'm not sure the experience of the bowler is quite the same. Or indeed the batter.
Slams that onto the splice of De Carey's bat, and De Carey's punches the air in frustration because I think he should have pulled it. 2 to come of the over. The field slowly creeps ever forward. I mean, that one really was. Bit of pace onto the splice. Just lacked the stare, didn't it? The stare back was great from Atherton. I'm sure I remember him saying you always had to stare back and never break the eye contact because the bowler was the one who had to turn and walk away, not the batter. So here's Moore in bowls and De Carey's dabbles. Through to the keeper it goes. A little push on the front foot. 1 to come of the over. 3-5-7 for 9. Oh, the tension.
I know, it's tangible, isn't it? Still at tea at Glamorgan.
I'm still pressing refresh. Refresh. Oh, Gloucestershire 59 for 2. 143 behind Sussex. There's more bowls, and De Carey's runs the single, takes the risk. If he hits, he's gone, and they have the single. It was 1 stump to hit, and Cornwall, he was gone for all the world if that hit, but De Carey didn't care. He took the risk, and he gets the reward. 358 for 9. De Carey's matches his first-class best as he moves to 80 from 98 deliveries.
It was a throw from Mitch Wagstaff that unfortunately did what so many throws do, and it hit the ground far too early. And as a result, wouldn't have hit the stumps anyway if it had been accurate, because it would have bounced over the top of them. Kicks the ground. He's a little bit annoyed with himself there. Mitch Wagstaff. He's no need to be a dog. First dog of the match.
It wasn't that bad a throw.
Excellent. Joe replying in the affirmative. Sort that out. I'll have to go during this over. Let's do my next update. Jack Morley and over after I imagined he'd come on. He's coming on. Helmet's being placed carefully behind Brook Guest by Wayne Madsen because they want De Carey's to take a single sooner rather than later. He needs to get this over started soon, otherwise I won't be even commentating on the first ball of it. Not that anybody else will care, but 358 for 9, leading by 185. Stand by for some big hitting here, Kev. Because I'm off.
Trio Fletch. De Carey's on strike on 80. Thompson from the city end. Morley from the city end. Left arm round, he bowls, and De Carey slams him through mid-wicket, but rejects the single straight to the sweeper. They go again. Long off's in play here, so too deep mid wicket and long on. Deep, big gap at extra cover over the top. There is one fielder up on the single as this ball's left alone, and that bounces. Wow! The bounce and turn, no is the cry quite rightly from De Carey's, as that bounces over the gloves of the keeper and over the outstretched hand of slip. Extraordinary. 22.4 overs remain today. Middlesex lead by 185. 358 for 9. As De Carey's goes to the reverse sweep, and he's gone LBW. Thumping on the pads, off he goes. 358 it is for Middlesex. De Carey's matches his first-class best, which he scored against Derbyshire. 101 for De Carey's deliveries faced, that is. Cornwall 2 from 6. Morley has 3 for 76, 3 for 55 more. Thompson 2 for 92. A surprise perhaps that Chappell was only 1 for 55 from his 14. Outstanding bowler that he is. Middlesex 185, and there are 20 overs remaining of the day as Derbyshire will come out to bat in their second innings, trailing by 155. There's a replay of it. Looked pretty straightforward. Speaking of straightforward, I think Fletcher and I'll probably go and get some tea as all the noise starts to reverberate around the County Ground Derby.
Let's go. Bless you. Welcome back. It's the final session of the day. This county championship match between Derbyshire and Middlesex. Middlesex all out for 358, a lead of 185. Derbyshire have a minimum of 20 overs to survive tonight. And one of the batters out there wasn't even named in the starting lineup. Mitch Wagstaff at the non-strikers, then Harry Kame at the other. Mitch Wagstaff in the side.
What are you laughing at?
Just looking at you sitting on the desk behind because of the sun. Toby Rowland-Jones to bowl. So,
Well, you're slightly angled towards the pitch from where you are, and I'll angle towards you. It'd be like we're a commentary, a presentation team.
like a tag presentation team almost. Here we go then. What can Derbyshire do before the close? How many down will they be? Here comes Rowland-Jones. Then 3 slips in place, bowling to Harry Kame, who leaves the first ball alone to go through to the keeper. Good start. Strong start.
So we've got an hour and 17 minutes of cricket.
Yeah, which is more than 20 overs, isn't it? Probably won't be, but...
So, 7 down?
Don't even joke.
Extra half hour?
Do you know what? You're the second person who said that to me since Middlesex were bowled out. Don't joke about stuff like that. We've been here before. Next delivery from Rowland-Jones is pushed into the onside by Kame.
Come on, lads, dig in. I want some more sweet potatoes tomorrow.
Well, we're going to miss out on the burgers because they're always on the final day.
Oh, no, stop it.
Yeah, miss out on the burgers.
Did I ever tell you about the day they forgot to bring us food here at Derby when we were in the old press box over there?
But you were fuming.
Pouring with rain. And so the call went across, I think you've forgotten press food. And we have forgotten the press food. So they looked at what they had left in the kitchen.
Here's Rowland-Jones.
Have I never told you this?
No, I don't think so. In balls to Kame, who's beaten outside the off stump.
They had a whole load of burger buns,
Nice.
some slices of roast beef from the dinner, and some gravy. So we were delivered that burger buns empty, a plate of roast beef sliced, and a cup of gravy.
To be fair, that's not a bad lunch.
Nigel, who is not with us for this game.
Vegetarian.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
He had the
Sorry.
gravy and buns.
Sorry, no, I don't think you can have the gravy. Next delivery. Oh, beats him again. Rowland-Jones going past the edge of Harry Kame's bat twice in successive balls.
He dipped the buns in his tea.
Yeah.
And I did. I got put the roast beef into the buns and used the gravy as a dip.
I'll take that.
Delicious.
I'll take that. All day long. Decide what I'm having later on for my tea.
Burgers on the final day. You mean we're going to miss out on them? What's going to happen to those burgers, though?
I think I'll stay in the freezer. In comes the next delivery from Rowland-Jones. Strikes the pad. Big appeal. He's out. Harry Kame's gone. The first wicket is taken in the first over. Kame goes. And Derbyshire a 0 for 1.
That was a big inhalation from you there, Fletch, and I think probably I know why. That's an ominous start. With Rowland-Jones rattling through them in the first innings, he's in some form at the moment. You take the Headingley match out of it, which was a Kookaburra game, and Rowland-Jones is a wicket-taking machine at the moment for Middlesex.
Yes. This is not ideal.
They have somehow got to get forward to Rowland-Jones. This was pretty much the end of the Derbyshire first innings, or it was that 6 for 3 anyway in the middle. They just weren't getting forward to him, which it's hard to blame them because they're going to wear a few if they do, but get the chest guard on. Wagstaff at the other end, of course, in for Rees.
And out comes Brooke Guest, who has just spent 112 overs keeping wicket. Now he's got to come out and bat 6th ball of the innings. 107.3 in actual fact. Yes. People wonder why we always fear the worst in this commentary box.
It's the burgers I'm worried about.
One more ball of Chubby Roland Jones's over to go. And then Mitch Wagstaff may or may not face his first delivery of the match. Remember, Middlesex lost a wicket to the second ball of their first innings. Derbyshire lose a wicket to the fifth ball of their second. As Roland Jones is in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who is forward to that one, pushes it out into the offside. But my word, they're up and at it here. Middlesex 0 for 1 after 1 over. Derbyshire still trailing by 185.
There's us thinking we desperately want another day. Just one more day, lads. Come on, hang on in there. There's Middlesex thinking 2-day game, lads. Come on, let's get out of here.
Yes.
Well, you'd suggest they'll be having a fair celebration tomorrow night, bar something brilliant from Derbyshire in this game.
Yes, followed by a fairly miserable celebration at the club annual presentation night on Friday night for Derbyshire.
Oh, good luck. Are you presenting that one,
No,
Fletch?
no,
Who's doing that,
they won't
Griff?
They won't let. No.
They won't let you.
They won't let me anywhere near it for some reason. I've done it in the past, but apparently I was too flippant and downbeat. Find that difficult to believe, don't you? No idea where they got that idea from.
Oh, that should be your new Twitter handle, flippant and downbeat.
It's my what's it profile? What's it called? That one where you flick from left or right or whatever it is.
Dating app. Bumble.
Yeah, no. Well, a dating app. Yeah, what's it called?
Tinder.
Is that the one?
Oh, there's loads.
Is there?
Which one do you want? Here's Higgins around the wicket. He bowls and, down the leg side on one leg. Wagstaff's beaten.
I don't think I do want one. That's very kind of you, though.
What, a dating app profile?
Done with all that nonsense.
You've not got me fooled, Fletcher.
Done with all that nonsense.
I've heard about you and Griff on the away trips.
I don't think you have. And if you have, I don't know what you've heard.
Higgins comes in, bowls, and this is clipped backward a square on the leg side for a single by Wagstaff, who's off the mark, and there's a punch in the air from Fletch. Is he one of your favourites?
Mitch, no, I'm just glad that he's got a run, really, because it would have been awkward for him, wouldn't it? Coming into the match, not being allowed to bowl because he's not a like-for-like replacement.
Yeah. Oh, Glamorgan are all out. You'd seen it, had you? 2:39.
No, somebody just sent me a message about too flippant and downbeat.
Oh.
Joe?
5 slips.
Oh.
Four slips, a crouch down as punching on the back foot is Guest. Through it goes to the keeper. He misses that one.
Don't play at that. Don't play at it. Get through to the close of play. Come back tomorrow morning. Don't play at that.
How many down at Gloucestershire going to be at stumps?
6.
Just to tease me. The hope.
There's no hope.
There's always hope, Fletch. Higgins bowls a forward defence from Guest.
It's only Mitch Wagstaff's second game of the season. Bless him. Big ask.
That's what happened to my trousers.
What?
Here's Higgins in, bowls and forward goes. Guest pushing back.
That's naughty. That is naughty. I'm going to leave this over to you. I'm going to eat one of these magnificent biscuits that Gary's brought, sent up.
Good man. Good man. They are good. Thank you, Gary. Was it Gary? Yes. Thank you, Gary. Very nice indeed. Here's Higgins. 4 slips crouched down as he runs in from the city end past the umpire. He bowls and it's a lovely shot down the ground for 4. Glorious that from Guests. 4 from 5 for Guests and Derbyshire 7 for 1 in the second over. Just overpitched slightly from Higgins. And away it went. But it's a long, long way back here for Derbyshire in this one, I'm afraid. Here's Higgins in again, bowls outside the off stump. That's a good leave by Guest. Through it goes to the keeper. and a dot ball. So those scores in full elsewhere. Starting in Division 1. Actually, let's start with that one-day match where South Africa recovered to 106 all out. Afghanistan 5 for 1. Sri Lanka 302 for 7 against New Zealand in the test at Gaul. Pakistan women 152 for 3 against South Africa women in Multan. Or is it Multan? I think it's Multan, but aren't they a team called the Multan Sultans?
Multan Sultans, yeah.
Multan Sultans. The Multan.
Wayne, who? What? Wayne Madsen played for them back in the day in the PSL.
307 for 7, Surrey. They lead Durham by 45 with 3 wickets standing. Worcestershire 204 for 5, recovering somewhat. They trail Hampshire by 258.
Roland Jones bowls to Wagstaff, who defends the first ball of the over back towards the bowler.
Kent are all out for 225 at Canterbury, where they trail Nottinghamshire by 208. And Lancashire 230 for 6, lead Somerset by 224. Essex beat Warwickshire by an innings and 40 runs. Yorkshire lead Glamorgan by 126 runs. They're 4 without loss. Cardiff and Gloucestershire 77 for 2, trailing Sussex by 125 at Bristol in their second innings.
Roland Jones goes in again. That one's off the edge of the bat to the left of fourth slip and down towards the boundary at third man for 4 runs. Mitch Wagstaff's first boundary, a little fortuitous. He moves to 5-11 for 1. They're going to need some good fortune. They trail by 174 with a minimum of 18 overs left today. Roland Jones, seen it all before, just turns and walks back to the top of his mark as the ball is retrieved.
What a man. So maybe Roland Jones.
He won't get too disturbed by somebody squirting one down to third man off the edge, will he?
No.
Seen it before. Wagstaff waits as Roland Jones bowls to him. Oh, he beats him all ends up. Squared him up and went past the edge of the bat. It's not easy out there. They have had the heavy roller on again. Be careful, of course, if it's too damaged, not to break up the surface with that heavy roller. As in goes Roland Jones once more over the wicket to Wagstaff, who's beaten again.
Bit too good this, isn't it, from Roland Jones?
Indeed.
That'll be the one disappointment, I think, for Derbyshire, is that Chappell didn't quite get the reward, which early on he deserved.
Guest catch to dismiss Toby Roland Jones was his 200th catch for Derbyshire. A total which includes 6. David Griffin informs us, taken when he wasn't keeping wicket. Took another one after that as well. As in goes Roland Jones. He's coming forward. Good to see from Mitch Wagstaff there. Just taking a step forward before playing that one up to Ethan Bamber at mid-on. Also good to see the Southerners not wearing sweaters out there, so we can see the numbers on their backs. They've realised how warm it is. And some of them probably won't be Southerners, but appreciating the East Midlands sunshine and warmth. As Roland Jones goes in again and bowls that one. He takes his bottom hand off the bat there as he turns it down to fine leg for a single. Is he a talker at batters, Roland Jones? He doesn't look like he is. But
well, I don't think it. I think it's short and sharp.
Yeah.
What he has to say.
He didn't look like he'd said anything to Mitch Wagstaff there. But I've got nothing against that. I think it's a perfectly acceptable tactic, as long as it doesn't overstep the mark.
Tic-tac.
Yes.
That was that famous misquote, wasn't it, from the first ever Big Brother? I'm not into tic-tacs. Here goes Higgins. Right arm over the wicket. He bowls and forward goes. Wagstaff defending into the offside. No run. Drama at Derby.
Was there?
Yes.
Anthony's been back in touch. He says, is flippant and downbeat the replacement marketing message for evolving expectations currently in use for next year's membership sales? Lovely afternoon down here. He's from Hina, down here by the bar. If it wasn't for the score, I'd be agitating for continuing play until 6:30.
Higgins bowls and forward goes Wagstaff pushing back. Well, careful what you wish for.
Well, yes. Well, 6 o'clock, certainly. Surely to goodness they can last an hour without being 7, 8, 9 down. What is the cut-off? 7? 8? 8.
Higgins bowls, and this is clipped to mid-on, and there's no run. Wait, hold on. So play's going to finish today at 5:30 unless Derbyshire are 7 down, and
7.
then there'll be an extra half hour.
7. We're saying that's what I was asking. We're talking 7, are we?
7. Oh, sorry. I see. Sorry. Yes, 7.
Okay. 6 wickets in the next hour, and we're all here for an extra half hour. Joy of joys.
In comes Higgins. Bowls and Wagstaff's beaten through to the keeper. Lovely ball. Brian Higgins.
I think that's what they're calling him, yeah. Lovely Bry. Well done, Bry. Like that, Bry. Calling him Brian Higgins. Nothing's sacred, is it?
Off goes Higgins again. He's around the wicket. And he bowls full and straight to Wagstaff, who pushes back once more.
He's been in... I don't know if I should say this on. I'm going to say it anyway.
Go on, say it.
He's been in pretty good nick from what I've seen
Well
of
said.
the twos. Mitch Wagstaff. 119 against Sussex seconds last time out.
Higgins hits the crease, bowls, and forward goes Wagstaff, pushing back into the offside. No run.
4 overs survived, 16 to go. So they are going to finish around about 5:30. 16 overs an hour is the notional requirement in county championship cricket. Lancashire's lead is 230 now against Somerset. What on earth is going on?
Pray for Gibson.
By Gibson. They've gone to tea at Kent now. Kent trail Nottinghamshire by 208, which might just give them a chance to force the follow-on as Roland Jones begins a new over. That one's left alone by Brooke Guest outside the off stump.
They've got to do it before Gibbo retires, haven't they? Somerset.
Well, they haven't done it yet. There's no reason why they should do it now.
I thought this was going to be the year.
No.
Essex last game of the season for Surrey, but it's all going wrong at Old Trafford. Goodness me. I think they want the day off tomorrow, don't they?
Who?
Middlesex. I've never heard them like this.
They just want to make sure they get into them nice and knock the top off it as Roland Jones is in, and that one is driven gloriously by Brooke Guest for 4 runs out to the extra cover boundary. Yes, it might have been in the air for a short while, but it was a beautiful shot from Brooke Guest, and he moves on to 8, 16 for 1, trailing by 169. Sharp intake of breath behind me.
Yeah, just listening again to all of them out there. As you say, there was the quiet catch, there was hands on heads.
Yes, I'm not sure it was that close to anybody, really. I could be wrong.
Never wrong for long.
You'd be surprised. Roland Jones in again, bowls to Guest, who defends this one. Towards mid-off. Who's that at mid-off then who's still wearing his sweater?
That scallywag is... Well, it looks like Mark Stoneman, but that looks wrong for his position. It is Mark Stoneman. Cold down south. For the Newcastle-born Stoneman.
Not going to be cold here. It goes out. They go out in Newcastle in December with no tops on.
What about the men?
Here's Roland Jones. Bowls to Brooke Guest. There's a big appeal for the court behind. You can all calm down again, boys. Roland Jones didn't move. Just turned around.
He was unmoved.
All 4 slips and the wicketkeeper were up. I think they've whispered, next time one goes past the edge, we're all up, boys, and see if we can persuade umpire Hassan Adnan, who of course is now standing at our end.
He'll want this over quickly, won't he, behind the stumps, Jack Davies, after all the ones he wore on the
Yeah, that is true.
forearm and wrist in the first innings.
Roland Jones goes in again and bowls to Guest, who's beaten again. Just bowling slightly short of a length and tempting Brooke Guest into trying to play a defensive shot he doesn't really need to play. But it's easier from here than it is from there, clearly. It always has been. I think it's fair to say.
We like to be fair, don't we, Fletch?
Well, if we can. Pakistan's women have scored more in a T20 against South Africa than South Africa's men did in a 50-over competition game against Afghanistan. This one struck the pad. Big appeal, and he's gone. Roland Jones has another. Guest has gone for 8. Derbyshire are 2 down already. We're only in the 5th over. Oh dear, Middlesex heading towards a very quick victory indeed here. 16 for 2, still trailing by 169.
Well, it's no 6 for 3 yet, but Roland Jones has got his tail up here. He's got his tail up this season, and well, they'll be kicking themselves over a couple of matches this year that they're not taking it to the final round, Middlesex. Because in the form that Roland Jones is in particular at the moment, I think he'd have fancied Hove next week. It would have been some finale. It may still be, but it's a long shot now to hope that Gloucestershire or Glamorgan are going to upset the odds and take it to the final round. I guess whether to be 4 days of rain at Headingley next week and Middlesex picked up a big victory at Hove, then it's still possible, but it's unfortunately all out of their hands now. But they are finishing on a high, which is a shame for Roland Jones because he's in such good form that you just look at that match last week against Gloucestershire, so costly, that collapse right now.
It was better to be in top form earlier in the season, I always think, than the last 2 matches. But
Get away, get your form, get your... Oh, why? So you have a good start.
well, it might as well have a good start as a good finish, because it might all be over by then.
Well, Roland Jones just had a good season, basically. Just had that one match where he was dropped at Bristol, which they, I think, conceded was a mistake, or rotated, rested. And he came back at Lords and looked a little bit rusty. Ooh. Getting a bit chippy downstairs about overnight domination. What was that?
I don't know.
Was there overnight domination?
I think there was.
Higgins beginning a new over to Wagstaff. He's in bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-on. And there's no run, 16 for 2. They're chirping. And it's as much the Derbyshire fans as the Middlesex fielders at the moment. There's a noisy little gaggle of fans down below us, isn't there?
There certainly is.
Brian's still getting backed out there in the middle as Ryan Higgins walks in. That runs in bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off. Roland Jones comes around. Look at Roland Jones. He's ready to slam down those stumps at the non-striker's end. They're in the mood, aren't they?
As they should be. Blimey.
Yes, absolutely.
You can't get up for this. You're never going to get up for anything, are you?
Well, I think they'll just be absolutely furious with themselves still over last week. I really do. They'll be kicking themselves all winter long as Higgins is in, bowls outside the off stump. Through it goes. I think we were nattering off air, and somebody else had said it to me as well about Middlesex, missing out on the chance next week. I said, it's just as much that, whether they go up or not, but it was just keeping it alive to the last week. It's just that bit of fun, isn't it? But the fact of the matter is, when Middlesex went up 2 years ago, I think there was a little bit of a feeling that they weren't quite ready for Division 1 again yet. And bearing in mind, they only went down by a point, so they weren't far off. They were disappointed then to come down. Higgins is in, bowls, and this is onto the legs, but going down. They take a leg by. Similarly, to go up this year, Roland Jones is bowling out of his skin at the moment, and somebody needs to bowl with him. I mean, at Merchant Taylor School, he just bowled them to victory nearly single-handedly. Higgins is an incredible performer. Bamba's not quite been at his best this year, and he's now leaving. Helm and Brooks just coming into a bit of form to the extent that it was surprised they were dropped here, actually. But again, maybe that was with an eye on Hove. 17 for 2.
Yes, rest a couple of players for a meaningless match next week.
Yeah. Well,
they could only win this one. That's all they can control, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And they almost certainly will win this one at some point, either this evening. Derbyshire will lose inside 2 days, or they'll win before lunch tomorrow. That's how it's looking at the moment.
aye.
I would suggest.
Yorkshire 26 without loss. They lead by 126 at Cardiff. Gloucestershire 91 for 2, trailing by 111 at Bristol, Sussex. Higgins in, Davies stands up, and no ball called. Oh, he had a problem with that last week. He must have conceded 30 runs in no balls. Higgins last week at Lords, which in a low-scoring match in the end was costly.
Mark Bromley's been on. I've seen Jellyfish with more backbone than this batting lineup. Don't worry, though, I'm sure there'll be more washed-up players joining the club over the winter. Soul-destroying, he says.
Ooh. Higgins bowls, and now he's squared up by this one, wrapped on the pads, but it looked a little high from here. Trapped in the crease, Madsen. Hit him front or back pad? Not out's the call anyway, for umpire Baldwin. Davies, I think, is just asking the question as well. Was it a little high? Higgins doesn't look impressed, I don't think. That's a double teapot on from Higgins. I think he felt he had his man there.
Nick's been on. He was at the ground in 1994 when Richard Johnson took all 10 in the second innings.
Did they all tweet and email in that day? Asking for heads to roll as well. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and this ball's clipped away into the onside by Madsen, and there's no run.
So it happened in what felt like 5 minutes to win the match for Middlesex. I'd rather sit through that again than this miserable slide towards the inevitable. Just be done with it and give everyone 2 days back. Grumpily, Nick. Thank you, Nick. All views are welcome. Nobody's wrong as long as you're not abusive. Nobody generally is abusive. Although I can get abusive. I'm not going to on air. Be unprofessional of me. Toby Rowland Jones, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. He's going to bowl his 4th over from the racecourse, and he's going to be bowling to Mitch Wagstaff initially. 4 slips in place. Over the wicket, bowls to Wagstaff, who defends the first ball. Back towards him. Rowland Jones does some nifty footwork and then turns around very quickly to make sure that there's a fielder there so they don't get through for a single. There was a fielder there, and they weren't going to get through for a single. Gloucestershire still 107 behind, at 2 down now against Sussex, marching towards promotion. Who knows, even the second division title for what it's worth, as Rowland Jones is in. That's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away. Mitch Wagstaff, again, they're appealing for everything at the moment. There was a couple of, one slip fielder and the wicket-keeper's arms both went up. Nobody else looked particularly interested. It goes down as a dot ball. 13.5 overs to go today. 2 more days after this, Derbyshire trailing by 166 at 19 for 2. And this next delivery from Rowland Jones is short and down leg side, and Wagstaff takes it on. There's a man down at long leg. Nobody else particularly far away from the bat, it has to be said. They sound like a club side on a Saturday afternoon at the moment, don't they? They're that noisy out there, Middlesex.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to put Wagstaff or Madsen off particularly.
Famous last words, Fletch.
Well, it's more to G themselves up, I
Yeah.
think, as Rowland Jones is in, and that one is guided down towards backward point where it's missed by Ethan Bamber, and they've run one. They'll stick with, oh no, they've run one and they'll stick with one, and then just for a moment, it looked as though Josh De Keres was going to be in a spot of bother as his foot seemed to get stuck in the turf, and he went down, but he's okay. He makes his way back towards the slip cordon. 20 for 2, Wagstaff on to 7. Derbyshire 165 runs behind. Longest tea in history taking place at Canterbury. So got extra cakes in. Just waiting to see if Kent are being asked to follow on. That news is yet to reappear on my computer. As Roland Jones is in to bowl to Madsen, who drives down the ground. He doesn't really time it. We're going to get 2 runs, though, I think. Maximum, in fact, they've settled for 2 as Ethan Bamber reaches the ball now down below us. Madsen looks at his bat. And he moves off the mark with those 2 runs, 22 for 2. (6-3) the arrears. It's a long way back into this game for Derbyshire, as it has been in so many games this season. In goes Roland Jones again. That one is driven gloriously by Wayne Madsen. It stops to admire the shot and then thinks, well, we might not reach the boundary. It has actually reached the boundary now. It didn't exactly race there, but it was a beautiful shot by Madsen. He picks up his first boundary and moves to 6. Derbyshire at the end of the over, 7 gone, 26 for 2. Still trailing by 159.
It's just a funny end to the season, really, isn't it, for Division 2?
I know there's many Derbyshire supporters laughing.
Seeing the funny
if I'm
side.
entirely honest
Well, I
with you.
mean, it's a procession at the moment, isn't it? In this match, it almost. And who's going to buck that? Surely.
And in so many.
But surely at Bristol, Cardiff, and here at Derby, there's going to be a twist, surely, in one of these 3 games. Here's Higgins around the wicket. He bowls, and that's clattered away through the covers for 4. Lovely drive by the left-handed Wagstaff. And nice shot. Moves Derbyshire to 30 for 2. They can't all just play out as they appear to, can they? It's cricket. Cricket. It's always a twist and a turn. Isn't there? All right, fine. Surrey are going to win the title. They're 74 ahead of Durham with 3 wickets standing.
There's a twist.
Higgins bowls. A cry of catch as that's edged back at a point for 4 more. It was somewhere between an attempted cover drive and a late cut. It wasn't in the best of positions, but he picks up the boundary. Moves to 15, 34 for 2.
And Mitch Wagstaff has been around the first team for quite a while now. It's only his 5th first-class match that he's appearing in here. I just hope that Wayne Madsen said, no, 2 really nice shots there.
Now stop it.
But the main thing is that we're both here at the close of play, because that clearly is the main thing. They've got to score runs. I understand that, and I'm not suggesting they start turning runs down. But don't go chasing that ball, Mitch. He'll know more than anybody.
Higgins hits the crease, bowls, and that's driven into the covers for a single by Wagstaff. And he moves to 16. So I'm just thinking Division 1 then. It's basically Lancashire, Nottinghamshire, possibly Warwickshire at the moment.
Nottinghamshire have been forced to follow on.
Yeah, Kent 2 without loss. But that's basically it, isn't it? At the moment, it's very hard to see Surrey being stopped at the top.
Yeah, but if Nottinghamshire and Lancashire both win, Warwickshire could well get dragged back in.
Here's Higgins, and this has worked square of the wicket on the leg side nicely by Madsen, and that's 4 more. Middlesex on the attack, so runs coming quickly. 39 for 2, bowling at the stumps.
Won't be long before we see the spinners, won't it?
Well, maybe. Although Higgins, he's usually in the game. You usually think, go on, keep trying to. He's such a wily bowler, he really is. He's no slouch either. People keep thinking he's a medium pacer, but he'll get up towards mid-80s. Certainly seen him hit 84 on a speed gun as he's in now, bowls, and this one's driven as far as cover where Holden fields. 39 for 2. So Somerset, basically, they're 8 points behind Surrey. If they can hang on in there, then... but then they've got to beat Lancashire, who are in a very good position at the moment at Old Trafford.
Bell and Luke Wells are going nicely, aren't they?
Yeah.
almost 100 stand for the 7th wicket.
3 slips go down as Higgins bowls. Davies stands up and takes well down the leg side. Really, has it got away? Oh, apologies. Do you know what actually was in the way of that? It was the tripod of commentary cam. I thought he got it. 4 it is down the leg
I
side.
think it was leg buys, was it? Possibly. I think it was leg buys.
They only trail by 140 now.
I know, there's nothing, is it?
I said there'd be a twist in one of the 3.
You don't want it to be here, surely.
No. Although I'd love another day with you, Fletch.
It was a no ball as well, that last ball.
Higgins bowls and Madsen tentatively forward. Nearly falls over his bat, doesn't he, as he gets on the front foot. That one turns a single into the onside. Madsen on 11, Wagstaff's on 16. Partnership 30, 46 for 2. End of the over.
I'm confused by the score in front of me.
Oh.
Well, we've got a no ball down for the 5th ball of that over, which I think went for 4 anyway. Oh, here we go. It was 4-4, 1-4, no ball, 4 buys, 1. That was a massively expensive over. Good one for Derbyshire, though. Roland Jones is going to carry on from the racecourse end. 46 for 2, trailing by 139. These two have put on 30.
The war horse from the racecourse end. Roland Jones.
5 slips now as he bowls, and that one is defended by Madsen. Out into the offside Stoneman Fields, if it is Stoneman.
It is.
His long-sleeved sweater.
Cold down south.
Good grief, man.
Told you it was cold today.
It's not, though, is it? That's the point. It is not cold. And it won't be cold tomorrow. And it almost certainly won't be cold on Friday either.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Might rain a bit on Friday, but that's a long way off at the moment as Roland Jones goes into bowl to Wayne Madsen again, who cracks that one away for 4 out to the extra cover boundary. It's a very fine counter-attack by Madsen and Wagstaff. The 50 comes up for Derbyshire in just the 9th over, 50 for 2. Madsen moves on to 15, Wagstaff has 16. I wonder if they're wary of the fact that the effects of any heavy roller will wear off at some point soon. 50 for 2. As Roland Jones is in again to bowl to Madsen, who drives down the ground this time. Has that got the legs to get all the way to the boundary? Ethan Bamber is chasing and chasing and chasing. The ball is going to get to the rope now. And Bamber just gets to the rope after it. 4 more to Madsen, who moves to 19. 54 for 2.
Good start.
Terrific start.
Middlesex. They've got carried away. They're just being aggressive, aren't they? They're trying to get at Derbyshire, and when you do try to get it aside, you can concede runs.
5 of the players are tied up in the slip cordon, so there aren't many others to protect the rest of the field. As Roland Jones bowls to Madsen, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the wicketkeeper Davies. Basically, there are 5 slips. There's a long leg, there's a mid-on and a mid-off, and a point. And that's your lot. So the entirety of the leg side and most of the offside is up for grabs here as they look for the edge that might go to one of those 5 slip fielders. 54 for 2. Roland Jones in and bowls to Madsen, who drives for 4 more. Out towards the extra cover boundary this time. And he moves to 23. 58 for 2 in the 9th over.
Oh, Cornwell.
I wonder how big a lead Derbyshire would want before they declare.
Probably
200.
Yeah.
So they need another 327. They're not going to get that many. 58 for 2, though. Madsen, 23 from 14. Wagstaff, 16 from 25.
Well, you do find when a side have had a little bit of a going over that they come out
with a little bit more about them.
No, that's the first time I've seen Derbyshire do it. Ethan Bamber has now been pushed out to the mid-wicket area, not quite on the boundary. There are only 4 slips now, first concession. But there are still 4 slips. As Roland Jones is on his way in to bowl the final ball of his 5th over to Wayne Madsen, who just defends that one up towards mid-off. It's fielded comfortably by Luke Holman, and the over comes to an end. We've had 9, we've got 11 remaining, and it's 58 for 2. Derbyshire, there might be more than 11 if spin comes on at any time soon, and Toby Roland Jones has just put his big sweater back on because it gets chilly in between overs. And we're going to see spin for the first time as Josh Decaires comes on from the City.
Yeah, interesting move. Excuse me, Luke Holman. Obviously, an option against Madsen, right-hander.
I think having conceded 32 runs off the last 2 overs, it's probably the right decision as well as an interesting one.
Yeah. Well, it just meant the leg spinner, though, as opposed to the off spinner to Madsen. But
Bowling to the lefty as well first.
yeah. Madsen doing a lot of the damage out there.
The combined over rate of the 2 sides is plus 11, because Derbyshire finished on plus 9, Middlesex currently on plus 2, the likes of which have never been seen before. Very exciting.
Rarely to be seen again,
Yes, I think you're probably right.
sadly. I mean, who wouldn't love it to all finish on time?
On Friday.
Well,
That's when I'd like it to finish. I'd like to see a 4th day of a game.
I'd like the burgers.
All right, then we'll go with tea on day 4. That'll give us time to do all our post-match stuff before we put our glad rags on and go to the posh dinner next door.
Ooh. Am I invited?
You can come if you want, Kev, but you can't wear those trousers.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they are. They're insisting on no tears in trousers, I think, at this year's event. First time.
Ripped jeans, but no ripped trousers.
Yeah. Yes. With your backside hanging out of your chinos, you will not get through the front door.
I thought that was going to be my entry ticket.
That's what you want to call it.
Here's Decaires. Bowl to Wagstaff, and it's left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Warm in here, isn't it?
It is now.
Very warm.
It's getting hot in here. Here's Decaires, bowls. Oh, trapping the bat down on that. Belatedly, Wagstaff. He just saved himself in time.
Beautifully played.
He's still out there. That's the point, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Decaires again. Bowls. Nice bit of flight. Push back once more. And a dot ball.
Ice cream van. Somewhere.
Optimistic.
Oh, I don't think so.
Not many happy Derbyshire fans at the moment. I'm not paying $7.99 for a single flake. As forward goes. Wagstaff pushing back to Decaires. They're expensive now, aren't
You've
they?
forgotten where you are. You're not in London now.
Honestly, price of those things nowadays. Price of anything nowadays. Decaires. A lot of flight bowls. It's driven. Bumped to Stoneman at cover. Oh, you won't smell ice creams at that speed.
Boom.
Wagstaff 16. And Decaires around the wicket. Bowls and forward goes. Left-hander pushing back.
Derbyshire, following on with that particular theme, playing all the right shots, but not necessarily in the right order. One for the kids there.
Aye.
One for the kids. If you
Les
haven't-
Dawson.
Oh, brilliant. If you haven't seen Morecambe and Wise, I know a lot of our listeners will have done, but youngsters listening, get yourselves a Morecambe and Wise VHS video, stick it in the machine if you've got one. You find it on YouTube. I've got loads of DVDs of Morecambe and Wise. They are just hilarious.
Les Dawson's one was great though, wasn't it? Where he played them all in the wrong order as well.
Yes.
They both did it. It was incredible.
Yes.
It was genius.
It was. He was a classically trained pianist.
He was, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
In Paris, wasn't it? Yeah, it's a great story.
He could actually play the piano, but discovered that if he played the note next to the note he should be playing, it was hilarious.
Yes.
Which it was. 58 for 2, 10 overs gone, 10 overs to go. Derbyshire trailing by 127, and Ethan Bamber is into the attack from the racecourse. Sent his first ball to Wayne Madsen, is defended straight back to him, and there is no run. Yeah, I said before that Pakistan's women had scored more runs against South Africa than South Africa's men had. And Pakistan's women 181 for 4 in their T20. South Africa's women 12 without loss in the second over. Afghanistan are crawling in that game against South Africa, 22 for 2 in the 10th. Here is Bamber again. Bowls to Madsen, who goes up on his toes and pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. Kent have safely negotiated almost 4 overs against Nottinghamshire, following on the 30 without loss, so rattling along. Perhaps Nottinghamshire are going to regret enforcing the follow-on. Lancashire have now lost a 7th wicket, but lead by 246 against Somerset. My computer here says Derbyshire aren't doing very well. Here's Bamber, in and bowls to Madsen, who turns that one into the leg side. And there is no run. And in the second division, because we must, Yorkshire 42 without loss now, leading Glamorgan by 164. Gloucestershire 118 for 2, trailing Sussex by 84. And Leicestershire 51 for 3, still 129 behind Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Look at the time.
Marvellous, isn't it?
At the time. Here's Bamber. 4th ball of the over. Bowls to Madsen, who's lifting that one into the offside a little aerially out towards point. Well, just for a moment, De Keres was very interested. And I'm not surprised. Max Holden having a chat with him there. 1 ball to go in the over. 5 o'clock news hasn't even started yet.
Slackers.
Well, no, I don't think they can start till 5. She'll start now. There we go.
Oh, look at that. Atomic precision.
In comes Bamber and bowls to Madsen, who just guides this out into the offside. Ethan Bamber opens. No, he doesn't. There's 1 more ball to go. Carry on. Scratch that. It's a good bit of commentary, but inaccurate. Which therefore rendered it fairly useless.
It's never stopped us before, Fletch.
Oh gosh, no. No. If it had to be accurate all the time, I think I'd have gone a long time ago. Here's Bamber then to complete his first over, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who goes up on his toes and plays it straight to De Keres, who will hold on to the ball because he's bowling at the City end of the over. 58 for 2, 9 overs to go today. That's probably all we'll get now. Derbyshire's still 127 behind.
Thanks, Fletch. So, yes, 30 minutes of the day remains. Extraordinary to think that we'll finish on time, but spin to the 4 at Derby. Middlesex enjoying the game so far. Hard to see a twist, but Wagstaff and Madsen will do their best as here's De Keres bowling to the left-handed Wagstaff. Pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. Chattering away still in the field out there. Spin really bogged down Middlesex considerably this morning. De Keres bowls a little more round arm on that one, and it's eased into the offside. No run again. Yeah, that hurt Middlesex's chances of 4 or 5 batting points. In there for a while, but the scoring rate slowed dramatically. They'll hope for the same here as De Keres bowls, and that's swept aerially for a moment backward square on the leg side, and 4 runs it is. Long leg won't get around to cut that one off. Ripple of applause
around the ground as Wagstaff moves to 20 from 34, 62 for 2. Carries will step up once more. Slipping a short leg crouch down, short extra covered not far away Stoneman as Carries bowls, and that's cut to point. Backing away. Calm down. Calm down, dear. It's only a commercial. Fletch. Be back with us in a moment. Mr. Carey's in again. Bowls and good leave by Wagstaff, just outside off. Through it passes to the gloves of the keeper. Another glance. Fletch is away. What's happening at Cardiff and Bristol? He can hear me, but he can't interrupt me at the moment. Was Carey's bowls and tucked up slightly. That's pushed away into the offside. 4. A dot ball to finish the over. So at Bristol, Gloucestershire are 105 for 2 still, or have they kicked on a little from there? 123 for 2. Only trail by 79 now. With 180 there, and it'll still be a Sussex win. Yorkshire lead Glamorgan by 174 runs. They're 52 without loss. I was trying to get through these before we got back, Fletch. Sorry.
No, you're all right. Carry on.
Leicestershire 55 for 4, trailing Northamptonshire by 125 at Wantage Road. And Surrey are still going, 98 ahead of Durham in their first innings with 3 wickets standing, 360 for 7.
Ethan Bamber in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who defends that one up towards mid-on. There's no run. Yes, I was just, Mitch Wagstaff just looked like he was getting a little bit overexcited in that last over to me. He's batted really well. 20 off 37, exactly what Derbyshire would have wanted from him as he comes in for a replacement, as a replacement for Lewis Rees, who was withdrawn from the game this morning due to the concussion protocols. He'd been in a minor car accident at the weekend as Bamber bowls to Madsen, defended straight back to him, and there are 7 overs and 4 balls left in the day's play, and if Derbyshire don't score another run, I think they'd be relatively happy to go in 2 down. They can't afford really to lose another wicket before the close of play. It would expose David Lloyd, who's been a little bit out of form this season, I think it's fair to say, then an Aaron Donald, and then you're into the bowlers. A lot depends, as it often does, on Wayne Madsen, and as it often hasn't done, because Mitch Wagstaff's very much in the early stages of his career on the left-handed opener, Wagstaff. Bamber, after a slight delay as Madsen sorted his gloves out, bowls 2. Madsen strikes him in the pad. Referee, umpire Hassan Adnan says no.
Referee?
I'd just seen a tweet from Burton's. Apologies. It was nothing of any consequence, but at this time of the year when I'm swapping between the 2 sports.
Referee.
Burton against Barnsley on Saturday at the Pirelli Stadium. Notts County next Tuesday, I think, in the EFL Trophy. I missed a trip to Blackpool, which is disappointing. 2 slips and a gully for Bamber, who's in now, bowls to Madsen, gets his bat on that one, pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Looking forward to find out who that. Did I tell you somebody phoned me this morning and I answered the phone? Well, I rang it back because they'd rung me again at lunchtime and I missed it. So I rang them back, and it was a chap from the Barnsley Chronicle who wanted to know what Burton were like. So there's 11 of them usually wearing yellow shirts. Only 10 of them wear the yellow shirts. Bamber's in bowls to Madsen, who's beaten by one that lifts on him outside the off stump. Really nice delivery through to the wicketkeeper Davies. It's going to happen, and it will almost certainly happen more and more as this game goes on, which is why that lead of 185 was so important for Middlesex. If it could have been half of that, Derbyshire would have given themselves an opportunity to do something in the game, but you just feel it's too big a hurdle to overcome. As Bamber is in again, and that one is defended by Madsen up to mid-off. The final ball of the over. 2 overs, 2 maidens. Ethan Bamber 62 for 2, Derbyshire remain. They trail by 123. Madsen has 23 and Wagstaff has 20.
Oh, it's that time of day.
What time's that?
Hot up in here, isn't it? Greenhouse.
It is warm. I'll give you that.
You start to get a little bit drained.
Are you drained?
I'm drained. Derbyshire, aren't they? They're fighting back.
They are fighting hard here, which is good to see.
Here's De Carey's. Rolls his neck as he stands ready to step in and open the over to Wagstaff. And here he comes. The left-hander is forward, pushing back. There's no run, slip and a short leg, short extra cover as well.
To hear from Harry Moore on Sports Scene at 6 this evening.
De Carey's ball short. He's punched to mid-off. Oh, yes, Mr. Moore.
He's coming up to see us rather than us going over there,
Lovely.
which is nice. Just have a look. What day is it today? Wednesday.
All day. Forward goes Wagstaff, pushing to extra cover, another dot ball.
So I need to find out what the running order is, really.
Slip crouching down is Higgins. Short leg in place, and short leg will have to turn and fetch this. Sam Robson, no he won't, 'cause long leg will come around and get it. They've taken a single as Wagstaff tucks one around the corner. What's the umpire wanting to signal? Nothing. That's on strike on 23. Wagstaff 21, partnership 47.
A good controlled effort by these two. For the most part, they've got excited occasionally.
Come on, Derbyshire.
Excellent.
Slip and short leg still for the right-handed Madsen as well. As he's on the back foot. Thought he was going to tuck that straight to short leg.
It looked like it, didn't it? For a moment there, he was just going to loop it straight into the short leg's hands, but he managed to get it down to ground.
It just fell away to Stoneman at mid-wicket. This one's given a bit more of a club into the onside, though, for Madsen. Sweeper set back. So just a single to end the over. And Madsen moves to 24, 48 the partnership, 64 for 2 Derbyshire. And Wagstaff 21. I'll have to wait his turn once more. As the senior batter holds on to the strike. BBC's Radio London and Radio Derby together here on the BBC Sport website and app and on your smart speakers.
Not all of them.
And on your very smart speakers.
And your expensive ones.
Yes.
Here's Ethan Bamber on his way in from the racecourse centre, ball to Wayne Madsen, who drives but straight to Max Holden to extra cover. And there's no run. Oh, I've got one of those on my another Circle of Doom.
Circle of Doom?
Yeah, you get the Circle of Doom on
That's no way to talk about the Oval.
your computer. Yeah, on your computer. I now have the Circle of Doom. Oh no, it's back. Here goes Bamber again. Past umpire Adnan, bowls to Madsen, who drives, but this time to mid-off, where Stoneman feels possibly. And there's no run. As that Derbyshire fan is very keen to offer, it sounds like, her support.
And rightly so.
Oh yeah, no question. 8:32, excellent. 6:32. I mean, excellent. Good work, Edward. In goes Bamber again. Arm bowls. This one's pushed up to a very straight mid-on, where Roland Jones does the fielding. 64 for 2, 5.5 overs to go in the day's play. All seems very much in order. Later on, come back to that.
Haven't looked at Bristol or Cardiff for a while, Fletch.
Well, you're only tormenting yourself. Here is Bamber in bowls to Madsen, who defends up towards mid-off, no run.
Yorkshire are 62 without loss, leading Glamorgan by 184. And Gloucestershire are 130 for 2. Trail Sussex by 72 in their second innings. Dent has 56, Hammond 37. Gloucestershire, the destroyers of Middlesex last week.
Winners of the T20. As Bamber goes in and bowls to Madsen, who defends this one out into the covers. Holden fields again. They were magnificent on finals day, weren't they? I didn't see all the matches because obviously I was working, but superb effort to... and it was both good and sad to see Sid Lawrence there.
Yeah. Yep.
Up in the main hospitality boxes, holding the trophy at the end of the day. Final ball of the Bamber over. He's in and bowls, and Madsen pushes it up towards mid-on, and it's a third successive maiden from Ethan Bamber. 64 for 2. It remains. Derbyshire still 121 behind, but now, crucially, with just 5 overs or 17 minutes remaining in the day's play.
So, we'll be back to do it all again in the morning.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Looks like it.
10:30 start. Ball will still be pretty fresh then. Roland Jones will charge in once more. 7 in the match. Or is it 8 now? Did he get 6 or 5 in the first? It was 5, wasn't it?
5, yeah.
So 7 in the match for Roland Jones. Carey's continues from the city end. Slip and a short leg and a short extra cover for the left-handed Wagstaff, who rocks back and eases into the onside and comes deploy for a mid-wicket to collect. One more day at Derbyshire to go. What will the crowd be like tomorrow? Is this the last relatively full day?
When you say one more day?
Taking your lead, Fletch. Here's to Carey's. Ball short, cut. 2 points, no run.
He has an urge to get on with it, doesn't he, Mitch Wagstaff? You can see that. He's batting at about 50. His strike rate at the moment is slightly less.
What was it, flippant and...
I can't remember.
Negative?
Yeah, thanks. You're probably right. You're probably right.
Grumpy?
Downbeat.
Downbeat.
Downbeat. Grumpy? I have a word. I do get accused of that as well.
Carey's bowls, and this is turned off the back foot to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Wagstaff remains on 21.
Well, he's to be commended.
Yes.
Been out there for more than 10 overs together now.
Wagstaff as well, coming into the game.
Can't be easy.
Carey's bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. Maybe that's the twists that we were missing in those 3 games in
Double
Division
century
2.
for Wagstaff. It's a
Yeah,
concussion sub. Yet to get a first-class century. Mitch Wagstaff.
Oh, poor old Josh de Carey's. Left straight, well, not left straight because he got out, but he was hitting out because he was running out of partners. As he comes in, bowls and dug out by Wagstaff. A dot ball.
Yeah, I think he was doing the right thing, wasn't he?
Aye.
He was doing the right thing.
No doubt about that whatsoever. It's Carey's up to the stumps, bowls, and oh, that's slapped over mid-wicket by Wagstaff, and it's 4 runs. He moves to 25, and the partnership is 52 from 68 balls. Derbyshire trail by just 117 now. They are 68 for 2. I mean, there is that. Middlesex bat again, and come on, Wagstaff.
Love to know who that was. They're enjoying themselves out there, which is the main thing.
It's Jane, isn't it?
Too quiet for Jane.
Or is it Griff?
It didn't sound like Griff, I've got to say. It didn't really sound like Griff. What we're going to see here, we're going to see Ethan Bamber, surely. No? Is that Ethan Bamber?
Yes.
Yeah. He's bowled 3 overs, 3 maidens. He deserves another one. It is Bamber. I can hear his teammates calling him by his surname.
Bambino?
Oh dear, really?
Not for much longer.
No, indeed.
Come on, Bambino. Will he play at Sussex next week? His final game as a Middlesex player.
He's on his way in now to bowl to Wayne Madsen. And Madsen lets that one go outside the off stump. It actually swings back down the leg side after it goes past the stumps, as balls can do, which gives the impression that it was a closer leave than it might have been. Going nicely. 34 without loss in their second innings following on, trailing by 174. Nottinghamshire made an error. Lancashire 264 in front, 7 down against Somerset in those 2 matches affecting the bottom of the First Division, as Bamber is into bowl to Madsen, who plays this rather awkwardly, but it's going to get 4 runs for it down to the vacant third man area. It was sort of in the air and almost being tucked up, but he picks up another boundary. He moves on to 28 and Derbyshire to 72 for 2, trailing by 113.
Yeah, so it could be the final time commentating on Ethan Bamber as a Middlesex player. I didn't think there'd be another.
Do you want to do them all? I'm happy to leave now.
Was I labouring the point? Sorry.
No. What I'm saying is I won't have to do any of them.
Oh, I see.
You just do the Ethan Bamber. You do Ethan Bamber from this end, then your end from the other end. Here's Bamber into bowl. To Madsen, struck on the pad. There's an appeal from behind the stumps, but not from Bamber himself. Ball looped into the leg side off the Madsen pad. There is no run. One game finished about 2:30 today, as Warwickshire was smashed by Essex by an innings of 40 runs.
Goodness me.
Essex only made 232. They won by an innings, and that is ridiculous.
Bring back Bell.
Well, that's just hopeless, isn't it? It almost, if Nottinghamshire and Lancashire both win, drags Warwickshire back into that relegation dogfight as Bamber is in again. And Madsen's beaten. First time somebody's been beaten for a while, and he played a shot at that, and it definitely took off a little bit and beat Wayne Madsen. 72 for 2 it remains. Bamber has conceded runs, though, for the first time in this spell, from that boundary down to vacant third man area. 3 overs left, or 10 minutes, so 3 overs. For a 5:30 finish. We will reconvene at 10:30 tomorrow morning at 16 for 2. I wasn't entirely sure that we would be. As Bamber goes in and bowls to Madsen, who leaves this one alone. That keeps low and is nicely taken by Davies behind the stumps.
They're not there yet, Fletch.
Where? Oh,
Stumps.
No. Well, if there won't be enough time between batsmen leaving the field and coming in to get 5 wickets between here and then, surely to goodness. If there is, then it's been a whole different ball game. Holman just flexing his initially his arms and now his hamstrings at mid-wicket. As in comes Bamber again. That's an inside edge, isn't it?
Ethan.
Isn't it?
Yes.
I thought it was. Sounded like an inside edge, looked like an inside edge. Bamber
Smelt like an inside edge.
Yeah. The whole thing suggested inside edge. And the over comes to an end, 72 for 2. Sometimes you just doubt yourself, don't you? And it just felt like an inside edge. So Bamber's bowled 4 overs for 4 runs. 3 of them have been maidens, and we are indeed going to see a couple of overs of Luke Holman. Who is that? It's brilliant, whoever it is.
She can come again.
I can't tell who it is.
Is that Jane's mum?
No.
Jane's daughter? Something to do with Jane,
I don't
surely.
think there's anything to do with Jane, if I'm honest.
Oh, stood in the sun.
It's
Need to go
hot
back
in that
again
sun,
now.
isn't it?
It is, and going back.
Really warm in that sun. Beautiful.
Sitting behind Fletch so that you can't see the rip in my trousers.
I know it's there though. You can't unforget that.
It's fashion.
I've sent you the photograph.
Yeah, I should have said it was fashion, shouldn't I? Ripped jeans, ripped chinos.
You've got to rip more than one rip normally, though, aren't there?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm no fashion expert. I don't know if you spotted that.
Hey, no complaints. Your shorts aren't ripped, as far as I know.
Not yet.
Carries is around the wicket from the city end, slip and short leg crash down. And this ball, turns and bounces and spits, and I think it just hit the hip guard in the end as it deflects to Carey's. My apologies, it's Holman, of course, around the wicket. They've just changed.
I think it hit the handle of the bat.
Ooh.
Possibly. They're calling for another helmet here because they want somebody in that leg slip.
Well, I did think that the leg spinner was probably the better bet this evening. But
I'm going to get I was going to say the second helmet. It will be the third helmet. Already a short leg there. But that did turn and bounce and surprised Mitch Wagstaff, who will be determined to stay out there, I'm sure, till the close. Can he do it?
oh, what was that one?
It was a long one, wasn't it? I didn't quite catch it all. I heard the come on bit.
So, Holden, don the helmet. That's leg slip, and they'll go again. Slip, leg slip, short leg, deep cover, deep backward square. Oh, what are you sucking on? Oh, you had one left there. You've missed one.
No, I'll put that one back. No, it's...
Nice.
Picked a bad week to give up heroin. That's from Airplane, by the way, everybody, in case you think that...
Quoting Leslie Nielsen.
No, it wasn't Leslie. It was Red...
Oh, yes.
Somebody.
Holman's in, bowls, and this ball's turned into the leg side. Sam Robson is Sam Robson.
That was brilliant because he thought he'd caught it. He was going to throw the ball at the stumps and it had actually gone past him, and then he sort of danced around a bit at short leg.
Holman again. In bowls and straight past the edge of the left-hander. Slides it through. Lovely delivery. And yeah, it's pretty much over to the spinners now, isn't it? They should have some fun on this.
We should all have some fun.
I think we will, Fletch.
I think you might be right.
What's Griff enticed you into tonight? As here's Holman in bowls, and this is ease back up the track, or is it only the away games?
It's only the away games,
I
yeah.
see.
Yeah. I'm heading up to Morley this evening.
Oh, yes. Is it remote, Morley?
Not really remote. It's not about 7 miles north, I think.
Oh, it's lovely and cool at the back here. It's that aircon, isn't it? There's Holman's in bowls, and this ball's worked away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. You should try it, Fletch. Come and sit back here with me. I have to move the desk over to this side, and we can both sit back there tomorrow evening with Derbyshire.
I'm quite
150
happy.
ahead.
I'm quite happy, yeah. This is my lucky chair. It's worked a charm all season.
That's where Derbyshire have been going on. Poor old Mickey Adams pacing around. Holman gives it a bit of flight. Inside edge across the front of the pad down to long leg. Deep backward square leg is Cornwell, and he will hold them to a single. And the partnership moves to 57. 73 for 2, Ender Holman's first over. Just a single off it. And indeed, the first ball could well have been a wicket had they have had the leg slip in place for that one. 73 for 2, and we have got 3 and a bit minutes to go on the second day.
2 overs. That's all we'll get.
With Bamber on, yeah.
I think, we will get the 2 overs, won't we? At one point, they were heading for, I don't know, 6 or 7 extra overs, but cricketers don't like.
Oh, I see, you've kept count today.
Well, we were, weren't we?
That's
At one
right.
point, they were miles in front, and plus 9, spinners on at both ends. We had about 30 overs to go and more than 2 and a bit hours to bowl them, but it sort of expanded, as cricket tends to do.
A bit like my waistline in the cricket season.
Oof, don't talk about that. Not your waistline, just waistlines in general. Bamber's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Mitch Wagstaff. I don't think he's actually bowled at him in this entire spell, and he turns the first one into the leg side. In fact, he hasn't, because he bowled 3 successive maidens at Wayne Madsen, who also got a boundary 4 off him. Therein lies the story of Bamber against Madsen.
Get past breakfasts at Hove next week, and then get my winter body prepped.
Does it look much different?
Well, yeah, I mean, don't you find you put on more weight in the summer as a cricket commentator than during the winter?
I just carry on putting weight on and on and on, one season after another. As Bamber is in and bowls to Wagstaff, defends that one. I probably need to lose a little bit, I would suggest, but the chances of it happening are ironically slim. 73 for 2, 112 behind.
Do you think they want another over tonight? He's going to hurry up.
Well, no, they'll get it because there are 2 overs remaining.
Oh, there are?
Yeah. Here comes Bamber again and bowls, and that one is dabbed down and beats the man at third slip, rather disappointingly, and it means that Mitch Wagstaff moves on to 27, gets a single, disappointingly for Middlesex, that is 74 for 2. Yeah.
I was wondering what you were working off.
9 balls to go, look there.
So when tea was taken at 10 past 3.
There were 32 overs. No, there was less. I don't know what it was, but it was probably 29 overs.
So they haven't managed.
No.
Oh dear. Well, I suppose change of innings.
We did lose 2 for
Yeah,
the change of innings, but that's 10 minutes.
Yeah, but was it? It felt like a long break, that.
Bamber bowls, that's left alone by Madsen. No, it's only 10 minutes, and
Are you sure?
that is the thick end of 3 overs, not 2.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't really matter. What we're saying
It
is
felt like they dragged out that 10
we've got
minutes to me.
8 balls to go. Bamber has 2 of them, and then presumably Holman has the other. But once we get into the last over of the day, there can only be 3 down at the close.
Oh.
Due to that ludicrous regulation where everybody leaves the field in the
Do you
last
think so?
over. Oh, carry on. Can't have a hat-trick in the last over of any day's play. Nonsense. Here's Bamber, bowls to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside. Fielded by Max Holden, and there's no run.
Imagine how many two-day finishes Derbyshire would have if you're allowed to keep going in that final over.
I can't remember. I'm genuinely struggling to remember. They must have lost a wicket in the last over of a game, in the last over of a day's play, but I can't remember one that stands out specifically. They haven't had a 2-day finish, I don't think, either. Bamber is in and bowls to Madsen. He's a little bit surprised by that one. It hits the edge of his bat and goes into the gully region. There is no run. There's a whistle from somebody there. That was very exciting. 1 over to go. Then 74 for 2. Derbyshire trailing by 111.
Give a little whistle.
Which means that they ought to have parity by lunch tomorrow. So by this time tomorrow, they might be in a position to set Middlesex 200 to win the game in 3 sessions on the last day.
With rain forecasts.
That would be so typical of Derbyshire's season if they got themselves into a good position and then it chucked it down.
Oh no, I mean Middlesex would have to go out and get on with it, wouldn't they?
I see what you mean if they wanted to win.
Yeah, had to.
I thought they were just going to get out there and survive. No rain in the forecast tomorrow. I'm delighted
Friday,
to say.
isn't it?
Friday, it's gone really. A little bit.
Has it gone to Cardiff?
A little bit at 1 o'clock. No, I don't think so.
4 around the bat for the final over of the day. I'm a little surprised there's not more. Slip, leg slip, short leg and a silly point. And around the wicket comes Holman, and defending Wagstaff pushes the ball just in front of De Carey's, who's the silly point. Deep backward square. Is he really needed right now?
No.
Cornwell. Holman comes in, he bowls, and he's got him. Would you believe it? The googly picks up the left-handed Wagstaff. Second ball of his second over, Holman. He strikes. 1 for 1 he has. Wagstaff goes for 27. The partnership of 58 is broken. Derbyshire are 74 for 3, trailing by 111.
And Middlesex will walk off as if they weren't already, with their tails up with regards to this performance. Of course, they've got eyes on masses elsewhere, but all of that's to wait for next week now. They'll have to finish their job here tomorrow, pick themselves up, head off down to Hove and hope. But they have ended day 2 on a high. Derbyshire in a fair bit of trouble. 7 wickets standing. They're 111 behind, having been 173 all out in the first innings. Excellent ball from Holman. Didn't need another one round the bat. Nick through to the keeper.
Yeah, real shame for Mitch Wagstaff. He's done a terrific job coming in as a concussion replacement for Lewis Rees, but he has to go for 27. Wayne Madsen unbeaten on 28. Derbyshire close 74 for 3. They trail by 111. Myself and Kevin will be back tomorrow. Luke Holman will open the bowling in the morning. He'll have 4 more deliveries left of his second over, and Wayne Madsen will undoubtedly be joined by the skipper, David Lloyd. Thanks very much for your company today. We'll see you just before 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Cleared.
Spare trousers.